Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than today. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth. Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal.
Everybody, let's sort it out first.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Seema, you need to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Very warm global namaste to all our viewers from all over the globe. It's morning in one place, afternoon in the other, and evening in another. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. A very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. Our episode today is a vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. And on this very special spring sunny day here in the UK, why not we start this session with a little bit of positivity? I will be saying the Gayatri mantra, followed by Loka Samasta, Sukhino Bhavantu. However, you may wish to hold any prayer or any affirmation within your heart. So let's all get together and collectively use this energy and put it out to our world for more positivity, good health, peace, and tranquility. So let's all sit comfortably and easily. Let us close our eyes. Let's take a deep, long breath in and slowly breathe out. Another deep, long, centering breath in and let go. Holding any prayer or affirmation that you wish within your heart, I will begin with the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. One Loka Samasta, holding the intention in our heart that everyone be happy, healthy, joyful, blissful, and may there be peace on our planet. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti 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 Om. Just keeping your eyes closed for a minute. Long deep breaths, holding that intention very strongly so that we may heal from this pandemic. May peace prevail in our planet. May there be no conflict. May everyone be happy, healthy, joyful, abundant, and blissful. Taking a long deep breath in And slowly breathing out. Another deep, long breath in. And let go. We will now begin our session. So for those of you who have just hopped on, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is our 126th event. Yes, you heard it right, our 126th event, 126 Sundays of free global online edutainment. Isn't that fantabulous? So as we begin our session, I'd like to introduce you to a very dynamic lady, our host today with me, Kiran Robinson. Kiran was born in India with a career span that spans over 30 years in hospitality and over 3 continents. She started her journey in my own Hong Kong, a chef, an entrepreneur, and the founder of the niche brand Taza. She's a food futuristic stylist, a concept designer, a wedding planner. These were all part of her commissions, and she also received IFB government tenders. Kiran was offered the role of hospitality food service operations, managing the executive dining, catering, and event services in one of the top hospitals in the California Bay Area, serving 10,000 people, or employees rather, every day for 17 years. Now that is quite a number. Kiran was instrumental in planning the opening of the new state-of-the-art hospital in the Palo Alto area in California. She is the founder of a wonderful mission known as the Malawi Children's Mission. She gives back. They started in 2007 till present, serving vulnerable children by providing nutrition, education, healthcare, and life skills. She's focused on community building and works with chefs and women entrepreneurs. Her mission is to impart her experience in hospitality through writing, speaking, and coaching. Currently, Kiran is based in Luxembourg, and she has written her first book, a fantabulous book, a wonderful read, I must say, Seva, the Art of Hospitality, which was launched in November 2021. If you'd like to know more about this dynamic, wonderful lady, log on to www.kiranrobinson.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Kiran.
Namaste, Seema. How are you, my dear? Very lovely afternoon to you.
It is indeed a lovely afternoon here in Oxford. We have the sun out and the winds blowing. It's just one of those lovely springy days, the perfect day to hop on to healing our earth.
Absolutely. Before we move on, do you mind if I just do a little formal introduction of yourself, my dear, just for our new viewers, because everybody at Healing Our Earth knows you, but just for those who are joining in today. Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. Her culinary interest developed at an early age, founded on a family food business. Extensive travels in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind as well as the body. Using secret skills handed down from her grandmother to granddaughter, with the belief that you are what you eat, she draws from the ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan wisdom, curating healing spice blends, immunity-enhancing yoga teas, self-care prescriptions, and other well-being foods. One's thought process and method breathing can positively or negatively impact one's mental and physical health. Seema is a qualified breath, water, and sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of diet, breath work, meditation, and self-care prescriptions nourish the mind, body, and soul, and put one on a journey of greater well-being, allowing one to live their life to the fullest. Seema has most successfully shared her skills and knowledge with corporates and individuals over many years in Hong Kong and Singapore, and is currently based in Oxford. Seema is passionate about music and dance, and she enjoys producing and hosting all of the lovely kitchen shows here on Healing Our Earth. And what is our show today? What number is it, Seema?
It is our 126th episode. Can you believe that, Kiran?
Oh my goodness. No, it's hard to conceive that, but it's awesome. It just shows how inspiring it is coming together on Healing Our Earth and doing this work for our community, right?
And we've grown exponentially, worldwide, globally, and we receive such positive feedback that what we're doing is truly, very enlightening, very edutaining, I would say, because it's education and entertainment at the same time. So
Absolutely.
as long as we're inspiring, we're motivating, and we're making people happy, joyful, and healthy, what more do we need, right?
Nothing more. No, this is great. I mean, we're really reaching out to community globally, and there are so many things that go on here. I can't imagine life for me, for lack of, numbers, how would we go on if we didn't have connections such as yourself? You've certainly connected me with a lot of people here, introducing me to Healing Our Earth and, essentially pushing me to be a part of this, which has given me so much joy. I have no idea. And to communicate once again in my life with most pleasurably the Indian community. So it's very honoring, and I just love the work that's done here. So thank you.
Such lovely, kind words, Kiran. Thank you so much. I could say the same. I have to share this with everyone. I moved here in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic in Oxford from our own Hong Kong, as you know. And, the life in Hong Kong is totally different from the life here in the UK. I had lived in the UK before, but as a student. Our student life is quite different from actually living in the country. And I didn't know anyone. I know a lot of people in London, but I didn't know anyone in Oxford. And I moved in the midst of the pandemic, and the lockdown happened. And I stumbled across Healing Our Earth. I have to share this with you. And I just sent in a small message, and look where we are today. We're all a part of this community, a part of this family. And I do want to say this to all our viewers out there on behalf of Kiran, myself, and our whole team, and our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Really, it's because of all of you that we are here.
Absolutely.
You inspire us to keep going on. You give us so much feedback. Everybody comes back and says, it's wonderful what you have lined up for us next Sunday. We're excited. And I have texts coming in from Hong Kong, from my own Nairobi, Kenya as well. So it's very motivating, and it keeps us going.
Absolutely. I always say that it would be a silent world if there were no words. And there is certainly no lack of words from our community. They're eager to jump in and offer feedback and encourage us. And they give us so many ideas of where to go. And, you've seen with the whole women's forum that we're trying to build, they're never resistant. They're always there like, oh, I have such and such friend and she's knowledgeable here and there, and we can bring her in for this and that. I love that community sharing. Everybody's always excited and pumped up for what's next out there.
They want to come on board as well as our integrated health forum.
There you go.
Where we share so much and what's happening in the world and what needs to be done for the children of tomorrow and different institutions. There's so much happening. We are getting very busy, aren't we?
Yes, and we just love it. It's dynamic and it's beautiful, and there's so much teaching going on. Talking about teaching, you must have heard this, that it is actually Food Revolution Week this week.
I know, isn't that amazing, Kiran? I am aware of Food Revolution Week. Would you like to share some more insight
Yeah,
with me and our viewers?
Yeah, I jotted down some points, besides the whole Food Revolution Week, and then there's also the Food Revolution Summit, and if anybody wants to know more, I'm not going to go into the details, but if you want to know more for our viewers specifically, please do log on to foodrevolutionsummit.org. I'll say that one more time, foodrevolutionsummit.org. Very educational. And the reason I bring this up today is because the whole subject matter here is about a plant-based diet. And that's what we emphasize here, don't we? Especially on our vegan vegetarian kitchen. The emphasis is on plant-based, right?
Very much so. Yes, indeed. And, I do see a lot of people going plant-based. The awareness is increasing. And with this summit, I think it's just going to, create a big bang everywhere, in creating so much awareness.
Absolutely. And talking about awareness and the Big Bang, it's Paul McCartney who actually does the introductory speech on this summit. And for those who are my age, it was such a thrill, right? With the Beatles and Paul McCartney, and that was awesome. But love the whole plant-based thing. And I just, wrote down a few bullet points that I'm going to share and why it's important for us. Which there's the pesticides, the hormones, and you know what I'm talking about, Seema, the antibiotics, the toxic chemicals that are spreading through our food supply, right? And what we want to do, and that disrupts our immune systems, ravaging ecosystems and sowing chaos worldwide. So that's what we want to emphasize. We at Healing Our Earth, we want to initiate, we have been. What do we want to do? We want to heal ourselves. We want to heal our existence. And there is no better way than whole foods and plant-based foods. I know we have Alicia coming in a few minutes joining us, and she's an expert on that area as well, in that field, and hopefully we can just grab her and say, can you share more so we can celebrate this week? I'm sure she'll want to. Seema, Jamie Oliver, right?
Absolutely. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right? So it's just amazing what he did a number of years ago. He wanted to, maybe not so much plant-based food, but the concept of healthy food. But where he started with the young ones, children in school, because they're in school all day, they're getting meals from school cafeterias, whatever. And there was a time when the schools, they can't prepare their own meals. So they were leaning out to institutionals, and the institutions, they will give you whatever is, the first factor is always money, right? And I'm not going to name any institutions here, but it was about money, money and the packaging and all of that. So the kids, end up eating not so good foods. So it was amazing that he came and, he wanted to change that, and he did an awesome job. He even traveled over to the United States and did the same thing. He caused a huge revolution in the school system, and that was amazing. So whenever I think about Food Revolution Week, I am always thinking about Jamie Oliver, and okay, here was a person, gung-ho, he did what he thought was right.
I must say kudos to him, because he did create a movement, in fact.
He did, absolutely. Yes.
And, they say you sow a seed and then everybody else has to water it till it turns into a plant. And this is exactly what we're trying to do with the Integrated Health Forum here. Is the seeds that have been planted, and we want to sow more seeds of awareness, better health and wellness for children. The children are the voices of tomorrow.
Absolutely.
If we if we start with them at a younger age, and we reach out to the right institutions, we can create so much change, Kiran. There is so much room for change. And the world is now, I feel on a personal level, the world, especially with the pandemic, which has just
Right.
flipped things over, people are gearing more towards, plant-based diet or vegetarianism, healthier eating habits, less junk food, less store-bought preservative laced, I'd say plastic filled,
Absolutely. Which
immunity
reminds me of Earth
depleting
Day.
meals,
Right. Yeah, the whole plastic thing reminds me of Earth Day. It's true what you're saying, planting seeds, one at a time and one area at a time. But are there enough gardeners? Are there enough people planting seeds? It brings me to a story. Last year, around this time, it was in June, we were in Mallorca, and the executive chef there at the resort that we stayed in, he came to me. He said, Kiran, you wanted to change hospital food. You wanted to bring real food into the hospital. I just want to change the food that my children eat in their school. Will you help me? I was shaking. I had tears rolling down my cheeks. And I wrote about him in my book. Remember, Seva, The Art of Hospitality, talk about. I wrote about him. He's the last story. I remember going away to Mallorca to finish the last chapter of my book. And I had to call my editor and say, I can't submit the book to you yet. My story is not finished. I have to help the chef. And he just wanted to, somebody help me get this the real food into these schools, remove these systems. It's a hard battle, when it comes to school systems, and institutions.
Hard battle indeed, but with Healing Aura, I'm sure we're going to win it. We have so many people coming on board in our Integrated Health Forum, and people saying they would love to join. They love what we're doing. They love the seeds that have been planted and the seeds that we are planting as well. And we're calling upon all the gardeners, that's what I would say, to come and join us, and help us make this movement even bigger, and allow it to grow. If you're a health expert, if you're a meditation expert, yoga, all these elements come into health and wellness together. Like I say, I always talk about the intertwine of diet, breathwork, and meditation. And I must add, yoga or exercise, keeping yourself fit and healthy in so many forms, keeping your mind healthy, mental health, such a big issue these days. All this comes together in one whole package.
Absolutely.
And one is interdependent on the other, Kiran. That's my personal belief. And there's so much we are doing, and there's so much more to be done.
Absolutely. I was going to say the very same words. I mean, just when you think like you've got one thing under control and you've got people, gung-ho, joining in and all of that. And then there's another thing, it's kind of like my story, okay, I'm finishing this book. Hooray, I'm done. No, you're not. You've got one more mission to do, I mean, it's a joy. It's a joy to be able to be approached and to hear your calling and to be shaken up and say, okay, I'm going to help this person. But there's a lot, there is a lot. And I think what we're doing here, it's, just putting these sound bites out, to our listeners who have ears and they want to listen, and hopefully one seed can be planted here, and that could create immense empowerment. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Kiran, on that note, I'd like to say we have Seva, the Art of Hospitality, Part 1, Volume 1. We're looking for Volume 2.
Yes, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Sowing all these seeds of awareness,
Absolutely.
stories of all the gardeners, the gardeners of change.
Absolutely.
Creating inspiration, because it's through giving these gardeners visibility and sharing their stories, that we can inspire others
Yeah.
to be aligned with that school of thought,
Yeah, and not just, verbally or virtually, but also to come alongside them when we can, whether it's whether we have to travel out to meet these people, or whether we have to come alongside and work with them, with our hands digging into whatever they're doing. It kind of inspires others too, what am I doing and how can I do the same, that type of thing.
Inspiration is so magnetic. It's so infectious. This is the word I want to say. I'd like to say this. I mean, look at our founder and director, Neil Kumar, sitting in
Yes.
lockdown. He just had this vision of healing our earth.
Absolutely.
He planted one seed, right?
Yeah.
And now we have people actually coming on board and getting in touch with us, saying, I'd love to be a part of your mission. How can I help? How can I create awareness on vegan vegetarianism, or on yoga and wellness, or well-being? There's so many avenues we work with. We also celebrate dance. We bring in a little bit of fun and joy. We bring in laughter yoga. We bring in spirituality. There's so many limbs that we're touching, on different angles.
And I love all of that. And just to close with that, I hope Chef Victor Garcia is tuned in from Mallorca, and that he's listening, and just to encourage him with this message that do not give up hope. Reach out to those parents that are in the same school as your children. Reach out to those parents and tell them that hope inspires. It's coming. His name is mentioned, his story is mentioned in this book in the last chapters, and I hope he hears my message. Thank you, Seema. What an encouraging thought, right?
And what a beautiful message, and the story you shared of Victor and Victor Garcia in Mallorca, as a parent, coming from a chef who's a parent and who knows.
And he said that to me. He said, Kieran, I'm a chef. My wife is a nutritionist, and we can't do anything. I was like, no, this is not right.
It starts with the awareness from above. We have to create the awareness from above. We have to create awareness within the school system so they can touch the lives of the children. If we can shift their lives first and see the benefit it has for them, once they experience it and they taste it.
100%. There are legal systems, even in corporates and healthcare and everything, where you have to help employees in the sense that you have to encourage and teach managers on, skill sets about wellness, on leadership and all of that. I think, talking about legal and everything, I think that's something that should happen in schools as well, to be, provide training to the school authority to say food is important. And that's where we need to.
And it's medicine.
Yes.
There's the thing, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food.
Absolutely. And let's start young. Lives matter.
And it has to start young, This takes me back to our ancient grandmothers and our ancient grandfathers, and the way they ate, okay? My grandmother lived till the age of 80.
Yeah.
My late paternal grandmother.
Yeah.
She was as fit as a fiddle.
Yeah.
She could walk faster than any of us.
Absolutely.
She had all her teeth. She had radiant, glowing skin, pinky skin. We used to always ask her, Dadi Ma, what is the secret behind you looking so gorgeous? And she ran a very, very real kitchen, a very simple kitchen. It was very real. So I hail from a family, Punjab is the breadbasket of India. And my grandfather was actually a mustard, choisam, a choisam farmer. And he grew that into an oil business, okay, and into mustard oil business. And they ate very real. And when I look at that diet, it was so balanced. It was a whole grain, which was wheat from the farm, which was hand milled. in the backyard. Lentils, a protein of some form. They had a dairy, so they would obviously have the Indian cottage cheese, as we call it, or the ricotta, the paneer, and
Ricotta.
they'd have a whole grain in the form of the Indian chapati, or a rice, or basmati rice, because it has a lower GI. They'd have a yogurt drink. We call it chash, or we call it lassi in Punjab, which is a whisked yogurt drink. You can have it sweet or salty, with some Ayurvedic spices, etc. And it was just all very balanced, all on time. Lots of discipline. There were no chips. There was no popcorn. There was no junk food. There were fruits,
Right.
lots of fruits. Anytime you were hungry, there was a big fruit basket there with bananas, apples, or whatever. You could just go reach out for them. Mangoes, if they were in season. My grandma was really big on in-season mangoes. She would get, we call them tokeries, or bundles full of mangoes. She would order them for all the
Right.
grandchildren. It was always so well planned. And my dad came from a family, I want to share with you, of 12 siblings. So we're one big fat Punjabi family, if you know what I mean. So you think of my grandmom and the awareness she had to feed 12 children,
Yeah,
and
that's quite
each
wonderful.
one, by God's grace, was very, very healthy.
Yeah, plant-based.
Mostly plant-based. If you look at it, actually, it was mostly plant-based, the diet. There were legumes and lentils, all plant-based. There were whole grains.
Yes.
There was some dairy, but it was minimalistic. And the dairy that was very pure. It was from the farm. So it was grass-fed.
Yes.
So I think all these
good old days.
elements put together. You're taking me back to my visits to India, with my grandmother, and how she would take so much care of us and make sure everything was perfect on the table.
They did all of that, but yet they made it appear to be completely effortless, like, this is life, this is how it is, the kids are out playing and they'll come and they'll eat, and this is what they're going to eat. Very, very effortless, and that's
effortless. And you're looking at 3 elaborate meals every day.
Right.
Elaborate in the sense of, you've got a whole joint family. All the grandchildren are there. There are these long banquet tables that they have. The children are in one section. The parents are all in another. You've got the house cook, the bawarchi. Grandma heads the kitchen. She heads down in the morning. She tells them what's being made. She takes part in the cooking process. And she monitors everything like a commander-in-chief in the army over there, makes everything, sure everything's out on time, making sure that each child has had their breakfast, have the grandchildren had their breakfast, have they had their lunch, no fussing, no shortcuts, nothing. You're on the table, you eat, you finish what's on your plate.
Yeah, but each meal was also like very nutritional. So there's always there's the carb, there's the fiber, there's the fat, there was everything, right?
And she didn't have a nutritionist.
No,
it was just I'd say instinctive. They were born with it.
Absolutely. I'm excited to hear Alicia's stories. She's
I know we have Alicia.
These two ladies, what are they talking about? I want to get involved as well.
I know, it's amazing. Now we'll be traveling. You're here, you're in Luxembourg. I'm here in the UK. Now we're traveling all the way to Delhi because Alicia is currently in Delhi, in India.
She is such a sweetheart, isn't she? All the way there with the time difference, staying awake to, just be with us and join in and give us her lovely, lovely recipes.
And so aware.
She's awesome. And we learned so much from Alicia. I love our conversations, our tidbits, and everything that we share, not just on nutrition, but everything that she has learned. Welcome, Alicia. There she is.
Very warm global namaste to you, Alicia. How are you all the way in Delhi? Is it very hot over there?
It's getting very hot, yes.
Okay, I'm going to need you to speak up a little louder because I can't hear you. I'm getting a bit hard of hearing, maybe.
I think I'll come here for the time being, just to have a chat with you, and then I'll go back to the
Okay.
cooking station.
Alicia, let me just introduce you to our viewers, okay? And then we'll send you back. How's that?
Okay, that sounds good.
A very, very warm global welcome to you, Alicia, my dear. Thank you for being here. Alicia Chen, vegan and gluten-free taquitos is what she's going to talk about today. And I just wanted to, Seema, can you share about Alicia whilst I just get my...
I will just get into her. Yes, so Alicia is this dynamic, innovative young girl. She is a vegan vegetarian. No, not a vegetarian, she's more vegan, and she has truly inspired her parents to actually take the vegan path,
Mhm.
you know. And this girl is so dynamic, and she has her own Instagram handle known as Plant Bite. Now, Alicia, I believe you have been reading a lot on plant-based cooking and doing a lot of research on food as medicine. Would you like to share more with us about that?
Yes, of course. So I started my Instagram about. Sorry, one second. I think there's a bit of a sound issue. Sorry.
You need to go back. I'm going to keep introducing her. How's that? Alicia, born and brought up in New Delhi, India. Alicia moved to London at the age of 16 and has been passionate about creating recipes and cooking since she was a little girl. She's still a little girl. At 22, 23 years old, she is now a psychology master's graduate and is passionate about well-being both mentally and physically, and is therefore using her vegan social media page to promote healthy living, mostly through her lovely, lovely recipes. Alicia has been vegan for just over a year and has dived into her Indian roots and started learning the health benefits of using nature and plants as her source of medicine. Using naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings. She also started learning about Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating and how a lot of his teachings correlate with ancient Ayurvedic teachings. Alicia will show us how to make something really lovely and fun today. Alicia, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not going to disclose what you're going to be showing us because we want to keep the excitement going, because it's a very exciting, beautiful, delicious dish, Alicia. But tell me more, Alicia, how you created this shift. So I was having a word with your mom some time ago when we were together, and she did share, she said, that Alicia's the cook of the family, basically. She said she'll get into the kitchen and she'll zip up these new dishes. And she's very innovative. She's always exploring recipes and finding new ways to do things. I mean, if you follow her Instagram handle at Plant Bite, she has all these little reels and everything that she puts up. And she travels the globe. She globetrots. She doesn't just stick to one cuisine. And I think that she's very innovative. How did you inspire your? I went to school with your dad. Okay, so I'm quite aware of his eating habits. He was never very much a great non-vegetarian or anything. He loved his Southern Indian cuisine, from what I remember. Every time I want to share this with everyone. This is really funny. Okay, Vikram is watching. He might want to kill me. Every time we decide to go out for dinner on a Friday night or Saturday night as a group, how students are, you all get together and you say, okay, let's go out for dinner. We'd say, let's go out for dinner, let's go for Malaysian, let's go for Italian, let's go for Lebanese. Vikram would always say, can we go for a dosa, please? And we'd be like, no, not again. A dosa, no, Vikram, we do that all the time. He'd say, no, I love dosas. He always wanted to have a dosa. A Southern Indian gluten-free pancake. For those of our viewers who don't know what dosa is, it's a rice and lentil-based Southern Indian fermented pancake, quite high in probiotics. And we used to always have this tug of war, all of us, where are we going? So we take turns where to go out. So Alicia, how did you create this great shift, in your parents and your family?
You know, my father still, will want to go for his idlis and dosas any chance that he gets. So whenever we were, when we were still living in England, of course I have moved back now to India. But when we were living in England, every time we would wish to God, he would always say, "Can we go to a Sarvanan Bhavan, or can we go to a South Indian place?" He just wanted his um, home cooked home cooked South Indian meals because it's what's familiar, and it's just so comforting as well, and the flavors are so nice. So, but yeah, back to the recipe and how I, went on this journey. 2 years ago, it's been over 2 years now that I've transitioned into a plant-based diet and a vegan diet. Initially, I went vegan because of environmental, animal cruelty reasons, ethical reasonings, and for every reason really um, that was out there. It just made the most sense. And I just did a lot of research, and I felt like it was the best diet to be on as well. And I wouldn't miss meat, or I wouldn't miss all these things if I just created um, you- tasty food at home, or if I went out and had um, really good vegetarian vegan food, which really is amazing. You get amazing vegan food everywhere nowadays. So I don't even have to struggle these days, to look for vegan food when I go out. It's so. But cut to maybe like 3 or 4 months into my vegan diet, I started realizing a lot of health benefits within myself. So that's not something that I had initially um, seeked out when I went on a plant based diet, but those are just things that happen naturally. My body went through a massive, like 3 or 4 month detox where I could really feel the changes from within. My digestion was better, my sleep was better. I was doing my master's at the time in psychology. My concentration was better in class. We had 3 hour lectures, and I suddenly felt that I was awake in the morning. I could focus. I just had this clarity like I'd never had before. I was playing football as well in at university, so I played all 3 years in my undergraduate, and I also played for my masters. So I realized my performance was so much better as well. So increased performance, increased stamina, cardiovascular health. I just felt like I was also just in tune with my circadian rhythm a lot more, because everything I suppose that was blocked in my body just started coming out. It was just like a natural detox, which I didn't even intend on doing. But I felt amazing, and I thought, okay, if I ever feel like switching back, then this is a big reason for me to not switch back, because how I was back then and how I am now is like two completely different people. So I went on this entire journey, and I think a lot of people look at the way I am and how disciplined I am, and the way I go about my life in terms of food and that sort of thing, trying to be as healthy as possible. And I think it kind of shows people that it's not hard to do. It's actually so easy to do. It just takes a little bit of preparation, it takes a little bit of forward thinking, and that's it. We have so many options, really an abundance that nature's given to us, and why not make the most of it? That's where I come from. So
Alicia, that's amazing. That's incredible. Have you thought about, besides healing our earth, what you do and how you demonstrate and share? Have you thought about writing, putting something together on all of this knowledge that you have now? I mean, it's awesome what you said, the whole detox and, just being more cognizant, of what you're doing, helping with memory and all of these things, what have you done, or what are you thinking of doing? How can we come alongside you so that we can reach out to the many?
So as of now, I have everything on my social media, and I feel like that really is where my portfolio is. And for anybody that wants to seek out any recipes, any information, any just extra knowledge about plant-based eating, overall well-being. Well-being is also multifaceted. It's not just what you put into your body; it's also what's within here, within your mind, how you respond to situations. It's a whole multifaceted experience. So I try and promote well-being in every aspect as best as I can, with food being the main aspect. because I think
Yes, yes.
your gut is like your second brain, and it has a tremendous impact on your brain, how you think, how you behave, how you act, and it has an impact on the rest of your body as well. So I think if you can control what you eat, you can control everything else in your life. If you can start becoming disciplined about food, about your way of life, you can start becoming disciplined in any aspect of your life. It's never too late to change your habits. So yeah, so I
That's
feel like my Instagram is probably the place where I, like to share most of my information, because it's a creative outlet for me as well. I've always been creative.
sure. It's very inspiring. Alicia, what comes to mind is when I was at the hospital, I was approached to help develop a program for the physicians and to test their cognizance, to see how whether food can make them more aware, more alert, especially when they're going into surgery, those 3 to 8 hour long surgeries, and it was such a pleasure to be part of that, to create those menus, run those tests. It's been a few years, and we just received very healthy results, so to speak. So the tests they were good, because this food that I served up, besides weighing it and proportioning it, was also based on color. How the vivid colors attract the eyes. As the saying goes, we eat with eyes first, right? And then the balance of the carbohydrates with the fats and fibers and things like that. So they would actually run tests before and after each meal to see their level of being acute. It was amazing. They were really positive results. Applause to you. It's amazing what you're doing. That's why I asked, have you thought of doing a little bit more on this?
I would. I would be super open to it. I think I just need to have a little bit more confidence in myself and actually maybe do something one day. So I feel like that will definitely come down the line for sure. Yeah. Thank you
That's
for
lovely. Congratulations on everything that you do, and especially here on Healing Our Earth, where we can share your word, your magic with all of our viewers. Thank you.
and I couldn't do it without everybody on the team as well. You all play such a pivotal role in how the show works, and it just flows so effortlessly and beautifully. So it's lovely. Thank you, and with your knowledge as well, with both of your knowledge, it's so nice to be here. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
That note, I have two things in mind right now. Kiran, when you mentioned, your salads, your seasonal salad program.
Right.
That you implemented. Tell us more about that. Very, very exciting.
The article. Okay, we'll come back to the article later, but yes, I'm happy to do that. So we, at the hospital, I was doing wellness, the whole wellness program. And I was like, okay, it would be incredible to start a salad program. It'll give everyone some excitement, and we'll make it robust and all of that. So we'll do seasonal. So we had 8-week program. So we'd start in spring and do it for 8 weeks, start in March, April, and then all the way till summer, and then do another program again, and that was my absolute favorite subject, as far as creativity, because I will have so many people come alongside of me. Who are they? Vendors, farmers, producers. For me, it was always about the community. You serve us, we serve you, we work together. So it was always the farmers within the 100-mile radius that we would work with, So give them a call. Okay, spring's coming. What do you have? What can I lock in? How many baskets of this and how many baskets of that? And then I love, decorating and, concept designing and all of that. So I would use their baskets of fruit and use it as decorations in the salad bar and get the momentum going, a few days before, this is what's coming in, with little cards saying, taste me, try me, know a little bit more about me, kind of like a build up to when the salad programs would be initiated. And then once those hit the ground, there would be recipe, I had learned calligraphy way back, and I love to write. So just handwritten little recipe cards to say what you can do and, what you can make at home, if you take me back home with you, And then bringing in the farmers market theme, like actually bringing brown paper bags instead of, everything recyclable, instead of plastic bags and things. The whole theme, it became so exciting for the customers, the employees, not just having a lovely, fresh, healthy, plant-based wellness lunch, but also being able to buy things from the cafeteria and take it home and make a meal, make a salad, and what have you. It was very exciting.
So you were creating a lot of awareness, actually.
Yes.
Yes. On
yes.
not just healthy eating, but you were also giving them motivation and the gift of a recipe to be able to take it home and make it. I think that is so inspirational. Not many people do that.
No, it takes a village, it definitely takes a village. So you actually start from, mentoring and training your team, bringing them alongside and educating on the program, and then talking to the nutritionists in the hospital and bringing them on board to say, are we right with this? We know you take care of the patients, but what about the employees? Give us and then I studied that as well, so I could do the calorie counts,
So it's amazing.
Nutritionists, yeah.
Given so I'm from the food industry, that must have been a lot of work for you.
It's a lot of work, but it's something, when you're there, I think Alicia and yourself as well can equate to that. If you're there, it's hard work, but then you don't want to be out of there because you're so engaged. It gives you so much joy. It gives you so much pleasure. You're doing something really, really good,
Right.
Yeah, no regrets at all.
It makes such a difference in your life as well when you're doing that, because 100%. You feel so fulfilled.
100%. So today, talking about the newsletter, just this morning, I received another subscription, and this is from a cardio a physician of cardiovascular, and she says, I don't know if you remember me, I'm a fan of yours from the hospital, but keep writing. Love those articles. Like, yes. And because the article was about spring food, spring cleansing, which we'll show later, it brought me joy. It was like, okay, this works. People want more of this. Again, going back on that whole, it would be a silent world if there were no words. I want that communication. I'm sure you do too, Seema. And I remember, Alicia, we were doing the last show and you were like, you love this, back and forth, and you invited me to come on your WhatsApp so we could chat a bit. If we don't have that togetherness, then it would be like, what's the point? How do I share my joy, with like-minded people,
And it's also about having conversations that are impactful as well. It's stimulating as well, because it gets us thinking about so much more that we maybe wouldn't open up a conversation to.
Absolutely.
Then somebody else might hear it and say, okay, maybe, this is something I can really go into as well. It interests other people as well. And this is how that, conversation spreads, and you get the word out there about, changing your life, making somebody else's life better. It's like a touch and flow almost. So.
Absolutely, but going back to Seema's grandmother's stories, what did they have at that time? This is how they engaged in conversations. What are you cooking today? But have you tried it with methi? Did you make it with paneer? Have you tried this? It was just verbal, wasn't it?
If you've noticed, if you ever go out for dinner and you have a meal with friends, very often your conversation will be about the food or different cuisines. Always. I mean, it just takes over. It's a natural. On that note, Alicia, I did want to ask you one question. I know you've moved to Delhi. Now, India is predominantly a vegetarian country. most of the population is vegetarian. What is the vegan movement like over there? I'd be interested. I think Karen and I would be interested to know. It'd be because I do see a lot happening.
There is, it's so exciting to see there's so much going on here in the vegan food industry. It makes me want to get involved and do something as well. So I'm really thinking hard about that. But there's so many vegan restaurants coming up. There's, and even if there's not that many fully vegan restaurants, which there doesn't have to be, but a lot of places are incorporating vegan dishes into their food. Um, and not just vegan, they're incorporating gluten-free foods, they're incorporating nut-free foods for those that have allergies, severe allergies. They're incorporating lactose-free food for people who are lactose intolerant. I just feel like we're becoming so aware in our communities around the world now, and very conscious about our eating, and it really shows everywhere you go, and it's really taking over in India as well. In bigger cities, I would say obviously in the villages and things, they predominantly eat vegetarian as well, you know. So and if you have a massive farm, and living in the village, then you're eating your own fresh produce, so it's even better. That's already instilled in our culture, so really there's nothing we need to um, bring forth where that is concerned. I think it's people who have kind of lost touch with reality and nature a little bit. We're far away from nature. We're in big cities. We live in flats. We don't really have much greenery around us. So again, we're disconnected. All our food comes from outside. It's all traveled. It's there's just a process for every single thing for that food to come to your table, which is a blessing in a wonderful way. But then on the other hand, also it kind of disconnects you to your food and the ingredients that you're cooking with. And so there's a big disconnect. But I think now more than ever, there are more and more organic farms coming up in India. There's more plant-based products that are being sold. A lot is going on the online space as well. So it's very exciting to see. Um, so yeah, it's wonderful.
Speaking
I'm
about
so
plant-based, Speaking about plant-based in India, it was very interesting. I just recently read an article on Ritesh Deshmukh and his wife Janelia. They've just launched this brand of plant-based meats
okay.
called Imagine Foods. So you can imagine, how forward they're moving and how fast India is moving on this avenue. It's amazing to see the amount of nut-free milk companies popping up. Not free, sorry, lactose-free milk companies. Let me rephrase. Plant-based milk companies popping up in India. You get almond milk now. You get soy milk. You get all different. You get coconut milk. You get all different kinds of milk. Uh,
I
there's
do
there's
Sorry, I do wish that a lot of these vegan manufacturing companies would use less preservatives, less harmful toxic ingredients in their food, because I think it's a shame, like you don't really get to experience the true benefit of going on that diet when you're substituting your meat with. But there are some fantastic replacements out there now. I have there's things that I buy now locally over here that I know are clean. So again, that shift is also taking place, which I'm really happy about. But it's good that it's there, because it's good for people who are trying to transition as well. It's easy. It just becomes easier. So it's also necessary, for sure.
Yeah.
very important, and people are becoming a lot more aware. Talking about children coming back to a plant-based diet, and okay, I agree, India is most of the population is vegetarian. But having said that, within the schools that do feed the children meals, have you been able to explore and research on the diet? The kind of foods they get. Is it burgers and chips, or is it pizzas and whatever, or is there a more holistic approach to their diet in India?
Um,
Interesting to know.
I think it depends. For places like boarding schools, I think they will have things like a dining hall where the food is cooked in the kitchen, so you have fresh food being cooked, which is good, and it's all predominantly Indian vegetarian food. You'll have non-vegetarian once in a while, of course. I was in a boarding school as well. I didn't go. I was a day boarder. I wasn't actually in boarding school, but it was also a boarding school. So when we went for lunch and breakfast, it was that same dining hall experience. So from experience, I can say that the food was always it was good food. I mean, I can't complain about that. But then you would have things like tuck shops, and then you would have things like the canteens, which would have all your snacks and that. And I have to be honest, there was no holistic approach to that at all. And I still don't think there is. So, I think in schools, people probably, kids probably take their lunches to schools. They pack it at home and take it. Or if you're going to be fed in school, you're probably going to get some fast food at the canteen. So things like deep fried samosas and your fruities, which is your mango juice, your processed mango juice with so much added sugar, and then you have all sorts of things. So yeah, I think that there's definitely room for improvement there.
When you speak of the deep fried samosas and the kachoris in the tuck shops, I can't help but call them heart attack specials.
Yeah, that is true.
However, I do enjoy them once in a blue moon, I have to confess.
Yeah, me too. Of course. I mean, you can't. You got to treat yourself once in a while. It's all about balance at the end of the day. I think the only thing is it becomes a problem when it's every day, when there is balance. That's the only thing. And I think where children are concerned, they don't have control over their meals in that aspect. So it takes conscious parenting. It takes it takes the parental figure to
Speaking of conscious parenting, if you log on to Instagram right now, I follow you ardently on Instagram. I'm always looking out. I'm always excited to see what recipe Kiran does she have next. What amazing thing is this girl going to rock up with. There are a lot of Indian moms who have these Instagram reels on what they're preparing for their children's lunchbox. And I have to confess, it's amazing what I see. I'm seeing a lot of brown rice. I'm seeing a lot of quinoa. I'm seeing a lot of amaranth. I'm seeing a lot of bajra, which is millet. It seems like you spoke about the village diet. Now, the village diet in India, the village people, we always talk about the laborers being so healthy and having such high energy levels. Why? Because they're eating straight out from their farm. It's farm to table, literally given. They pluck the spinach out of their farm, they'll cook it. They're eating unrefined grains like millet, like what we call bajra, which is quite predominant. Or they're eating makka, which is maize in Punjab, makki ki roti. They're having everything that's very real and very fresh. Sometimes they have these village restaurants as well. This is a new concept, a theme that's popping up in India, that you can actually eat and enjoy Kiran pure village food in a village in India. You sit on the floor. In southern India, you might have your meal plated up on a banana leaf.
I love it.
I love it. It's really a great concept. It's a great concept that's coming up.
Different meal programs, right?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Different schools have different meal programs, right?
Right.
Some of you talk about the moms, you're looking at, following on Instagram, whatever. That's great. That's awesome that they can prepare their kids' meals. What about schools that don't have those, you can bring your own meals. You just, go ahead.
I have the answer.
Yeah, tell me.
Join our health. Our health forum has the answer for you. Our Healing Our Earth Health Forum has a great team of experts who are on board, and we have the perfect answer for you. So I'd say this very openly: if you're a school and you're looking to change the way your students eat, and your staff eats, we have the perfect answer for you. We have it all. That we have you, Kiran, we've got Alicia, we've got a team of doctors, nutritionists, Ayurvedic experts. It's all there. It's all in place. It's amazing. I'm really excited about this movement. And I know that, Alicia, you have a very healthy surprise for us today.
Yes.
Tell us more about it.
Thank you. So taking it back to South Indian cooking, I am going to be creating a South Indian dish today for everybody. It's called a kozumba, and it is a coconut based um, curry, I suppose. Um, I don't like calling things curry, like everything curry, but it's a gravy base.
Me too.
But I don't know how else to describe it. So it's a coconut based South Indian curry. And this actually is, you can be so versatile with a dish like this because people do this with lentils, people make this with beans, the dried beans that you have to soak, not the green beans. So, that those proteins, your legumes, you can do it with that, or you can just do it with veggies. So today I'm going to be doing a seasonal spring, end of spring, beginning of summer, seasonal vegetable kozumba today for everybody. And I'm very excited because I have farm fresh ingredients and I have amaranth that I just harvested an hour ago from my backyard, which I'm very, very excited about. So, and it's super nutritious and it grows like so easily. So I just sprinkled a bunch of seeds. I'm growing a lot of veggies right now. So in a couple of weeks, I'll probably be able to harvest a bit more. So the next time I do it, an episode with Healing Our Earth, I'll probably be able to show more produce from the back garden. But today I have some amaranth, some beautiful red amaranth today to work with.
Thinking of your recipe, which sounds so exciting, I'm waiting for us to dive into it. What are a few of the food tips? I know you cook a lot, and you're cooking a lot in your kitchen back home, and I know you're cooking a lot for your parents as well. You put up a beautiful picture of some tacos you made the other day, and you made me so hungry. It made me want to fly over and visit you. What are the main food tips you can share with us? Like you're a busy young girl in the kitchen with your dad, your mom, sometimes your sister's there. I know she lives here in Oxford as well. She shuttles between Delhi, sorry, and Oxford. Tell us one or two of your, main food tips that you've taken away, that really you love to share with everyone.
Okay, so the food tips that I can give you two big ones. If it's not natural, don't eat it. If the ingredients are not natural, don't eat it. And if you're cooking at home, just swap out your basics. Like if you're going to be using things like seed oils, groundnut oils, if you're going to be using vegetable oils that really are not really made with vegetables, or GMO soybean refined oils that have been heated and turned rancid, and now you're going to be cooking with them. Um, just switch out your oils to alkaline oils that can take a high heat. Similarly, with your other basic ingredients, swap out your salts. Rather than using table salt or iodized salt, go for sea salt or rock salt. Swap to natural ingredients. Anything closest to its natural form, go for that. And it's so simple to do. And when you have these things available on hand to you in your kitchen, you don't even think about it. It's like you don't even have to think twice about what ingredient you're using and whether this is okay to feed everybody and yourself. Um, I think once you actively stop, buying certain ingredients and swapping them out for beneficial ingredients, then it just makes life so much easier. So that's what I've been doing for the last 2 years. For example, I try not eating like white rice because it tends to have a high arsenic content in it. So I try swap it out with ancient grains. I do love rice. I love eating rice. It's an Indian staple, so how can you not like it with your food? But I try and swap it out for things like finger millet or amaranth or quinoa, which are all ancient grains. Farro is an ancient grain as well. Spelt, you can use anything. So buckwheat is another amazing one. So I try and just swap out. And this goes back to Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide, alkaline eating. Swap out your acidic foods for your alkaline foods. Anything that nature has made will alkalize your body. That is natural. Anything that is man-made will create acidity in your body, and it will then create a whole set of new problems for you long term. You might not experience them now, but it will feed your cancer cells. Sugar will feed your cancer cells. Acidic foods will, acidic foods like coffee and teas, first thing in the morning on an empty stomach will heighten your adrenal glands. So you're going into fight and flight mode the minute you wake up, um, instant dopamine hits. So these are things you can swap out. So I would say it does take a little bit of thinking and research, but it's definitely worth it. So that's the biggest tip I can give everybody cooking at home.
Alkaline oils, can you name a few?
Sorry?
Alkaline oils, can you name a few for us?
Absolutely. So the three oils that I cook with, the ones that can take high heat, and they're not always available to me, so I use the one that's available to me locally. So the first one is grapeseed oil. That can take a high heat. The second one is avocado oil, which I know can be very expensive. So if it's local to you and if it's reasonable, it's a great oil to cook with. Sorry, there's four. Another one is hemp seed oil, which is very, very beneficial, can take that high heat. The only thing is I don't like the flavor. And then the last one, which I use in India, that is readily available everywhere and used all over South India for cooking, is sesame oil. So it's not the toasted sesame oil that you use in Chinese cooking or Southeast Asian cooking. It's just the cold pressed, raw til ka tel, which is what you get over here, sesame oil. So that's the one I use. It's cheap over here. You can easily find it in markets. So it's not like you have to break the bank to be healthy. So these are the four oils that I would say you can cook with. The other two oils that are incredibly good for your health, olive oil is one of them, extra virgin cold pressed olive oil, and coconut oil. The only thing is I would not recommend cooking with those two because it burns all the nutrients in the olive oil and coconut oil. So I would say if you want to cook, use the grapeseed oil if you just want a very neutral taste, or avocado oil, or til ka tel, which is sesame oil. I use sesame oil over here. When I was in the UK, I used to use grapeseed oil because it was just easily available to me.
Alicia, before we allow you to demonstrate your wonderful, delicious dish to us, I know we have so much to talk about. I'd like to ask you about, I'm from a sarson ka tel family, from a mustard oil family. How about mustard oil? Because you have to heat it up to a very high smoke point before you start cooking.
Yeah. So mustard oil, it can take a good amount of heat. I would say mustard oil is actually very healing as well. It may not be alkaline. Okay. The other thing I want to say is that not everything in nature is alkaline. You have a balance between acidic and alkaline in our earth. So, for example, tomatoes are acidic. That doesn't mean they're bad for you. But if they're natural, they will be less acidic and they will turn alkaline in your body. Sarson ka tel is very, very beneficial. It's especially the raw sarson ka tel, the mustard oil, and it should be cold pressed. I would say go for cold pressed oils, again, because anything refined has been stripped of its nutrients. Really, it's the opposite. I don't know why it's called refined. It hasn't made it any better. It's just stripped it all of it, from all of its nutrients. So sarson ka tel is very good if it's raw. So what I do with things like sarson ka saag and all these things where you need to put mustard oil in them, I know this is not the way it's done, but I cook it in a til ka tel, and then from the top, when I turn the heat off, I will put in a tablespoon or two of the raw sarson ka tel, and it will just give it that flavor. I'll cover it, let it sit, so that it, for about 5 minutes, let it infuse within that dish that you're making. And it's just as good as cooking in sarson ka tel. Actually, it's stronger because you haven't cooked it, so you get that flavor even more.
Stronger and better, actually.
Yes.
So you can actually reap the benefits of the sarson ka tel, because I believe mustard oil is very high in the omegas, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Which is very good for us, and it's best to have had actually in its raw form. That's one point I wanted to add, Kiran. Maybe the reason behind my grandmother and my uncles and all being so healthy and by God's grace, living long lives, is they only cooked in sarson ka tel because they had the factory, number one. And number two, I will add this, although we're talking about vegan cuisine, is homemade ghee.
Mhm.
You know, it was all homemade.
Yeah.
So if we can, I just say to create that awareness, I know life has become very busy, and a lot of the moms and dads lean on very quick, convenient foods. So I'd like to give a tip over here. My tip here is simplify. Simplify your kitchen. Make one thing, but make it wholesome, make it real, keep it sacred, and implement a 40-day journey. I always say implement a 40-day journey with that, because after 40 days it becomes a habit. Yeah, and you will see the difference.
Yeah, I can imagine. We have an interesting question from somebody in the audience. It just disappeared. Uh, Neil, do you mind sharing that? It was from Mita.
I can see it. Do you want me to read it out?
See it? Yeah. Okay.
Enjoying your cooking chat show and all the important tips and advice. I love using all unrefined and virgin and cold pressed versions of oil, sesame, mustard, olive, coconut, rapeseed. For salads, I like avocado and hemp seed oils in India. I used to have tel nikani and used to take semi-crushed sesame seeds to make kachiri.
Kachariu.
Kachari, okay. And take the freshly churned, cold pressed virgin sesame seed oil made right in front of us. Wow. I make homemade organic butter and unsalted. That's the best.
Yeah.
Especially if you have the farmland to do that, then, of course, I would encourage everybody to do that. That's
So, Alicia,
we
one more question, if we can get that. Alicia, can you read that? It's from Suresh.
about frozen food and tins for tomatoes and sweet corn, etc. I feel like I'm going to say something that many people are not going to want to hear. Um, frozen foods. Frozen foods actually will retain a lot of nutrients, so I'm not against frozen foods at all. But canned food, the aluminum from the cans, um, will go into the foods that you are canning up. So if you can go for a jarred version instead, go for that, because that's a glass jar. So you can get things like jarred tomatoes or jarred sweet corn or jarred pickles or anything that you're preserving. That would be my only tip. Try and go for the glass jars rather than the aluminum tins. And also check the ingredients. I always say whenever you're going shopping, the front is for entertainment, the back is for education. Flip it over, look at the ingredient list. If you don't know ingredients that are, if you see a bunch of ingredients that are like chemicals and N19, N35, all these different numbers, I would say put it back down and go for the other one, which might be a little bit more expensive, but it'll definitely benefit you down the line. So.
Great tips, wonderful tips. Thank you so much, Alicia. That's a wealth of knowledge right there.
She's a walking, talking dictionary on health and healthy foods, and what we should and shouldn't be eating. Alicia, this is wonderful news. When you spoke of frozen foods, I do agree that they do keep some of their nutrients. But being an Ayurvedic nutritionist myself, I emphasize very strongly on prana, life force energy, and I do feel that if you freeze your food, you're killing that life force energy. When Kiran presented a salad that was fresh, which was from the farmer's market, it was made within 2 hours of consumption, 3 hours of consumption. It was brimming with prana, and we all need that vital life force energy. So if we can eat fresh, keep it simple, consume your food within 4 hours of production, do this for 40 days. I promise everyone who's watching, your energy levels will change, your complexion will change, your level of alertness, everything. You will see such a shift that it'll become a natural part of your life.
Can I just add something funny?
Yes, please.
Top of a shopping list, I always put read labels, right? It's become a practice in our family. Read labels. Isn't it funny for fresh food, salads, as you mentioned, fruit? There are no labels to read.
Quite interesting, given that you brought that up. There are no labels, and I've always often wondered why. The only label I do see is organic,
Yeah,
organic
but the
lettuce.
label is always in the package stuff, right?
It's on the package stuff. Yeah, it's always packaged.
On the
It's in
green bottle,
plastic. It's
right?
in
Not
plastic. It reminds me of Kenya. I've said this before, and I know those who are watching are going to want us to jump onto Alicia's recipe. So I'll say this
yes.
very fast. And we have a Kenyan community watching us. We have the mama bogas who come home, the vegetable mothers, the vegetable mamas who come with their big baskets, and they carry really heavy baskets, and it's literally from their farms. Or we have the wet markets, Kiran, like we have in Hong Kong. We have no
Yeah,
labels there,
yeah, yeah.
but it's fresh.
It's fresh.
It's so fresh.
We need a
You know.
label.
And Alicia's been plucking things out from her little vegetable patches, and she's been going to the farmers markets in Delhi, which are buzzing. I know they have great farmers markets in Delhi.
The joy that you get from harvesting your own vegetables is like nothing else. I harvested the amaranth today and I felt a sense of so much pride.
Yeah,
I don't know what it was, but it made me feel so happy. It's so rewarding to grow your own food. If you have a little balcony, you can grow your own food. If you have a back garden, or if you have tons of space, acres of land,
you
please
can
grow
do it.
a veggie patch. It is so rewarding. You put your efforts into something, you reap what you sow at the end of the day. It takes time to grow something from seed. It takes time. So it's almost as if when you have harvested that, you have earned it on another level. So it makes you feel um, it makes you feel complete in a sense.
Yeah, it's
That-
rewarding. My son-in-law back in California has his own organic garden, so fruit and vegetables. So last summer we were there, and I was cooking with the kids, the boys. They're 7 and 5, and we went to the garden. And but it wasn't just playing games or picking. Okay, Nanny, let's do this. Here's the tomatoes. Here's the squash. No, the conversations were deeper. We were talking about compost. Oh, Nani, do you know what we compost? We use this, and we use the skins, and we use the peels, and we use the coffee ground. And it was like, oh my goodness, okay. Okay.
That's beautiful, though. That's so
Yeah.
important. Such an important discussion to have. Sadhguru is doing so much about soil regeneration at the moment. I don't know if you've had a chance to listen to any of his recent interviews, but he's talking about regenerating earth soil, and it's a big problem these days because our soil is very, very depleted. Simple things that you can do is compost your waste. So that's a great conversation to have with your kids that can get involved.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Right. We'll
Amazing.
have to bring some pictures and videos back this summer again and share with everyone.
Look forward to that. We have some more questions as well that are popping up on the chat. Ganesh is saying, and could you mention how often we can eat out or eat processed chips, etc., in the week? Does anybody want to give their insights?
I think our silence says it all.
Good
Um,
point.
I'm going because I don't have much to say. Look, I have two girls, okay, and we try to keep our meals as homemade as possible. But having said that, we do occasionally go out and enjoy a meal. We go to restaurants, but yes, you cannot be fully. I think life is boring if you don't cheat a little bit. You have to be healthy, but you can be a little naughty once in a blue moon. But I
Of
won't
course.
say on a daily basis, no, no. If you go out for a movie, get that bag of popcorn, get your chips, etc. But then balance out the next day. Eat clean. Make sure it's really clean. Bring in a lot of fruits, bring in a lot of fresh vegetables, a lot of salads, you know, do a khichdi cleanse the next day. Just have 3 bowls of khichdi, a bit boring, but it's a great cleanse to have the next day, and balance it out so you don't feel so bad about it, and that your body also detoxifies in a way. you know Implement alkalizing foods, like Alicia's big on that, because chips, everything they are, it's acidic and they cause inflammation in the body. You'll immediately feel it. If you reach out for a bag of chips that's full of preservatives and you eat it, you're going to feel that inflammation in your body. So have something anti-inflammatory the next day. Go in for those greens, get some black pepper and turmeric. Be good to yourself, be good to your body. Your body is the temple of your soul. Look after it.
That's great advice.
Yes.
And also, I feel like as long as the detox is at a greater extent to the toxins you're putting in, then you're good because you're taking out um, the excess um, waste that's causing the inflammation in the first place. But don't ever feel guilty about your food either. That's another thing I would add. If you have eaten something that is processed, anything, don't feel guilty about it. It's nothing to feel guilty about. It's food at the end of the day, and enjoy yourself. Like Seemaji was saying, for sure. So without any guilt, but just it's all about balance, I think. And eating out is good. I feel it depends on the restaurant as well. I think that's very subjective. But eating out, I like eating out once in a while. I like going and trying different cuisines, trying different restaurants, and hopefully the restaurant food is fresh, um, and then in that sense, it's not harmful to you necessarily. You're just going out and enjoying yourself. It's good to celebrate, go out, catch up with friends, take your family out. It's how you bond. Well-being is, like I said, a multifaceted experience in life. You can't just focus on one thing, and that doesn't necessarily make us healthy. So balance everywhere.
I have a question from Ganesh, who says, "Is it okay to freeze food at home?" No, not on my personal point of view. Many of you may not like what I say. Don't freeze, because you're depleting. Okay, it will retain its nutrients, some of its nutrients, yes, like Alicia said, but you want prana, you want life force energy. So try, make smaller quantities, eat fresh, eat light, and by all means, go and indulge yourself on the weekend in a restaurant. Have your bag of chips and just rebalance out the next day or throughout the week, and your energy levels will be higher. Why do we see so much more disease, Kiran, popping up now than we did in our grandmothers and grandfathers' eras? There's so much inflammation in the body because our lifestyles have changed. I agree, globalization, our lives are busier, we work longer hours, life is not so simple. We reach out for something that's more convenient, you know?
Yeah, it's all about grab and go, right? You're stressed and you've got to rush and all that. So again, going back to the hospital, we developed a grab and go wellness program. So
Amazing.
so you're still grabbing and going, but look what's in the packaging, homemade packaging. So
Very sacred, because that keeps people healthy at the same time. I didn't know about
it's a
this.
play on words. It's th- you know thinking the way they would think. It's still grab and go. Nothing's changed, except for everything has changed in the food. It's not your normal grab and go of burgers and fries, right?
Right, right.
It's training, educating, and that's why we have the young ones like Alicia, to
So
keep doing that.
on that note, I want to give a few tips here. We speak about our children love French fries, right? A lot of children love French fries. Now, it's deep fried. and the store-bought frozen ones are a no-no completely. So what can you do instead of French fries? Okay, you can make potato wedges in the oven if you want to, or substitute them for sweet potato fries in the oven again. Wedges, so delicious. There are ways of doing it.
Mhm.
There. Have you heard of the Greek potatoes? I think I've made them before on the channel. I think my first ever vegan vegetarian kitchen. I made a Greek dish. I made some gyros and I made some homemade oven baked chips. And my best friend is Greek, and we've been to Greece a bunch of times together. And the food is always fresh there. So you get good quality potatoes, whatever, you chop them up, you put them in the oven. There's nothing more delicious than roasted, chips in the oven with salt, mustard. They use olive oil. Um, and then when it comes out of the oven, sprinkle it with fresh oregano, which is very, very um, alkalizing to the body as well. And it is like the Mediterranean diet is super healthy anyway, because
Yes.
it's all fresh vegetables, lots of vegetables, lots of fresh food. um, not so many heavy spices, overly spiced foods. It's a beautiful balance. So Greek food is something that I love. But I'm telling you, you will pick those Greek oven baked wedges any day if you try them like that over deep fried French fries. It's the flavor.
Sounds great. Maybe you can post that recipe if you haven't done that
Yeah,
already on your Instagram.
that would be great.
Be awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
You know,
Lee.
We have
Thank
so many
you.
people in the chat box
Yeah.
sharing.
And Seema's our master timekeeper.
I know, and I'm trying to get us going to Alicia's demo. So I know we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of points. Somebody brought up a issue, something on Sadhguru. Somebody brought up something, a simple experiment that can be shown in schools. Thank you very much. Possibly for the importance of saving our soil. It's a YouTube link. Please, our viewers, if you're interested, have a look at it. Right now, we will be traveling all the way to southern India. We're going from Delhi to southern India. Am I right, Alicia? With a beautiful kozambu curry or a kozambu sauce-based dish, if for those who don't want to call it a curry or a gravy. You did tell us a little bit more about this dish. Now, I believe kozambu is coconut-based and it's tamarind laced.
Yes,
So
yes.
it's balanced with the sweetness of the coconut and the sourness of the tamarind. That's amazing. Look at the yin and yang of elements happening here.
Yeah.
I think South Indian cooking is so smart as well. How they used to just bring in every element of taste as well. You have your sweet from the fresh vegetables and your coconut, and that fresh produce, and then you have the sour tamarind, which is so beneficial for your bodies. Tamarind is an incredible superfood, and if you're addicted to candy, throw away the candy, pick up an imli and start munching on it. It is sour candy. It's sweet and sour, and it's just it's what our grandmothers used to give to us. Those tamarind sweets. So yes, it's
Um,
sweet, sour. It's a balance of salty as well. You can add spice if you like. So yeah.
You don't have to add sugar to it because the tamarind pods are quite sweet. The ones you get, you just break the pods and you just have that wee gwee, feel, and you pull out the pods and you eat all that tamarind like a little child. You don't have to hide away from anybody because it's healthy. Like, sometimes we have to hide and have our chocolate, which is not such a good thing. But having said that, before you just start your demo, one last question because I know we're really rolling up on time. Tell me more about the inspiration behind you choosing to demo this fantastic dish for us today.
So I've said this before. I get inspired all the time from social media and other people's recipes. I come across South Indian cooking so much. So I started doing a little research myself. I started looking at healthy South Indian meals I could recreate at home. I live with my dadi, my dad's mother. She is also from a South Indian background, and she loves her South Indian flavors. So I try and incorporate flavors that she would also like. I also try and keep it healthy. My mom's unwell at the moment, so I'm trying to make healing dishes at home. So I kind of try and take everybody's needs, and I just have fun with it. So I came across this kazambu recipe, and it looked delicious. I love coconut-based curries. So I think a lot of people, and I know a lot of people do. So I think this is something that people are really going to enjoy. So I'm looking
Thank you,
forward.
Alicia. Such valid insight for all of us, and also to Mr. Ganesh, who's from our Integrated Health Forum. Thank you all, Meeta, everybody, for your questions. Keep the questions rolling in. We'll try to answer as many as we can. Alicia, the table's yours. Give us your show.
Thank
We're
you.
excited.
I'm gonna have to set up my camera again. There we go. And I'm just going to switch audio quickly so that I'm more audible next to the other microphone. Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Your dad must be really happy today.
Sorry?
Your dad must be really happy because he's going to have a Southern Indian dish later to try.
Yes, my dad is actually working at the moment. He works in Rajasthan, in Jodhpur.
Yes.
He has his manufacturing base over there. And so he's not at home at the moment, but he'll have some waiting for him when he comes back for sure.
God bless.
So yes. Okay, I'll get started. Thank you for that lovely chat. It's so much fun chatting with both of you. I just love our conversations. So I'm going to start quickly, and I'm going to run you through my ingredients as we go. So sorry, 1 second. Sorry, excuse me. We have a dog at home, so have to be a little mindful of him as well. Snuck in. So yeah, so the first thing I'm going to do is add a little bit of sesame oil, til ka tel, unrefined, cold pressed, into a iron dish, deep dish. I hope you all can see as well my setup.
Yes, it's excellent, Alicia.
Thank you. So I've got it on a medium heat now, and I'm just going to let that come up to temperature. And I have all my ingredients prepped and ready to go. So it helps a lot if you have all your prep done from before. So I'm going to start with my whole spices. Now this is my masala daan. Every Indian household has this. You've got your cumin seeds, mustard seeds, you've got your main 4 or 5 spices, dried spices. We've got red chili, we've got pink Himalayan rock salt, we've got coriander powder, cumin powder, turmeric. So these are the spices we predominantly cook with. So the first thing I'm going to do is allow this to come up to temperature. And you want this on a pretty, I wouldn't say a high heat, but a medium to high heat, because you want your mustard seeds and cumin seeds to start crackling and release those aromas. So I think that's come up to temperature. So I'm going to first add in my mustard seeds. So I would say 1 teaspoon of mustard seeds. I'm just going to increase the temperature slightly, and you'll be able to know that those are ready when they start to crackle and pop. So we'll wait for that. In the meantime, I'll just run you through a few other ingredients as well. Staple Indian ingredients that we're going to be using: mustard seeds, cumin. We've got curry leaves from our tree outside. We've got garlic, ginger, very wholesome ingredients. We've got this is tamarind water, which is what I'm going to be adding later. This is the dried tamarind, which was in the pulp, which we squeezed out and soaked in water and strained. So now you can see these mustard seeds are popping nicely. So now I'm going to add some cumin seeds. There we go. And I'm going to add in my curry leaves straight away, like so. When you can hear that pop, that crackle, that's exactly what we want. So I'm going to give that a quick stir. And I would also suggest that you should have all your ingredients prepped a little bit in advance because things can burn really quickly. So the next thing I'm going to do to stop this from proceeding to burn is add in my onions. So these are red onions. So now we just give that a good mix. And because the onions have moisture, they hold water, they stop the mustard seeds, the cumin seeds, the curry leaves from burning. So you want to add this in fairly soon after your mustard seeds and your curry leaves start to crackle. And now in Indian cooking, we add ingredients one by one because we want each ingredient to infuse within the oil. And then that will give a greater depth of flavor to your final dish. So now we just want to let the onions cook and sweat out for some time and go slightly golden brown. So I'm going to leave that on a medium-high heat. Now I'm going to get started with the rest of my vegetables. So I'm going to seasonal produce today. So I'm going to do my garlic and ginger first, but this is the beautiful seasonal produce that I have over here. I hope you can all see this. I've got some beautiful baby aubergines or eggplants or brinjals, so many different names. And they have a really, really beautiful flavor. These are the darker black ones. You get the lighter purple ones as well. These have a really beautiful flavor and they're seasonal. And then you have okra. Now, okra is a very, very interesting, very healing vegetable. It is great for diabetics, and it is great for it's great for diabetics and bringing down insulin levels. So it is a fantastic healing vegetable, and I know we don't like that slime that's within okra, but that is what's healing. That is what we need in our body. So in India, a lot of the times what we tend to do is we tend to deep fry the okra to get rid of the slime and so that it doesn't remain slimy. The problem with that is that all of that goodness gets left behind in that oil. So I would say try and keep the okra in the dish that you're creating. Don't deep fry them and then put them into the dish. Use that same oil. It's got all the nutrients for the okra. And here is my very exciting amaranth that I have. You can see the roots are still intact. I have just harvested this from my back garden. And just look at the color on that. It's rich in anthocyanins, which is an antioxidant. All red purpley foods are rich in anthocyanin. They have this antioxidant in them, and it's very, very beneficial. Stimulates brain function, good for your nervous system. It is very, very healing. And amaranth, actually, I did not let these grow out completely. I harvested the leaves only and the stems. But actually, if you let them go a little bit longer, they will start to develop a top of seeds. And those seeds are actually the amaranth grain. And that is the grain that is an ancient grain, which you can use in place of your rice. You can add it into your porridges. You can make it sweet or savory, and it is so healing. And it's got a low GI glycemic index, and it's a superfood, honestly. So if you can get your hands on some amaranth, please do so, and it tastes delicious. So now you can see these onions are lightly brown. I hope everybody can see my dish. So after you develop that little bit of color, you then want to go in with your tomatoes, your freshly chopped tomatoes. These are desi tomatoes. So this is what we get locally over here. Use whatever local plum tomato that you have. I hope everyone can hear me.
I love the color of the tomatoes, Alicia.
Oh yeah, they're super red right now because it's very hot here in India. So the sun is strong these days. So yeah, the tomatoes are ripening very nicely. So yeah, it's a beautiful color to your dishes. It's the little things that make me happy.
So basically, what you're doing is you're making a base of a curry, really, with the onions and the tomatoes, right?
Yes, exactly. So the base, this is what will create the base, that thick, um, that thick curry, I suppose. It will add substance, it will add texture, it will add so much. And adding your ingredients one by one, like I said, will develop that depth of flavor to your final dish. So you want to make sure that you really brown your onions. That will give that caramelized, not burnt, but caramelized flavor to your final dish. Your tomatoes, you want to cook the tomatoes out for a long time. Not a long time, but I would say a good, 10 minutes or so to develop that natural sweetness. So as soon as you see the oils start to release into the pan, that's when you know your tomatoes are done. So there's method to the madness. It really is worth it at the end. So I'm going to let these cook and do their thing. And I'm actually going to increase the heat. So we're on a high heat now, and I'm going to add in I'm actually going to add in a little bit of water just to get this going. Excuse me. So just a little splash. Get this going. And that will deglaze the pan as well. So anything that was sitting at the bottom, caramelizing, that will pick up that flavor as well. Now, very quickly, I want to add my three very important flavor bases. Number one, turmeric. This is again from a local farm. I try and source out all my ingredients locally. So about I would say half a teaspoon of turmeric. This is a small spoon. One heat, little spoon like this. So 1 teaspoon of coriander powder. Now you want some salt. Heaped teaspoon of this. Because we've added turmeric, and I'm sure Seemaji, you can tell us more about the benefits of turmeric. You love this spice. I'm adding black pepper in to activate that the healing properties of turmeric. So just a little bit. Freshly cracked black pepper is always best. So I'm going to give this a quick stir. And I'm just going to pop the lid on now and allow this to cook. Allow this to go for a good 7 or 8 minutes on a fairly high heat. Not too high, but fairly high. In the meantime, I'll take you through all my veggies. I'll start chopping, and maybe Seemaji, you can talk about the health benefits of turmeric.
It's correct. Seema has just Seema just stepped away. We'll wait for her to come back and talk about. But tell me about the caramelization. So you've caramelized everything, and now you're letting it steam to to just tenderize everything. Is that the idea behind it?
Yes, absolutely. So this method of cooking, this is what a lot of Indian households do. And this is a lot of what ancient Indian cooking is all about. Each individual ingredient has to develop that color, has to develop that depth of flavor on its own. So that's why we add individual ingredients. We add whole spices. We add things that will infuse the oil, as well as aromatics that will flavor and give that little umami flavor. So actually there's umami in onions as well, especially caramelized onions. So it's really phenomenal, So you need a lot of patience, I would say, with Indian cooking. It does take time, but I would say all good things take time.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. But going back to the umami flavors you talked about, is it true that when you add tomatoes to those caramelized onions, it gives it a further, deeper umami?
Yes, that's a good point, actually. Tomatoes have a lot of natural umami in them. So yeah, that's another. And tomatoes, there's so many different ways of cooking tomatoes. You know, you have the Italian way where you will puree your tomatoes, make a passata, and then you'll allow it to cook with the salt and become nice and sweet. But you don't cook it with Italian food. You don't cook it to that same extent that you would cook Indian food.
Right.
You're not releasing the oils because you want that sweetness of the tomatoes, and that's the beauty of Italian food. With maybe a lot of West African cuisines, you want to cook your tomatoes usually with a broth, so that the broth gives the tomatoes an added flavor and an added oomph. But again, you're not necessarily releasing all of those oils, you know. Because the longer you cook it, the oils will just naturally release. With Indian cooking, again, it's different. Each individual ingredient you're cooking, and you're making sure that you give it time. So that's the most important thing. And I think a lot of people who are trying, you know, the Indian cuisine for the first time or trying cooking at home, they kind of rush the process because you know, you want a quick dinner. Sometimes you're just you know, you're used to that. You know, you're used to maybe having a 15-minute meal, which is great. But with Indian cooking, you're just not going to get that same flavor if you rush the process.
Right. You know, Alicia, my favorite way of cooking tomatoes is confit everything, you know, because I find, you know, that the classic French training. So I confit all the tomatoes, make heaps of them, and then I will refrigerate them and pull them out bit by bit for depending on whatever I'm cooking. And I found that it works with any type of cuisine, you know, because you've really enhanced the flavors, you've captured the depth of the flavors, and they're just a little bit more condensed and sweetened in that way.
Yes. Oh, that's an amazing way to cook tomatoes. They're honestly some of my favorite. And if you have that over a nice crusted sourdough with some olive oil, you know,
absolutely, it's just natural taste. So I tend to, because it's confit, so I don't mind extra virgin olive oil. But what is another oil that you would suggest to your viewers if you're doing a confit?
Another oil, I would say, I would say grapeseed oil is a great one, you know. It's just one of those oils that just has so much to them, you know. Grapeseed oil I would recommend. And then I would say drizzle it over the top with olive oil. Because you're losing that flavor of olive oil when you cook it, and you're losing the nutrients. So again, with all my pasta dishes, with all my Italian, with all my Greek dishes, always drizzle the top with fresh extra virgin olive oil. That's what the Italians do as well.
Yes.
They drizzle fresh extra virgin olive oil over their pastas.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, besides the taste and flavor profile, it also keeps the pasta separated a little bit. Would you agree?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
It keeps the pasta separated a little bit. It doesn't have that gummy effect when you drizzle it.
Oh, right, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point.
There's just so many different nuances, you know, to cooking in elements and techniques, right?
I would say, you know, if that's the way, if you've got fresh ingredients, if that's the way your grandparents have cooked, if that's the way you know, your culture has cooked, and you know, that's what you're closest to. At the end of the day, we're also a sum of our ancestors. We're also a sum of their DNA. So what they ate is what we should also eat, because that's what our bodies know. That's what our DNA knows. So if they did cook in olive oil, please by all means go ahead and cook in olive oil, because it is a very, very beneficial oil. So I don't want to discourage that, but just be mindful maybe of then how much olive oil you put in, and cook with a little bit of less oil and then drizzle more over the top.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to keep the foundation going, but also to read labels as as people like yourself, are looking more into nutritional studies, and discovering new ideas and more health benefits, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of which, I see Seema's here. Seema, we have a question for you. Alicia does. That perfect marriage of black pepper and turmeric. So if you could talk to us a little bit about that.
Oh, this is one of my favorite points, and I
Yes.
say it over and over again. So, as you all know, turmeric is jam-packed with antioxidants, and it has great anti-inflammatory properties. I like to call her the Maharani, the Queen of Spices. And I always like to say that she's inseparable from her husband, Black Pepper, the Maharaja of Spices, the King of Spices. Many of you will ask me why. So, turmeric is brimming with curcumin, right? Which is responsible for anti-inflammation in our body. Now, our bloodstream doesn't very effectively absorb curcumin, but studies have shown that when you add black pepper, which is rich in piperine, you can actually enhance the bioavailability of the turmeric by almost 2000%. So whenever I cook with turmeric, I never separate her away from her husband, black pepper. This is one standard rule of thumb I think all of us have to implement in our daily cooking if we want to work towards reducing inflammation. Of course, there are several other anti-inflammatory foods. When you talk about the Mediterranean diet or the Italian diet, for example, it brings me, Kiran, you would also agree, tomato and basil. Basil has great anti-inflammatory properties. Tomatoes are very hot, healthy, as many of you may know. So these are the combinations you can play around with to make your food really super healthy, to enhance nutrient absorption levels. There's so much that we can do. And as you say, Alicia, keep things real, keep things sacred. Eat the way our grandparents did because our DNA doesn't know any better. I thought that was a very valid point that you brought up. Depending on which part of the world you come from, if you're used to a Mediterranean diet, then eat. If your ancestry is Mediterranean, then eat the Mediterranean way because that's in your DNA. Indian, eat the Indian way. Persian, eat the Persian way. There's so many elements we need to look at, and take into consideration. Health and food stories is such an elaborate topic that we can speak for it for hours and hours on end. But the one tip that I really do implement is turmeric. I do want to share this with our viewers, Alicia, as you're cooking.
Of course, of course.
In India, they celebrate golden milk, when now the new wave in the West is the golden latte, right? It's the turmeric latte, which traditionally is dairy-based. In India, it was very dairy-based. Now, why did our grandmothers add turmeric into milk? Why? Because dairy creates inflammation, right? So they wanted to balance it and counteract that inflammation with turmeric, right? But then modern science came in and said, okay, this is perfect. You've got the turmeric, you've added your cardamom, you've added your nutmeg, you've added some anti-inflammatory spices, but how to enhance the bioavailability of that turmeric latte? You will find new cafes springing up now that will ask you, we're making your turmeric latte. Would you like us to add some black pepper into it? An unusual combination, I agree. Some may not find it very palatable, but it's a marriage made in heaven. It really is. And if you want to counteract that inflammation, you can, and you want to avoid the dairy, if you're vegan, opt for an oat milk latte, an almond milk latte, We have, Karen, you would know this because you're from the Bay Area in California. And I know there are a lot of these wellness lattes that are popping up. They have matcha lattes and turmeric lattes and
Okay.
rose milk lattes and all
Yeah,
these
and so many
amazing.
whiffs of smells when you walk in. I always when I see a line, I'm always trying to play the guess game. For me, in my mind, the guess game is, what's the predominant smell right now? And don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, it's always the matcha. The matcha takes over the whole premises. Would you agree? Have you,
I do a lot of matcha myself,
right? Yeah, it
purely
just,
because of the Asian influence in me, and we visited Japan and, I actually have the brush and everything that you stir up the matcha that it doesn't lump up. So
right.
I do an oat milk matcha latte, and it is the matcha. It's very earthy,
Uh-huh.
it's a tea, right? It's
It
a green
is.
tea.
It is a
And
green tea. Yeah.
it takes over, and matcha is so good for you. It's so great at anti-inflammatory properties. And
Right.
I always speak about, I have this, as an Ayurvedic nutritionist and beauty therapist, I speak about beauty on the inside out,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So you can have a matcha latte, but you can also apply matcha on your skin. There are lots of matcha face packs that are
Right.
that are taking birth right now. Combine them with honey, you can combine them with lemon, you can combine them with yogurt, depending on your skin type. It's so great, the skin,
Exciting.
our skin is our largest organ, right? And it's a mirror of what's happening inside us, really.
How exciting. Maybe we can do one segment on our vegan vegetarian healing our earth on just those fabulous scrubs that you're talking about using food and herbs and teas. What do you think, Seema?
I would love to do that. It's very exciting. It gets my creative juices flowing all the time. Karen, you know how crazy I am in the
There
kitchen.
you go. Yeah, I think everybody would love it, men and women. My husband does facials, so he would enjoy that too. I
And
I
I
think
would
think
love
it's a
to
great
learn more.
idea. I think we should do that. We've done the spring cleansing as per our article last night. Maybe we could think of a fall pack or something like that, and just put it out there and experiment with our viewers and get their take on it and see how we can progress on that.
fall is actually one of the most important times of the year to really, really implement a good exfoliating program and a skin nourishing moisturizing program, because you're preparing yourself for the colder winter months, which tend to dry out your skin.
Right.
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 So if you start implementing this discipline in fall, then
Mhm.
you won't have such irritated, itchy, dry, flaky skin during the winter months, because you've pre-prepped for it, and it's something you carry on with during the winter months. And then I'll be bringing this in later, but since we're talking about it right now while Alicia's cooking, when we come into spring, what happens is that what is winter? Winter is the season of hibernation, right? We tend to stay more indoors because it's colder, we're in heating. The vata element is strong, the dry element is quite strong. So if you'll notice, during winter, you crave a creamy rice pudding. You want to
Yeah.
have that custard. Why do we have all these wonderful winter menus? You want that hot chocolate. So what happens is all this creates kapha, which I will emphasize on later when I speak, which is the earth water element within our body. It accumulates and we get this winter coat. Now comes spring, into the blossoming of spring, like I like to say, where seedlings sprout and flowers unfurl towards the sunshine. Your body also starts to shed the dullness and the dryness of your skin.
Right.
So again, you implement another routine to nourish your skin. And we always talk about spring being the time of cleansing. You'll
Right.
always notice that a lot of people embark on the spring cleanse. Why is it a spring cleanse? Because that's the time naturally our bodies that are aligned with nature are already detoxifying the layers of winter that we've accumulated during the winter season. So our body responds faster during this time. So it's the best time of the year to implement a cleanse, actually.
Sorry, could I quickly pop in? And I've done quite a few things here, so I just want to quickly update you and then on what I've done in the meantime. I thought the viewers would probably like to know.
Thank you.
Sorry, I've just pounded some ginger and garlic in my mortar and pestle. Added that in. I added the chopped aubergines, eggplants, and I added the okras. I chopped them in half and then I added them in as well. I'm leaving out the amaranth for now, and I'm going to add this in later because I don't want it to completely wilt. So I want that little bit of fresh amaranth taste at the end. So I will be chopping this in right at the end. And now I'm just going to give this tamarind water a mix and add this in. This is crucial, this tamarind water. You can't make this recipe without it. And so a whole bowl of tamarind water goes in and pop a lid on, put it on a medium-high heat again, cover the lid, and we've added all our seasonings and allow this to cook for another 10 or 15 minutes.
So you're going to cook the vegetables to melting tender?
Yes, I don't want them to cook to the degree that they completely disintegrate. So that's why I'm only really cooking them for about 10-15 minutes. And I'm going to allow them to just soften so that, but still have that little bit of bite as well so that we can enjoy those different textures.
You had mentioned having a sauce or a gravy or something. You want to make that as well, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I also just want to say, if you want to add in some green chilies, please go ahead. I'm leaving the chilies out today. All the green chilies are very good for you. I would say avoid the red chili, go for the fresh green chili. But like I said, I'm going to just leave out the chilies today for this recipe. Maybe what you can do is you can slit them in half like this. I'll add one because I do like a bit of spice. So I'll add one, pop that in, allow it to come to temperature, and put that on a high heat and allow that to cook for another 10 minutes and let the water reduce a little bit from that tamarind. Sorry, back to you.
What I love about this recipe, Alicia, is the layers you worked in. You worked in layers here. You had the onion and the tomato, etc. And you built up this sauce-based dish. I won't say curry again. But also what I love is it has this beautiful, beautiful element of texture with the vegetables. Then you've got the flavoring elements, that balance of the sweetness of the coconut, the sourness from the tamarind that gets balanced out, and just a little bit of heat with the chili.
Yes, just that little bit. Obviously, you can go as spicy as you want, but I'm only just going for a little bit of chili today.
I think Kiran would agree it looks delicious, doesn't it, Kiran?
Yes, it's absolutely. It's just making me hungry. Seema, we have a question from a viewer who wants to know, what about just detoxing with tea every day?
Why, just with tea itself, just go on a water-based tea diet? No. I mean, that is the unhealthiest form of detoxing. I am not one who implements a juice cleanse, okay, unless it's prescribed by a physician, or a water cleanse, unless it's, again, prescribed by a physician. I think our bodies naturally are designed to eat, Actually, Ayurveda prescriptions which actually say eat more of the right foods so that you bring your body back into balance. It's not about crash dieting. It's not about having tea as a lot of us tend to have this impression that I've had this big bowl of chips, and it's full of inflammation. Oh, that's okay. I'll just drink a cup of green tea and that'll balance it out. No. It doesn't work. You predominantly have to implement I say on a personal level, an 80 to 85% very healthy eating diet, honoring your body as the temple of your soul, and keep the rest for little cheat days. I don't advocate strict diet programs. I say eat in balance with nature, eat seasonal, eat as per your body type. In Ayurveda, which I will go into later during this session, we have three metabolic types, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. No one is one. Everyone is a combination of the two metabolic types. And to know your metabolic type, you have to do something that we call a Prakriti analysis, which is actually, Prakriti is what metabolic type you were when at birth. And Vikruti is what happens over the years with your lifestyle, how your body changes. So we do your Prakriti analysis and we want to bring you back to your natural state, to your natural balance, to what you were born with. If you implement a few lifestyle prescriptions, implement seasonal produce, eat in harmony with your body type, you will come into balance. You will fire up your digestive system, your Agni. And Ayurveda says, India's ancient science of life, the sister science to yoga, says that you are as strong as your Agni, as your metabolic fire. And you want to keep your metabolic fire fired up, because it's very, very linked to your immune system. What is your immune system? Your immune system are these warriors within your body. They're battling and boxing away over there, wanting to fight out all these invaders, bacteria, viruses. They're like, go away. So you want to keep that system strong. And you want to do that by firing up your Agni and eating in balance with nature and eating as per your body type. It's actually a very simple prescription. Knowing what to eat as per your body type, which taste to favor, how to eat, what time to eat, implement a daily regime of what time, dinacharya prescriptions, what time you should wake up. They say you should wake up just before sunrise. What do you do after waking up? Karen, they talk a lot about swishing, oil swishing. Now, many people say to me, oh, I've got coconut oil at home. I'll swish with coconut oil. No, you actually have to swish with an oil that adds as per your body type, your Prakriti, what your analysis tells you. Coconut oil is good for Pitta, which is very fiery. But I'm Kapha, for example, which is cold and heavy. Why would I want to put cold coconut oil into my mouth, So otherwise we can use sesame oil, which this is tridoshik, which is good for all three doshas, metabolic types. Then you tongue scrape, to take the toxins out. What do? You do yoga. Then you look after your mind and your body. You meditate, you breathe. These are all the daily prescriptions that we have forgotten over the years. And maybe that's why, Kiran, you might have observed with your grandparents as well. Our grandparents were healthier than maybe we are today because they did wake up at sunrise.
Yeah.
They did too. My grandmom used to chew on neem, a stick of neem. She used to brush with neem. It was horrible. It's like it's absolutely torture. Okay? It's so bitter.
Yeah.
It's so
well, my
bitter.
grandmother and your grandmother were probably sisters or something, except my grandmother lived till she was 93 and she did brush with the stick as well when we go visit her, and we were like, ooh, that's not nice.
It's not nice. And they chew on the sticks, which would floss. The sticks, the fibers, they'd actually chew on them, which would actually work as dental floss, what we call dental floss today, or interdental brushing rather. And they would sit there and they would, it was sacred. It was like a prayer for them. They'd sit there, and I'd be like, what are you doing?
I have a quick question. I was just wondering because you said, you need to feed your body the right foods and everything. But what do you feel about fasting, going on a fast?
Now this is a new way. Actually, Ayurveda does implement fasting. It does to a certain extent implement fasting. Now, fasting, again, as per your body type, I would not implement a very strict fasting regime, but I do believe that intermittent fasting does work. I have tried it myself. I've done the
When
8,
you
6,
say
9.
it does work, what does that mean? It does work.
So personally, on my level, I felt much healthier. My digestion improved, my energy levels improved. There was a change in my skin microbiome. I noticed that immediately within 2 weeks, actually.
Okay.
I felt more energetic,
Mhm.
and some people say it also works on a very deep cellular level within your body. So yes, intermittent fasting can work, but I say everything in balance.
Right.
No, I just went on a fast recently, at the beginning of this season, and I was on quite a strict fast, I will admit, um, because I was doing a lot of research on the different religions and how they fast. So every religion implements some type of fast, and there was Navratras going on in India. Um, and again, there's three different types of um, fasts that you can do in Navratras. One is you just eat the fruit, for the days that you're doing Navratras. The second one is you don't eat anything, you just drink water until a certain time, and then you eat after I think sunset, maybe, I don't know. And then the third one is you eat sattvic foods, which is healing foods. Nothing heavy, no heavy spices, no oil, no cooked food with oils and things like that. Um, so it's very sattvic. It's very healing for your body. So there was the Navratras going on at the time, and then there was also Ramadan going on, or Ramzan, that the Islamic community do. They fast for 30 days, I would say, and they don't drink water, they don't eat food from not even sunrise, from dawn. So when you see that light sliver of light in the sky, from that moment onwards till sunset, no water, no food, and then after that they eat between a very small amount of time. And while these were going on, it was very strange because I'm also into intuitive eating myself. I felt like all of a sudden when these fasts started, I didn't feel like really eating. I think my body was telling me, maybe try and go on a fast. So I implemented a fast for about 5 or 6 days. And I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe if I'm doing this, I might as well do it properly. So I tried Ramzan for 5 days. So no food, no water um, from dawn till sunset till it was dark. And it was difficult for the first 2 days, but the other 3 days were actually very easy. And I did see some health benefits. I really felt like my body was releasing some toxins. I was sleeping very, very intensely. And also, it has a spiritual benefit as well when you fast. But you have to set the intention, I feel, as to what you want out of your fast as well. Because when you're clear of toxins, then you're also able to access high levels of spirituality, I suppose, which is why many religions do a fast. So, what's your take on that?
So yes, okay, my take on that, very good question. Okay, when you speak about spirituality, I'll come to that first. Our ancient sages did fast. Okay, some of them fasted just on moong dal water for many days, and they said it gave them a lot more mental clarity, purified that body, and prepared them for enlightenment. Okay,
Yes.
coming to the Ramadan fast, I think I have great respect. I have many friends who practice Islam. Okay, and I think it's commendable what they do. They have their meal at dawn, and then they have their meal after sunset, and they break their fast with a glass of water and a grape. Now, in the olden days, meals may not have been as elaborate as they are now. In many of my friends' homes, okay, when they break their fast, it's a time for celebration. Okay, it's an abundant table. Okay, it's not filled with quinoa. It's not filled with kozambu curry or a fermented food. It's normally samosas, bhajiyas, a
Yeah.
big biryani, a lovely yogurt to go with it. It is a very, very heavy meal.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're loading up psychologically, look at it. You're loading up your digestive system because you know that you're going to fast, right? The next day. And then you're waking up at dawn and you're loading up your digestive system again. So actually what you're doing is when you load up your digestive system, you're actually slowing down your metabolic process.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you're going into starvation mode. Wait a minute. You're going into starvation mode, which is your brain is going to tell your body, oh, I have this fat and I have this weight and these calories. I need to hold on to it because I'm hungry. What do they talk about? 5 small meals a day. Speed up your metabolism through 5 small meals a day. Eat small throughout the day. This is something that is very intelligent and it works. Okay, so there are different schools of thought. So I feel that this fasting process, I don't want to sound offensive or anything. I think it's got a very deep rooted, beautiful spiritual significance that teaches us so much, and it's something we can do as long as we implement the right foods.
Absolutely.
But it really is. It has a beautiful significance. We have many fasts. We have the Navratri fast, which we do a falahar fast, which is no grain, no wheat, no grain. We have potatoes, we have sago, we have all the foods that are considered allowed to have. I did try this fast, but Elisha, I felt very heavy. I was eating potatoes. I was eating lots of starchy foods, sweet potato, tapioca, everything. You start missing your vegetables, you start missing your grains. A fruit fast, some Ayurvedic practitioners, again, depending on your medical condition, I, as a nutritionist, I won't implement a very severe fast. They may implement a fruit fast. The water fast, Puryusham. A lot of my Jain friends in Kenya who are watching, I know many of you do Puryusham. It's a 9-day fast on hot water. I've seen great results after 9 days. I've seen aunties' skins glowing. I've seen my friends' skin glowing. They feel so clean. They feel very sacred, very spiritual. But I've also had aunties and uncles calling my dad in the middle of the night saying she's fainting. My dad was a doctor, practicing doctor of medicine. That we need. My wife is fainting because she's on a 9-day fast. What do I do? You see? So if your body can take it and you can do it and you feel good with it, I don't want to be rigid and say no and this. And with respect to all schools of thought, by all means do it. But one standard rule of thumb, keep in mind, eat on time, eat healthy, eat if you can, 80% to 85% as per your body type, balance out if you've cheated the next day. I think khichdi cleanse is great, because you can add your lentil, you can add your brown rice. I do a brown rice khichdi cleanse. Add in spring, add in your spring greens, your seasonal spring greens. Have your khichdi in the morning, have a fruit mid-afternoon, have your khichdi in the afternoon, have a fruit, just before the sun goes down, have your khichdi at night. 3 days and you'll be a happy bunny.
Thank you.
That's very good advice.
Yeah, very informative. Thank you, Seema.
Thank you.
I'm just going to finish off my dish now. Just quickly taking it back to the dish. This is pretty much done. I'm just adding some freshly grated coconut flesh with water. And I did this in a blender. This is what it looks like. You don't want to strain this. Add in the bits of coconut. Reduce your heat because you don't want the coconut milk to split. Add that into your kazambu, and this is.
I love that you kept the coconut fiber in this. This is wonderful. It's great.
Thank you. Yes, actually, I've been reading a lot about fruit fiber lately. And a lot of studies suggest that if you eat fruit without the fiber, for example, when you juice, when you're doing juicing and everything, you remove the fibers from the fruit. The sugar and the sweetness from the fruit might spike your insulin even if you're not diabetic. So it's very, very important to have whole fruit and keep the fibers in your fruit. This is
That's
something
why.
my mother's been pestering me about. She says, all these juice fasts, I'm not so sure if I, believe them. And so I started doing a bit of research on them. And, she's
Also,
right.
fruit fasts. Fruit fasts are very high in fructose, it's against sugar.
Yes. Fruit sugar is very necessary for our body. So I wouldn't say to anybody be scared of fruit sugar. It's very healing to your body to have fruit sugars, but in the right manner, I suppose, is what we're saying, right?
Yeah, I agree, Alicia. I have a glass of orange juice, not every day, every other. For me, it's very cleansing, but I keep all the fiber. I'm so happy that I'm such a texture person. I love texture. I love integrity in every bite of what I consume. And everything is in that pulp, in the fibers,
Yes.
Meeta has given us some very insightful information, which I'd just like to read. She says, Siddhischa Virechana Churna we used to take regularly after meals as a tonic for general digestive health. And my other favorite is Amiri Churna. My father used to give us khajur, which is dates, stuffed with churna to bank employees to keep them happy so that they did good customer services. Well, a happy employee always brings in happy work, that's for sure. They are like Ayurvedic eclairs. Oh, yum. Swadishta, another favorite tonic and still is for me, is Kumari Asva made out of aloe vera. Aloe vera. Fasting should be mental as well, I agree. Restricting to benevolent and charitable thoughts, else you would not benefit from the physical activities of just fasting by eating specific diets of fruits, milk products, and dry fruits. Very insightful information. The Ayurvedic way of eating, there are many limbs of Ayurveda and the way you can implement Ayurvedic eating. I just follow a general standard rule of thumb, but it's wonderful and insightful, all the knowledge you've given us. Yes, the churnas are very effective against, as per your body type. They've got Pitta churnas, Vata churnas, Kapha churnas. One thing you would find, one ingredient you might find that most Ayurvedic practitioners will prescribe is Triphala. Triphala is 3 fruits, Amlaki, Bibitaki, and there's one more. I have the name here somewhere, I forget the Indian name. And it's very powerful to fire up your Agni. It gives you a very strong digestive system and it allows you to eliminate very effectively. So it's extremely powerful, Triphala. But as I say, never just take anything just like that. Always go on expert advice. And it's Haritaki, the third one. Vivitaki, Amlaki, and Haritaki. These three phala. 3 means 3. Phala means fruits, 3 fruits. So it's a combination made with these 3 fruits, and it's a very powerful Ayurvedic prescription for a strong Agni and good digestive health. But again, once under the supervision of an Ayurvedic expert. Never reach out for any medication in any form without consulting your doctor or an Ayurvedic expert to be safe. And if you really want to implement a healthy lifestyle, eat your food as medicine. Have one of Kiran's seasonal salads. I'm waiting to try out your recipes, Kiran.
Oh yeah, they're really
amazing.
And they don't end, it just goes on and on. There's so many different ways. And I'm not talking about just, changing the dressings, that's a whole nother chapter right there.
Right.
There's so much you can do. I see Alicia's dropping another ingredient.
Yes, I just added the amaranth over the top, the leaves. So the stems are a bit tough, so I chopped them in very, very fine before, and I cooked them with the other vegetables, and I left the leaves separate. So I turned off the heat and I threw in the amaranth leaves, and that's how I'm going to leave them. And the dish is ready actually, so it's ready to serve up.
That looks amazing.
Thank you. I hope I'm doing okay for time.
I think so. I think we'll need to speed things up just a little bit, but this looks
Okay.
really wonderful. And
Thank
I
you.
believe you're going to be bringing us the finished element later on. Am I right?
Yes, yes, absolutely. You can serve this over anything. I have chosen quinoa today, but if you want rice, I would say go for red rice, red Kerala rice or South Indian red rice. Any. There's so many varieties, but it's more of an ancient grain than white rice. Go for buckwheat, go for ragi, bajra, all these other um, grains. I've gone for quinoa, which is another ancient grain, high in protein, very, very popular in the Mayan diet as well. And I'm just going to serve up now. So this is what it looks like. As you can see, it's gone a little bit creamy from coconut. So I'm going to make sure that there's a little bit of everything. So there's okra, there's eggplant, um, yeah, and that is the finished dish. Now, to finish this dish, I always think the toppings are important. So I am going with some freshly chopped coriander over the top, like so, to give it that freshness. And last but not least, a little squeeze of lime or lemon juice.
I love those Indian limes, the tiny little pungent lovelies. Yeah.
And look, they've got seeds, which I'm so happy about. They're not GMO, they're made with seeds. So that's great. And these key limes are just so alkalizing. Limes are actually acidic in nature, but they alkalize your body. So sometimes it's not even the content of the food that you're eating, it's what your body does to the food and how it processes the food. That's what's important.
Yeah.
I'd germinate those seeds and plant them.
Oh,
if I were
yes.
you.
Yes, we've got about 12 little germinated seedlings at the back. So I think I won't save any more.
It looks very delicious, Alicia. It looks so yummy. Don't you agree, Kiran?
Yeah, it makes me hungry.
I'm
Alicia, I have
hungry.
a question. So okra
Yeah.
has, okra tends to lend that gumminess, in a gumbo, in a stew. Put a spoon in it and kind of like, hold it up for me and, ladle it out. I just want to see that texture. I want to see the level of gumminess in there.
So I'm just going to bring you a little bit closer to
Yes.
this dish. Does that look good?
That's perfect. And if you could just,
Wow.
fish it with that spoon. I want to see the texture.
So this is the okra.
Right.
There's no gumminess. There's no slime. Yeah, nothing. I just.
I
Sorry?
think there's a difference to the okra where it's grown. I think the Indian okra is a little bit smaller.
Oh yeah.
Right. But the one in the States, even here in Luxembourg, it's larger. And when you cut into it and cook it, it's just, it's relentless, all of the gumminess.
Wow. Yeah. There's so many different varieties of okra as well. So maybe it's a different variety that you get in Luxembourg, which is a little. But
sure.
the slime is actually what's good for you. I know we don't like it.
I love sliming it.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Also, you were looking for this slime.
No, I'm looking for it because I love it. I love the whole texture. I mean, even in the South, this is the gumbo. It's the gumbo element, You want that. Not everybody loves it. So I just wanted to see how much of that was in yours,
Yeah, I think maybe if you bite into the okra, you might get a little bit. But usually, from my experience, these okras don't get very slimy if you cook them like this.
Right. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you. That's it. That's my dish. I hope you all enjoyed.
It's beautiful, Alicia. We're not going to let you go. We're going to be calling you back later again, and you can show us your dish again and we can talk about it. Now, as all of you know, Kiran, We at Healing Our Earth, we love to globetrot all over the world.
Oh, yeah, indeed.
And you've done some globetrotting for us as well, I believe. Yeah. And
Really
it's a
so.
very, very exciting journey. We'd like to know what you have in store for us.
Well, I would love to share. Thank you, Seema. Is Alicia gone? Thank you, Alicia. That was awesome.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. Thank you for
Don't go
watching.
away. Don't go away.
I think Seema wants a bite of that.
I do. I'm so hungry. Have seen that beautiful recipe.
Seema, I can't wait to share. I'm just going to go.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much because I know I want to keep the suspense going. Oh, you went on mute, Kiran. I can't hear you. Kiran, you're on mute.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I'm just going to see if I can open this up and share with you. And here we go. And there we are. Can you? Yeah.
I see.
Can you see that?
Exploring Moroccan cuisine. How wonderful.
Yes, and
Exciting.
here we are. So this was a few weeks ago, and we thought we would just trottle down to Marrakesh and see what's happening there. It was a safe time, and we were blessed, and we went there. And I said, you know, this is a place where the culture is so rich. The cuisine is absolutely amazing. It's ancient. It goes many, many thousands of years back. And for a person who loves food and exploring, I was like, we have to go there and we have to come back with some fun stuff. And then I thought about Healing Our Earth. I was like, hey, you know, why don't I share it with Healing Our Earth? And I know I approached you, Seema, and you were like really jumping up and down and excited. And here we are, finally. So can you hear me?
So exciting. I can't wait.
Okay, you can hear me. So we can't do a documentary and all of that fun stuff. So we thought, okay, let's just put some pictures and videos together and have fun with it. So I hope you can see everything. The first picture is just about a little bit about the cuisine here. It's so rich, again, you know, going back in ancient days, and it uses a lot of fruit. They bring the dried fruit. I'm talking about dates and apricots and pumpkins and almonds, the ubiquitous almonds here in Moroccan cuisine, the richness of the cashews, raisins, and of course our all favorite pistachios as garnish. So that's what is assembled here on this plate. Moroccan cuisine is something very close to my heart. Why? Because they love hospitality, and kind of like in our Indian culture as well, you know, we like the expression of hospitality. That's what we were trained to experience, you know, from when we were yehai, right? You know, everybody that comes through your door somehow, I don't know how, but we always had tons of food available, and our way of welcoming our family and friends is just pulling out those beautiful dishes of sweets and savories and chai and all of that, just to say, we're happy to receive you. Welcome to my humble home, and eat some food. And that's exactly what I experienced here in Morocco. It was amazing. Then, before going, this is how I travel. Before we go, Sean, my husband, he takes care of all the tickets and the flights and this and that. And I go into the detailed planning. What's the purpose of this trip? What do I want to achieve? What do I want to see? What are the memories that I feel I can create from this trip? Can I share it in my memoirs? Can I write a book
Beautiful.
about it? Can I share it with my friends and family? I know it's a lot to think about, but that's who I am, and mainly the value of the culture, the human stories, which I love to collect, um, meeting people that inspire and empower, not just me, but their community, their areas, what they're doing. And it's a blessing when you are able to accomplish everything that you have thought of. And it's a blessing when you're automatically connected with those people that you aim to meet, because it's kind of like a calling. You're here. I love people. You're here, meaning me. I'm here to seva, regardless of the country that I'm traveling to. And the only way to seva is by meeting people. I attract people, and people are attracted to me, not in a vain sense of the word, but in a natural, real sense, where maybe people are able to see that I want to work with them, I can work with them, and I can help them. And likewise, it's the same for me. I go on an adventure, I explore, and somehow along the way, I meet somebody and we do something fun and fabulous. And that's exactly what happened in this story here. So as I was doing my research, and I found Amal Training Center, a nonprofit organization empowering disadvantaged women through restaurant training and job placement. Very near and dear to my heart, because I've been in the hospitality service field for 30 years, as you know. You were going to say
So
something.
wonderful.
Right?
So lovely, yes.
And here are these lovely women who have been given this opportunity. So I decided to sign up, but I told my husband, I'm not the only one who's going to sign up. You're going to actually cook with me. Very delighted, not jealous at all, to say that his diced onions were finer than mine. It was a 3-hour class, and they took us through all the steps of making a tagine. And here I am holding a plate of prepared and layered vegetables for the tagine. So they have a beautiful organic garden outside, and they're growing different kinds of mints, spearmint, peppermint, verbena, all of that. And we just walked through the gardens, picked the herbs, picked the vegetables that we could then cook with. And here we are, ready to do our prep work with the vegetable tagine, which is essentially a North African dish cooked in a clay or ceramic pot, which is where the name tagine comes from, right? And look at those beautiful little potted tagines with all those gorgeous spices. And here we are. So this is one of the chefs who is showing me how a typical tagine needs to be layered with the heartier vegetables at the bottom, so always start with onions first, and then, whatever potatoes, turnips, carrots, keep going till you reach the soft, tender vegetables, which cook faster on top. And their typical spices are ginger, cumin, paprika, turmeric, and your favorite, cracked black pepper.
Black pepper.
Right?
They have it right. They got it right.
They got it right. Absolutely right. And on the other picture to my right are the aromatics that will go in: the garlic, the onion, and the coriander.
There we go. All right, now for the workout. Yes. All right. Some arm work, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. What do we do? Put it in here. Not too much.
Not too much.
Keep the fire burning, right?
So I didn't want to say anything. I wanted you to experience the video. So you can hear the children playing in the background, right? Did you hear those sounds? And then
I did.
birds chirping. So this is the backyard of the school. And we have a few people. There was another couple who joined the class with us at the same time, and then a few of the chefs. So what we did essentially was we layered the tagine and we brought it out, and now it was time to look at the cooking of it. So the cooking of it is that the coal burner and the tagine, I made some notes of what it's actually called. It's called a majmar. Have you heard of that expression, the majmar? Okay, which is brazier charcoal burner. So charcoal has been used as a traditional cooking source for many centuries in Morocco. Being produced from wood, it burns hotter, cleaner, and more evenly than wood. And then if you notice, I'm talking about my arm workout because I'm using a bellow, and this is used to expand and draw in air, and then it contracts to expel out air through the nozzle, which creates a jet of fire. So this method of cooking adds a smokiness to the dish. So it's not just the cumin and the smoky paprika, but of course also the wood burn coal. The tagine is made out of either ceramic, clay, or cast iron. We just need to make sure that the tagine is actually cured for cooking and is not a decorative item. I'm going to take you to the next one. So we have another chef here, and she came in to help just to make sure that the vegetables are nice and tender. And to my right, there's a picture of the complete version of the vegetarian cuisine, tagine. It was absolutely gobsmacked delicious, you know. Everything was sweet and rich and intense. It's the spices. And I was thinking that they would put harissa in everything, but no, there was no harissa. It was smoked paprika, turmeric, cumin, coriander, all of the spices that are second nature to us, essentially. You have a question, Seema?
Very smoky, I would imagine, right? In flavor.
Mm-hmm. It was not too smoky because the paprika has some sweetness to it.
So it's just got a pitch of smokiness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's got all the layers of the spices which come one after the other, right? As you taste it.
Exactly.
So it's like a dance. It's a dance on your palate, literally.
It was, and it wasn't like too spicy so that the vegetables are then lost and they're masked, you know.
Right.
Everything came through nicely, so you could taste the tanginess and the sweetness of the lovely tomatoes that were grown in their organic garden, which is.
You know what I love about this is you use the charcoal burner.
Mm-hmm.
You call it a majma.
Majma, that's right.
Yeah, that takes me back to Morocco is in Africa, of course. It takes me back to Kenya.
I'm sure.
We have something very similar called a jiko. We call it a jiko. Jiko. So jiko can either be made out of brick or iron. And we burn the charcoals and then we fire it up just like you did with the bellow at the bottom, but we normally fan it out and until the charcoals are burning, you know, to simmering hot. And we cook on it. It's a slow cooking process, or the traditional African. I shouldn't be saying this in a vegan vegetarian kitchen, but they have different kinds of barbecue, or they do maize. Mm-hmm. They do maize, they roast their maize on it, and then they just give it to you with chili, salt, and lime. It's delicious. or we
Right.
use yuca, cassava, mogo,
Mhm.
we call it.
Well, the
We
amazing,
have strips.
amazing, you reminded me of India, we'd have corn on the cob, on the
Right.
streets, and they'd rub some lime over it. It's all cooked over charcoal, right? And then they'd rub some
Absolutely.
lime and chili pepper on it, for service. Absolutely delicious. And that's what it was. I mean, who doesn't love charcoal cooking? There's no regard to carcinogen or anything like that. There's no thought or mention. It just takes us back to what we were talking about earlier, the foundation of our grandparents and our old antique cooking styles, and that is what was demonstrated here. It was exciting, was happy. They get you all geared up to like, okay, you're going to have a good workout now. And then that's why I'm making those comments. I thought this was going to be a workout, but what they were doing was they saw how much fun we were having. And we had Nora Fitzgerald with us, and I'll talk about her later. And she's the founder. So for them, like, it was like, okay, the founder's here and she's engaged in conversations, with us. So the chefs went ahead and prepared the cookers and, fanning the charcoal and all that. So we didn't have to worry about that. We could have lovely, rich conversations about the training center, which was very near and dear to my heart. And that was what I wanted to hear. I wanted to learn more about that, So
you
the
have
next
a slide up here with the tea ceremony.
Yes, so this is very this is their culture, their nature. It's old school, it's old-fashioned, but yet it's practice. So that's their art of hospitality. You have guests coming into your home. The first thing you serve is tea, just like we serve chai, to our guests. But for them, it's a ceremony in itself. So they get prepared. They lay out their tea rugs and all of their silver and brassware to make their tea. And to the next slide, you'll see. So this is... Zoom video.
She will add the same amount of water. This time she won't leave it steep. She will just do the rinsing. And she will pour it again.
What is the tea ceremony called?
So tea is called ete. Ete.
E-T. How do you spell it?
Ete. A-T-A-Y. Ete. And it's just something that's had several times throughout the day. But in traditionally in like...
So, ate, honoring the guests with tea, Chef Fatiha prepares gunpowder tea infused with spearmint and apple mint. And we'll talk a little bit about infused teas later on, because I know you're going to want to say something about infusing teas, and we'll get to that. So for this video, what I wanted to say is, for them, tea is a big deal. It's an honor for them to serve the guests with the ceremony, going in through the whole. I'm sure it's sacred. I'm sure it has stories and a lot of meaning, which I will one day do some research and write about a little bit more. So what we're using here is gunpowder tea. It's a loose leaf tea rolled, and it resembles tiny pellets that resemble gunpowder. It has many, many benefits, and it's infused with spearmint and apple mint. So from their organic garden, we plucked some spearmint and apple mint, and we experienced just taking in the whiffs and trying to guess what is what. It was absolutely delicious. So what they do is very skillfully and delicately presented by Chef Fatiha. She's here, you can see she's dismissed her chef's coat and apron, and she's adorned in a beautiful green silk robe and scarf. So she sits down at a low table with all of the embroidered linen and starts the artistic tea service. So first of all, the water is boiled in the kettle. Then she takes a Barad teapot and throws in the loose tea leaves, adds in a cup of hot water, and pours it in to shake up the leaves and loosen the leaves. Then she rinses the water out and then fill in the teapot again. So there's a reason for that whole thing, right? So all those steps, because the first tea rinse is usually bitter, stronger. The leaves need to, just blossom a little bit, and that's what they're doing. That's why we call it the art of tea service, So they remove that, and then very theatrically, she pours the tea out, creating a lot of bubbles when a bubbly foam when she puts it out. Sima, are you okay? Are you having fun with this?
I am, this is transporting me back to the Japanese tea ceremony.
No, I was thinking the same thing.
When you spoke about the rugs, they lay out their best rugs. I can't help but think of the Japanese tatami rugs, And
Yes.
I bring this to Seva, The Art of Hospitality, your book, when you so rightly speak about the art of giving hospitality, the Indian way of, what do we say when someone comes over? Would you like a cup of chai? Would you like a cup of tea? That's the first thing we ask someone. And the seva in the Japanese tea ceremony, and of course in the ceremony of atai, as you've so beautifully described it, it's an art of seva. It's an art of giving hospitality. And in the Japanese tradition, of course, sitting with awareness, discipline, and silence, enjoying that hospitality and having gratitude for that art of seva. Such a powerful practice.
Yeah, and all those rich conversations, making sure your visitor, your guest is welcome, and you've given them your full attention and you're engaged with them.
You're engaged with them, you're welcoming them, you're doing seva, you're making them feel special. You are honoring them and they're having gratitude.
Yes.
In response for what you're doing for them. It's so sacred. There's almost a spiritual element to this.
It does. And many cultures practice the tea ceremony. I mean, going back to Hong Kong for us, right? The first pouring is for the elder person at the table, right?
Always.
And then they go around. So it's the same thing. Or when a Chinese couple is getting married, the first cup of tea as they bow down is served to the grandparents.
Right.
And then to getting the bride serving to the family that she's getting married into, the grandparents, and then the parents, and so on and so forth, So it has a lot of meaning to the whole tea thing.
The meaning and I never realized this, Kiran, which is something I want to share with our viewers. We have the Japanese tea ceremony, we have the Chinese way of tea, the Tao of tea, I like to call it,
Right.
And one thing I learned living in Hong Kong, and I want to share this to you. One is your business card. When you're presenting your business card to someone,
with 2 hands.
You bow down and you present it with 2 hands because you're giving your business card. Because I used to just hand out my business card like that, and then my husband said, "No, you can't. That's very offensive in this culture. You have to bow down and give your card with 2 hands."
Absolutely.
And the second thing is,
go ahead.
The second thing is when, let's say, the tradition of yum cha, dim sum. It's the tradition of Sunday yum cha, going for dim sum, is a very, very deep-rooted tradition in the Hong Kong Chinese, and I think in China itself. So every Sunday, families will get together and they'll go out for yum cha, which is a mid-morning or early afternoon lunch with dim sum, which are the small little dumplings that they have. And there will always be a pot of tea. It'll either be jasmine or pole or whatever tea you choose, And, the waiters will come around the table. Now, if you want your waiter to replenish your cup of tea, the first thing you do is you take the lid off your pot of tea. And the second thing you do is, we never call them like this. You know how we call them in restaurants? You tap on the table with 2 fingers. That's an indication that you want them to fill up your cup of tea. So as they're filling up, you tap on the, all these little gestures, sculpture gestures, make everything so special, just like the way
and
this
the
lady.
taps also thank you at the same time
It's a
as
thank
you're
you.
pouring the tea. You're
Yes.
tapping, which means thank
That's
you.
thank you.
Up, or filling my cup. It has a lot of meaning behind these gestures, right?
It's actually good etiquette.
It is. So talking about etiquette, I was asked to do a class on business etiquette for when the Asian people arrive in the United States, when we were in the Bay Area. And one of the classes is exactly what I taught, the handing out of your business card,
Kiran, Seema, this is so exciting, and I think everybody's enjoying your chat. If you could stop sharing screen, then we can see your expressions on your face. We'll love your chit chat. Thank you.
Oh, Kiran, you've gone away on mute again. Kiran, you're away on mute again, and we need you to stop sharing.
How about we move to the next slide?
Yeah, sure. There's so much, I know, so exciting.
Oops.
That's okay, just scroll down.
Yeah.
You can.
Okay. So let's, okay.
Bit of pastry. So they're actually doing it by hand, Kiran.
They are, and this is filo pastry, so it's not an easy task, as you know. The heat is intense on the skillet. The pastry has to be very, very, very thin, as you know. It's just.
Is that butter they're using?
It is butter and oil. It is clarified butter, like our ghee.
Very skilled, I must say.
Very skilled. And then they have semolina there. The side. There we go. So that so it doesn't stick.
Wow.
So these pastries are actually sold in their cafe. And the cafe is called the Sign Language Cafe.
Wow.
Interesting. A sign language
Up
cafe.
to 10 dirhams, which is about $1. Oh. So we're making all these like chocolate chip cookies and muffins and donuts, and everything has to be priced under $1. And that's
it's all sold in the restaurant?
And this is in the cafe.
In the cafe?
We call it the Sign Language Cafe because they language is sign language.
So you get that. So so there's the cooking training school, and then there's the cafe, and they have a restaurant, which is if you go on TripAdvisor or whatever, it shows right on top, one of the best restaurants. It falls in that category, and they do catering. They do lots and lots of amazing things. So this young lady here, Nora Fitzgerald, is the founder. And again, we'll talk about her later. Another chef here, she is Chef Saida, Chef Naima, and they were in the kitchen. It's a funny story. I'm like, I'm everywhere. You'll find Kiran everywhere. I notice everything. So I go in the kitchen, I'm like, what are you ladies making? They're like, oh, we're making coconut cakes. I said, oh, is this our dessert? After our food tasting, they're like, oh no, it's for the restaurant or the bakery or whatever. And I was like, and me? Who am I? What am I? I don't get. And then I was like, I'm just kidding, whatever. So we go in and we sit down and we're chatting and having tea. And suddenly they bring a tray of these delicious coconut cakes. And Nora looks up at them like, wait, this wasn't part of the plan. And they're like, oh no, it's for this young lady, meaning me, the one with the big mouth.
Very hospitable, I must say, of them.
Very nice, right? Very nice of them. So we got to taste it. It was incredible. It wasn't like heavy and dense and rich. It was just light and fluffy and just the right amount of sugar, It was absolutely wonderful.
Yum,
So-
I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too, and it's time to have some sweets. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about Amal here, which I wanted to save the best for the last and who they are. And I might just go
up to 10 dirhams, which is about $1. Oh. So we're making all these like chocolate chip cookies and muffins and donuts, and everything has to be priced under $1. And that's
And it's
why,
all sold in the restaurant?
and this is in the cafe.
In the cafe?
We call it the sign language cafe because they with sign language.
So the pastries help to provide income for the ladies, the pastries that sold in the restaurants and the bakery shops. So they have young women that they're training. They have different age groups, and they have different areas where they place as they see the passion of each woman, where she is more insightful, where she enjoys whatever. And then they have the cooking classes for tourists, or maybe companies that want to do team building or something like that, and cook together and learn a little bit more. They have a cookbook, and I wanted to purchase that because it's just absolutely wonderful, and lots of very small cookbook, but lots of beautiful pictures, colorful. And if anybody is interested, please do visit their website. It's over there, and we will have it on our screen again in a bit, right? And just support them, Amal Training Center. And it's amalnonprofit.org. Very simple. I'm going to move you along to, here we are. There it is, the website. And this is the hotel that we were staying in, La Mamounia. So Mamounia is essentially a piece of property that it's amazing how it was. It's like you're in the city, but you're in a resort, but you're right there, right? Very different. So you're crossing the street from your hotel, and there's a camel on the street. You're not in the desert. The noise, the crowds, the people, the cheering, there was so much activity, the tuk-tuks, the rickshaws, the horse-drawn carriages. There was so much activity, but there was no fear. You're not afraid of anything. You can walk on the streets and you can go visit people, and everybody is happy and content and smiling, and everybody is able to speak English, and we had no issues at all. So we met our dear friend, executive chef Rashid, and he takes care of the Moroccan restaurant, which is exclusively Moroccan food. When he found out who I was and what I do, of course, he asked for my book, and we did a little book signing and lots of lovely conversations. It was so much fun. He's a star. We had dinner there, and it started with this beautiful assortment of little dips and salads and things. And, the vegetables that are most common are eggplant and tomatoes and onions and pumpkins and squash. The most brilliant dish was the pumpkin. It's a pumpkin jam. I didn't want his recipe. I just wanted to know the nature of the technique, because it looks jammy, it's sweet, but yet it is intact. And there's a bite to it. It has integrity. It reminded me, Seema, I kid you not, of the mango jam we used to make in India.
Murba.
It's like, wow, this is like so close to home, Murba.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to work on developing that recipe and making it my way and see how it comes out. Something that my grandmother used to make.
That would be really exciting, Kiran.
right? Yeah. And be able to retain that color, you know. So the one thing I asked him, what was the technique? And he said he confit it. I was like, okay.
That explains it. That gives it the texture.
Yeah, I got it. So I'm, you know, in the mind of playing with it soon. And then we have a chickpea stew that was on the dinner menu, and then you can see some pumpkins and carrots on that as well. Dates and eggplants and lovely chickpeas, you know, the dried one that you.
These gorgeous earthy elements combined with the sweetness of the dry fruits and the texture of the dry fruits as well.
But the amazing thing is it's a hotel, it's a resort, but they have a huge, vast property. And guess what they have? Olive trees, organic garden, lemon trees, bananas, pumpkins, zucchini, squash, herbs. You can just go on and on and on.
Right down your alley.
Right down my alley. And that was my morning walk, you know, every morning.
Wow.
Just going through that, and fennel and marjoram and chili, and they grew everything.
Yum.
Baby artichokes and so on and so forth.
So you'd say they're pretty much farm to table.
Yes, totally. And that's what I love, right?
Right.
Just and so many lovely benefits. And then, you know, chef spoke so expertly about, and you could hear and sense his passion, you know, when he talks about his creative recipes here. So moving on to the next. So we talked about hospitality and tea service. So for the Moroccans, there's another drink, and it's the hospitality drink of almond drink. And then almond drink again reminds me of tamale or tadel, right? The two different things in two different dialects that we used to drink. We haven't had that in years and years, but it was exactly like that. Almond milk, some sweetness, but the sweetness here, and they had rose petals as well. The sweetness here is jaggery. Okay, so I'll come to that. There's a picture of that. That was hilarious. But when I saw this, you know, welcoming with almond milk and dates, so you have something sweet and something refreshing, you know, it just brought me back again to our roots, you know, and how we serve hospitality, you know.
Beautiful.
It is.
I love it. I need to visit.
I love it too. So after dinner, Chef Rashid was very kind to let me into his kitchen as per my usual requests, and impeccably clean kitchen. But listen to this. He talks, I ask him more questions about his philosophy and this and that. And he says, the first thing he says to me is, there's a ratio of 50-50. 50 men, 50 women, I mean, 50% men, 50% women chefs in my kitchen. Very proud to say that. Bravo to him, you know, love it. Bravo. So he was very hospitable, took us around, and we tasted some spices and things, and here we are. So what we're going to do next is we're going to now go to the farmers market, or the souks, otherwise known, to look at their spices and how they bring everything together. So as we're walking there, I said, oh my gosh, you know, here's another India thing again. You know, I got to have a bite of this. I didn't. I didn't. Yeah. So that's where the sugar comes from in the almond, right?
Yes.
So there I am. I was like, I can't resist. I have to take a photo like this. So somebody passes by and he says, I like your style. I was like, yeah, I like your style too. Here we are in the lovely, lovely souks. And again, you know, nobody's bothering us or, you know, coming in and you know, forcing us to buy anything. Nothing like that. It was just so serene and yet colorful and robust, you know, and we're tasting things along the way. So here are the towers or cones of spices right behind us. You know, there's turmeric and peppers, and we'll come to the tea man in a bit. And here are all of those exclusive and inclusive spices. When I say inclusive, is because if you see the picture to my left, there's the blue marjoram, marjarel.
Yes.
That's the blue dye, you know, the cobalt blue that's famous in Morocco, you know, and I think I wrote it down. It's the, it was an artist, here you go, French artist, Jacques Marjarel. He was known for constructing the largest artwork, the Marjarel Garden. This cobalt blue dye is sold everywhere in the soup.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they put it out there with the spices. And this picture here, I guess I'm pointing out at some lovely spices there. And here I am.
Gorgeous.
This is the Moroccan one. And this was the Spanish one. Yeah, it's Iran. So the Spanish one is actually the carcass is actually longer. You see the stamen, it's much longer. The color is quite bright. I think it's actually the brightest. But you can see what we've done with the test here of the Moroccan one. We just pressed it down on a piece of paper and sprayed a little bit of water on it and crushed it. And immediately the color was revealed into this bright, vivid turmeric yellow. And as far as there you go. So we actually have 3 stems in one crocus flower.
The one that you have.
The other one is more single. This one is together. So what this young man is saying, what's your name?
Jamal.
So what Jamal is saying, if you want a good saffron to make a lovely tagine or rice or couscous, buy Moroccan. Even for your chai, which is tea, even for the tea, this is your best. Is it because it's sweeter? It's more sweet and it's more perfumed?
No, it's with the same with the.
Yes, so it is sweeter. So we're going to buy. So what are we going to pay for this saffron?
Nice. I love it.
For the saffron. So everywhere I would go and I'm like, well, how much is it? You know, what do you expect me to pay? You know, everywhere I visit. And they say, we just want you to smile. Because when you smile, then your husband is happy, then he will pay. You don't worry about the pay.
Oh, bless. That's so lovely, right?
It was like, for me, it was like they're trying to be a gentleman and they're trying to say, you're a lady, you don't need to worry about the price. You can just, it's okay. We'll talk to your husband about the price. I'm telling you, I
You
don't
just buy,
know the price of-
just buy whatever you want and let the husband foot the bill. No problem.
Exactly.
Isn't that the way it should be? Shh. I'm just kidding.
Hilarious. So it was fun, right? The whole experience. So here
Amazing, amazing journey, amazing experience.
Amazing. So we call this gentleman the Spice Guard, okay? He's called the Spice Guard because, I don't know, we just gave him that name, Spice Guard. So he invites us, I guess he does that with all of the visitors. Sit down next to him and have a cup of chai. And that's exactly what we did. We took a moment to take this very sweet gentleman. And we have Najib here. Najib, and this is a real human story, which I'm not going to go into now because of time, but Najib was our guide and he's been there for 45 years doing this, and he was a perfect gentleman. Lovely, lovely story about his life. Here I am in the kitchen. So now we're back to La Mumia. And we are in the kitchen with Chef, let me find my papers, with Chef Albi, and we're of course talking about kitchen equipment and what's your philosophy and what are you making today and what are the mocktails of the day. And it was very interesting. A young man from Australia currently, background Asian, and he's having a whirlwind of a time here at the hotel. Next one, same gentleman, he's taken me to the insides of his kitchen. And the next picture is with the renowned chef Jean-Georges Bongarichin. And he is my old friend from Hong Kong. We, when we were working at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel on the Hong Kong island, we had met, and he then opened Wong's, and he would fly back and forth, and then we would meet there again. And at first, he did not recognize me, and then everything came back, and he said, "I have more memories of Wong's than the Pierrot at the Mandarin." And then we were just, talking and chatting and having fun. So here I'm in the kitchen, and he wanted me to try some really nice, lovely, fresh, clean broth for the day. You'll see his picture right there. We're in an Italian restaurant in the hotel, and we had spent 45 minutes just chatting away and catching up on all of the work he's doing. And we're standing in front of a copper pizza oven. So here's a wood burning oven of this magnitude, and I was cooking a tagine on that little wood burning charcoal oven. Look at that difference. Right, that magnitude, it's amazing. We had a really good reflective time just comparing seasons and days past with everything that's happening now. 30 years ago is when I met him. We meet again here. How interesting and amazing is that?
Amazing.
So dinner is served to all the guests, and now it's time for us to put on our bright smiles and just celebrate. And the book is out again, and Georges is holding it now with the rest of his team, and just essentially honoring me with, with the food and their mocktails, and the book was awesome.
And you're wearing Moroccan azure blue.
Yeah,
the your colors of Morocco.
Yeah, that's right.
Amazing.
I didn't even think that. Yeah, you're right. The blouse is a deep blue.
Right.
So that's my gallery of chefs. And then my last one is, if you want to follow me, KieranRobinson.com. There we go.
Beautiful presentation, Kieran. You took us on a journey into Morocco, into the cuisine. It's fantastic. I loved when you spoke about the tea. We spoke about the tea ceremony, and then Tandai, with almonds, black peppercorns, fennel, poppy seeds, watermelon kernels, milk, and saffron in the Indian tradition.
That's right.
And, on the spiritual side, we associate Tandai with Mahashivaratri, which is the night of Shiva, and also Holi, which is a celebration of love, friendship, and the Spring Festival in India. So amazing, right? And jaggery, jaggery is actually native to Africa and Asia.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to save that. I said, we'll talk about that later, Seema and myself. I know she would love that. So go ahead, and I will just look at my notes. I've made a few notes on that, but go ahead and tell me about what you know.
The jaggery is actually non-centrifugal sugar, really, because it's not spun during the process to remove the nutritional molasses, really.
Right.
And we have similar products all over Asia and Latin America too, and the Caribbean. So I'll give you a few names. We call it gur in India, panela in Colombia, piloncillo in Mexico, tapa dulce in Costa Rica, namatan tanode in Thailand, gula melaka, as I know it, very, very much so because I lived in Asia and Malaysia, and kokuto in Japan. Amazing. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the Ayurvedic elements of jaggery. Ayurveda endorses jaggery as therapeutic since time immemorial, since ancient times, okay? It's because jaggery is a naturally healthy sweetener, as when compared to white sugar, of course, because its mineral content is very high, right? It's packed with calcium, magnesium, iron, potassium, phosphorus, some amounts of zinc. Ayurveda celebrates jaggery as cleansing, and it prevents anemia, obviously because of its high iron content, because it's non-centrifugal sugar. You know, the molasses is still there. What is molasses? Molasses is very rich in iron, and it's also said to improve digestion. You know, I love that element of jaggery. Coming to spices, speaking about Mediterranean cuisine.
Before we go there, if I may ask you a question, the addition of palm sugar to jaggery, what's the?
I've never really used palm sugar as such, purely because of the ethical purposes behind it, right? So I always implement the use of jaggery.
Okay.
Okay, more so. And traditionally, having grown up in Kenya in an Indian environment, I was used to jaggery really.
And what was the packaging shape that you would?
Oh, in Kenya, we get it the traditional Indian cone, you know, like a cone, but it's a flat on the top and flat, and it's this big chunk. It's shaped like this. And then you shave it at home.
Yes,
you shave it at home and you bottle it up. Bottle it up. You can buy that in the Indian stores here in the UK, by the way, in that same way, you know, if you find the right store, or you can get it in chunks. You know, I remember when we were traveling to visit the Golden Temple from Delhi to Amritsar, we drove. And on the way, there were these farmers who were making fresh jaggery. It was hot. Cakes of jaggery, and they were fennel infused. And it's dry fennel seeds infused. And we just took chunks of that and we were eating it like candy. It was fresh and it was so delicious. It was yum. It was yum. I still have that taste.
Imagine jaggery with tamarind.
It's an amazing combination.
Perfect marriage, right?
Perfect marriage. And a lot of the Thai people do add an element of sweetness with tamarind, you know, again, to counteract the sourness of the tamarind. You know that.
And that's where they do the palm sugar thing.
They use palm sugar. Right? You're right. They use more palm sugar. Indeed, they use more palm sugar in Thailand, and also in different parts of Asia, they do use palm sugar. But I have mixed reviews about that. I'll be very honest with you.
Sure.
Spoke about the spices, the spice souks. That would be my favorite place to visit in Morocco.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to add is that herbs and spices give regional expression to Mediterranean cooking and other cuisines. In other words, herbs and spices can make a dish Greek, it can make it Turkish, it can make it Italian, depending on the combination of the herbs and spices used. I'll say this also for Mexican cuisine, for example, you know, if you're making a fajita mix, you know, it is the combination of the herbs and spices that give that expression to the Mexican spice, you know?
Yeah, because they don't use sugar per se, it's more heat, but the sweetness comes from their herbs.
Yes.
Right? With the tomatoes.
They use a lot of tomato, they bring in a lot of, I love like a salsa, it's a perfect balance of flavors, as you know, the Mexican salsa. Then I want to touch a little bit on the Arabic spice baharat, you know. It's a typical Middle Eastern blend, as many of you may know. And it is various depending on which region you're coming from. The general recipe has pepper, coriander, cumin, cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, and paprika, very much like our garam masala in many ways. It's a warming spice and it lends a pleasing savory flavor, slightly sweet, and it's used in pilafs, couscous, soups, and stews. It can also be used as a dry rub. And the Lebanese seven spice is actually a form of baharat. Whenever I say baharat, I always think of the garam masala. You know, The
Yeah.
garam masala is one spice you probably find in practically every Indian kitchen. You know, from southern India to the Konkan coast of India to northern India to to Sindh as well. You know, every family tends to have their own recipe of a garam masala.
Do you find that garam masala is generally more in the dals and lentils, and then for the vegetables you don't really use garam masala? Do you?
Very rightfully said. I don't like to overpower my vegetables with garam masala. I go more with just coriander and cumin, or
Right.
mustard seeds and curry leaves, depending which regional cuisine I'm cooking. If it's southern, I'll go with elements of mustard seeds, maybe a little bit of cumin and the curry leaves, and maybe dry chilies, whole dry chilies.
Sure.
Northern Indian cuisine, if you're talking about the varieties of dals that we have, or the lentils and legumes that we have. We have a rajma, which is a red bean curry,
Yeah.
or we have chickpeas, which we call chana masala. Then garam masala is used extensively. But vegetables, I feel get very you kill the flavor of vegetables with the garam masala. There are many people who like to use garam masala, but I like to keep those elements of, there's a little bit of Cantonese in me here. I have to confess, having lived in Hong Kong for 20 years, Cantonese cuisine goes more on the flavor of the food.
Mhm. Yeah.
We talk about the flavor of the vegetable, the flavor of the dish, rather than the spices used in the dish. It's a subtler form of Chinese cuisine.
Yeah, because I have had many people in my life ask me about Indian spices, thinking that here's a packet of something and you put it in every dish. It doesn't work that way. Garam masala is absolutely delicious, especially homemade one.
Yes.
But you have to understand that they are the heating spices, the warming
Yes, very
spices.
much so. Very much so.
And if you're cooking with tomatoes or green beans or whatever, you don't need that heaty spice in that lovely young springy tender vegetables.
Absolutely. Even pumpkin, you won't want to overpower it with garam
Exactly.
masala, because you kill the
Squash.
sweetness of the pumpkin. The pumpkin flavor doesn't come through. So you have to.
Yeah.
This brings me to the quatre épices, the French spice, the four spice.
Right.
It's typically ground black pepper, white pepper, cloves, nutmeg, and ginger. Very simple. Excellent in a bouillabaisse, excellent in soups and stews. Very delicate. So, spices play a vital role in so many cuisines, especially Indian cuisine, since
Right.
time immemorial. And there's such a deep story behind spices, which I want to touch on. What was the spice route? What was the spice trade? It was a historical civilization between India, North Africa, Asia, Europe, and it is spices such as cassia, cardamom, nutmeg, star anise, cloves, turmeric. They were celebrated and have been celebrated since ancient times. So the Silk Road, as we call it, or the Maritime Route, as it was known as well, was the establishment of such a great big industry. It set up trading companies, and it set up bases for the European countries, for the colonization in Asia and the Americas. What was it all driven by? It was all driven by the spice route, due to the precious commodities, to enhance foods, which actually pleased the palates of the Europeans back home. And it's a great story that we must celebrate, a story of integration, immigration, and colonies. It's just amazing. And with the spice trade, we had the silk trade as well.
Yeah, and with the traders, the spices they were a commodity. They were a currency as well.
Absolutely. Black
right?
pepper was once worth its weight in gold, I
Absolutely.
believe.
Yeah.
I've been told. So there's such sacred, food stories have such a deep rooted history. I read once that the chili pepper, which we commonly use in India, we call it red chilies or red chili powder. has had its origins in Ecuador.
Hmm.
That's what I learned. And I did share this before when I went to Peru. I want to share this with all our viewers. How many varieties of potatoes there are? I saw deep blue, navy blue potato, purple potato, pink potato, yellow potato. I've never seen so many potatoes in my life. So many colors. You could eat your rainbow through those potatoes itself.
Yeah, no, it's very true. It's very true. They're beautiful. We were fortunate in California to be able to get things like that from close by places. So
Hong
we
Kong is a
experienced
food
all the
lover's paradise.
potatoes. Yeah. No, it's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. That was like you just punctuated the whole story of Morocco with what you shared.
What
here.
a beautiful, in-depth, detailed presentation you gave us, Kiran. Thank you so much. I'm sure our viewers must have loved it. Let me see if we have any questions.
Good.
Oh, we have Mita saying she loves jaggery. I either put molasses, very good. Blackstrap molasses is very, very, very recommended. And jaggery, and rarely use brown sugar in my dishes, even in herbal teas, well done. Also in other tea concoctions, sorry. We have someone saying, amazing journey, Kiran. Thank you for sharing. Our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, says, awesome journey share, Kiran. Wonderful, fabulous, bravo.
Oh.
We want more.
Okay, we'll go to Italy next. Okay.
That would be marvelous.
Tutto bene, va bene.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
So,
where are we going next, Sima?
Before we jump onto spring and the season of natural detox and Ayurveda, I'd like to mention our future events coming up, Kiran.
Let's go for it.
So, next week we have a future event, and I'll just wait for our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, to pull up our screen with all the details. We have a wellness event. It's a great event coming up next Sunday. Do join us. And we would like to ask all of those who would like to be involved in our integrated health forum. If you're a wellness speaker, meditation teacher, a yoga teacher, you supplementary different kinds of therapies, to get in touch with us. We want to make a great impact in this world, leading the children into a better tomorrow. And it starts with awareness. So we want to invite you all to join us. And on that note, I'll be starting my presentation, Kiran. I'll be speaking about Ayurveda and springtime. So just as I talk about springtime, what season are we in now? We're in spring, okay? And as we begin to let go of the layers of our winter coat this spring, we may notice that our scalp and our skin are naturally beginning to shed. The cold, wet winter months, what do? They tend to dry out our skin, as I said earlier on. But as soon as we start stepping into the blossoming of spring, which we are already doing so, the pace of life naturally quickens, and our complexion and our skin naturally begins to discard its layers. Okay, so what does Ayurveda say? Let's get into that. If you're rethinking your springtime regime, Ayurveda, India's ancient science of life and the sister science to yoga, suggests that we implement a few Ayurvedic lifestyle and diet prescriptions that will help us get our spring groove on. So now, Ayurveda emphasizes strongly on the concept of Ritucharya. Ritucharya means season. Ritu means season, and Charya means discipline. Okay, so spring it is, so spring produce it must be, right? I'm going to try and screen share over here. If you give me a minute or two, get into my presentation so we can hop into spring happily with an Ayurvedic regime.
Seema, it is already on the screen. Just
It
talk
is
to
on
it.
the screen. So it's Ayurveda and springtime. My name is Seema Bhatia, and I'll be sharing this presentation with you. Okay. Ayurveda emphasizes strongly on the concept of Ritucharya, as I said. Ritu is season and Charya is discipline. Okay. Which means that we have to implement Ritucharya as per each season. So spring it is, spring Ritucharya it is. Fall it is, fall Ritucharya it is. Winter, and so on and so forth. These are prescriptions that help us to cope with the bodily and mental impacts that happen with seasonal changes. Now let me speak more about this as we go along. Okay, we're coming out of the winter and we're shedding our winter coat. What happens during the winter? It's the festive season, it's the season of hibernating, it's cold. We tend to stay indoors, right? We like to indulge in heavy foods. Like I said earlier on with Kiran, we want to have that creamy rice pudding. We want to have that hot chocolate. We want to indulge in buttery, ghee-laden foods, all comfort foods. What happens is this leads to an increase of kapha within our body. What is kapha? Okay, you're going to ask me. So what does Ayurveda say? Ayurveda says the whole universe and we are composed of 5 elements: earth, air, water, fire, and ether. These elements manifest within us as 3 metabolic types: vata, which is air and ether; pitta, which is fire and water; and kapha, which is earth and water. So as we are in winter, we're indulging in all these festive foods and we collect a winter coat of kapha. Now, as we come into spring, the pace of life quickens. The Mother Earth warms up, and it's a time where we see everything budding and blossoming. Have you ever heard the saying, a spring in your step? And why do we hear the saying, spring cleanse? Because spring is that perfect time where we should implement a detox. Why? Because at springtime, our body naturally is aligned with nature. It wants to purge. It wants to detox. So this is the perfect time of the year to implement a spring cleanse. So how do we do this spring cleanse, right? There's so many ways you can implement a spring cleanse. First and foremost is Ritucharya, diet and lifestyle prescriptions that synergize with spring. And Ritucharya as per your doshas. As spring is the season for detox and deep cleaning, just we want to cleanse from the inside as we do from the outside, right? We're talking about spring beauty here. Now, what do we say? Beautiful skin begins from within. Our skin is the largest organ in our body, and it is a mirror of what is happening inside our body. Okay, we want to really cleanse from the inside out. We want to stimulate healthy skin growth and counter excess oiliness, which tends to happen more as we move towards the pulsations of spring. We tend to get more breakouts. Everything tends to surface more during this time. Just as the warmth of spring starts to melt the snow outside, that may have accumulated the snow outside, toxins or armor that have accumulated in our body throughout the year also begin to loosen up during this time. Like I said, we're synergizing with nature. What's happening outside is actually happening inside. Our body needs to purge, it needs to detox and purify these toxins. Our body starts this process naturally. And if we do not enhance this process, the armor that is loosening up will get stored within the energy channels in our body. Ayurveda calls them shrotras. And this can lead to a variety of unpleasant symptoms, Some of us may feel dull, heavy, congested. Our skin may lose its glow. We become prone to breakouts, as I said earlier on. Irritations also happen, skin irritations. Ama also lowers our immunity. During this time, this phase that we're facing in the world, it is fundamental that we fire up our Agni, our digestive fire, and we keep our immunity very strong. Okay, so Ayurveda is that perfect time. Ayurveda celebrates spring as that perfect time for a natural detox. Okay, it's the kapha season, as I said earlier on, earth and water, and it's a reflection of the dosha's cold, heavy, and slow qualities. It is most important during this time to modify our diet, to warm things up a bit, to balance our kapha, avoid heavy, cold, oily foods, reduce sweet, sour, and salty foods, and instead we need to favor pungent, bitter, and astringent tastes. So some of you may ask me, can you give me an example of a pungent, bitter, astringent vegetable? I'd say white daikon radish, for example, artichokes, methi, fenugreek. Follow a light, warm, nourishing, kapha pacifying diet will also help reduce that ama with our system. So let me give you some pointers here. What should one do? One must eat light. One must eat green as the spring landscape. So implement cooked leafy greens in your diet. There's a multitude of spring vegetables available in the market right now. Implement those in your diet. Brussels sprouts are great. White daikon is great. Artichokes are in season. They're a spring seasonal produce. Those are great. Whole grains, wheat, barley, quinoa, amaranth, all very good for you. They contain water-soluble nutrients and fibers that can aid the detoxification process and purify your body channels. Okay, eat lots of cleansing foods during the day. For example, in-season fruits like strawberries, rhubarbs. Okay, add warming spices, coriander, cumin, fennel, and turmeric. Turmeric, remember, with black pepper. Turmeric, add all these spices to your diet to help stimulate your digestion, fire up your Agni, and detoxify your skin. Now, the next point, as many of you may know, is we have to step away and hydrate. I can't emphasize more on this. Hydration is very important during spring. We're going from the winter months and we're stepping towards the warmer summer months. We want to hydrate. We want to keep things flowing. Sip warm water throughout the day. However, if you are a Pitta dosha, which is fire and water, it is recommended that you drink your water at room temperature. To help purify your skin, you need to slow simmer the following spices in 2 quarts of water. So that's about 2¼ liters of water. You take a heaped teaspoon of cumin seeds, a heaped teaspoon of coriander seeds, and a teaspoon of fennel seeds. You slow simmer this on a very low heat to extract all the essential oils out of the spices into the water for a good 15 to 20 minutes. Strain it and you can drink this water throughout the day. Another tip I have is you have to keep moving. Proper elimination is a must for healthy, glowing skin. If you're prone to constipation, it is recommended, now not in large amounts because these are sweet, to add cooked prunes and figs to your diet. And of course, eat lots of in-season fruits. A brisk walk, a good yoga session will increase your metabolism. It'll enhance the detoxification process and improve your skin. Now, another thing that's very vital for healthy glowing skin is to go outdoors. Get a little bit of that sunshine. This will refresh your complexion and uplift your mood. When you're happy, when you feel happy, you're in a good mood. You look good. You feel good. Now we're going to come to the Ayurvedic prescription that I spoke about earlier, Trifala. Haritaki, Bibitaki, and Amlaki. Trifala, 3 phals, 3 fruits. If elimination is a persistent problem, it is recommended that you see an Ayurvedic expert and you implement the use of Trifala on a daily basis for a certain amount of time. An Ayurvedic doctor would be able to give you the perfect prescription as per your body type and how much you need. Now for our skin, we have 3 types of skin. The Vata person, air and ether, will have dry skin, right? It'll be rough. The Pitta person will have, so Vata is air and ether. They have dry, rough skin. The Pitta person tends to have delicate, oily skin. What is Pitta? Pitta is fire and water. The Kapha person will have normal skin that is well nourished and moist. So for the Vata person, you want to exfoliate those dull layers that have collected during the winter. Your skin is peeling, it's dull, it's dry. You want to exfoliate, you want to regenerate, not only from the inside with a spring-friendly diet, but also from the outside. It goes hand in hand. You implement a detox from the inside, you clean from the inside, you cleanse from the outside. You dry grind 1 tablespoon. Those of you who are interested, you may want to take a pen and paper and write this down. I'm going to go slow here. 1 tablespoon of ground oatmeal, 1 teaspoon of dry rose petals, along with a teaspoon of organic sugar and enough warm milk to make a pasty consistency. Gently work this paste all over your body. Of course, you start with small quantities, try it out on your hands, and then you can multiply the recipe by 4 or 5. You work it into your skin and then you rinse it off with warm water. This is for the Vata type. For the Pitta type, you combine 1 teaspoon of chickpea flour. Again, we're working with small trial quantities. Chickpea flour, we call it besan. You mix it with either a 1/4 teaspoon of Trifala or neem or rose petals, depending what is easiest available for you. You add just enough water to make this a paste. Okay, you don't want to add milk here because Pitta type people are prone to oily skin. And again, the same method. You rub it on your skin and then you shower it off with warm water. Trifala is specially cleansing and balancing for oily, sensitive skin. Last but not least, we come to Kapha skin. Kapha skin type, okay? For people who have a Kapha skin type, which is generally healthy skin, I would say it's normal skin, you can apply a mixture of a teaspoon of raw honey and a 1/2 teaspoon of lemon juice. Kapha skin really doesn't need much exfoliation because it's normal skin. You're going to rub it onto your skin. Honey will help you retain moisture and support all aspects of your skin's biome. Okay, and you add lemon to it to tone and cleanse the tissues of your skin. Just apply it, multiply the recipe by 4 or 5 times, apply it all over your body after doing a skin test and rinse off with warm water and you pat it dry. These are just a few very simple Ayurvedic tips that you can implement for your skincare routine to be beautiful from the inside out. Now, many of you would say, okay, you've given us the prescription. You've told us to eat in-season fruits. You've told us to eat in-season vegetables. It's very simple. But how do I embark on a spring cleanse? Very simple. Go on a khichdi cleanse. Okay, what is khichdi? Khichdi is a congee. In Hong Kong, we call it a congee, which is a really mushy rice. But a khichdi is a mushy rice and lentil dish. Use green mung beans. If you want the recipe, just reach out to me. I'll give it to you. Make yourself a nice bowl of warm khichdi, very mildly spiced. You could use ghee if you wanted to temper it with cumin seeds, fennel seeds, or coriander seeds, because those are kapha friendly spices. And you know, spring is the kapha season. Temper it with the spices and have a bowl of khichdi in the morning. An in season fruit, I emphasize in season fruit at lunchtime. A bowl of khichdi in the afternoon. You can add your spring seasonal vegetables into your lunchtime khichdi if you wish to. Not a problem. Like I said, eat green like the landscape. Add in your kale, add in your spinach, add in all the spring greens. Arugula. Arugula is great. It's abundant in springtime. You know, eat a lot of arugula. If you have access to dandelion greens are fantastic. They're a chalagog. What is a chalagog? A chalagog is a liver cleansing food. In springtime, your liver is naturally detoxing. It's naturally cleansing. You want to enhance the process of cleansing. Add dandelion greens into your khichdi or sip away on dandelion tea. Not a problem. It'll do the work. And for dinner, you can have either plain lentil and rice khichdi, or you can have a similar khichdi to the one you had at lunchtime. And of course, at 4 o'clock, those hunger pangs do set in. Have a herbal tea, have milk thistle tea, have a dandelion tea, and an in-season fruit. Okay, do this for 3 days. I say start slowly. Do it for 3 days, give it a break, then implement it again. Do the spring cleanse and your energy levels will be higher, will be cleansing from the inside. You know, whatever happens inside happens on the outside. Implement a simple skincare regime. If you really want to go into greater depth with Ayurveda and lifestyle prescriptions, I'll say implement dinacharya routine. Wake up before sunrise, swish sesame oil in your mouth, you know, do that before you brush. Yeah, because the toxins, you're swishing the toxins away and then you want to clean the toxins out. Tongue scrape, meditate, do breath work, yoga, take a walk in the park, and just let yourself have that spring in your step, right, Karen?
Absolutely. I love that spring, and spring has sprung indeed. This was amazing. It was so educational. I have so many questions, but I know we can't do that. But your your whole presentation was just, it was filled with a sense of calm, tranquility, peace. It just wants you to, the way you presented it, just wants you to really be attentive to what you're listening and go and put that into application. And I'm going to encourage myself and all our viewers, put that into application. That was awesome. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. I think in the Vata Skin Scrub, I spoke about adding sugar. So sugar is humectant. It helps it helps hydrate your skin, as is honey as well. You know, a lot of people ask me this question, but why sugar? If you look around you, you know, there are a lot of sugar scrubs all over the market. Even coffee scrubs have sugar in them because they help retain the moisture in your skin.
It's also good. It's a natural scrub as well.
It is. Okay.
Too much sugar can cause acne when consumed.
Yes.
But sugar on the outside surface exfoliates.
Absolutely. And it hydrates.
It hydrates, yeah.
It hydrates your skin.
A very good tip, you know, that's excellent. I hope maybe a next presentation or something you could have everything written down. I mean, you know.
I could give
something with the recipes and tips and all. That would be absolutely fabulous. I bet you there will be calls coming in and people texting you with more information. So
there's so much, you know, their body masks, their body exfoliants, you know how crazy I am, right, Kiran?
Yeah, but it's true. You know what you know put together is absolutely true, and I love the way you keep reminding your viewers to please do a skin test. Please consult with your physician. You know,
Absolutely.
please talk to a specialist before you do that because everybody is different. You know.
Everybody's different, exactly, you know, and we
Yeah.
may take out a questionnaire from the internet and do Prakriti analysis. Prakriti is your dosha, your metabolic type that you're born with. But you know, you're not always correct. You really need an Ayurvedic expert. The Prakriti analysis is great if you're doing nutrition, you know, but if you're really going to an Ayurvedic doctor, you'll notice they'll do Nadi Pariksha, which is they'll feel your pulse.
Mhm.
And then they'll be able to tell you exactly what's going on within your body. Because
Okay.
they're so well trained at doing this,
Okay.
you know.
That's amazing. Yeah, I did
It's
not know.
amazing. It's amazing. And there's several skincare prescriptions. You know, Kiran, I believe that if you can eat it,
Yeah.
then it's good enough to put on your skin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But if you
It-
can't eat it, don't put it on your skin.
Yeah. The law of nature, right?
It's the law of nature.
Law of nature.
It's going back to being more sacred and more real. I remember as children, I always go back to my grandmother. Now, this is my maternal grandmother. So we had a Sunday ritual. I've written about it. I call it Snehana. Snehana. Snehana means love, to give love in Hindi. So whenever we'd visit India, you know, sometimes we would have come back from Mombasa, from the coast in Kenya. We'd have many holidays there. And I think one odd holiday, we flew off to India straight after coming back to Mombasa. And my grandmother was like, look at you, you're flaking and you're drying and you're peeling because we were sunburned. And she'd really strip us down. We were little children and we'd be there so embarrassed and shy. And she'd get this chickpea mix with turmeric and all these herbs. And she would be, you know, we call it a patla in Kenya. It's like a chair. It's a wooden small chair which you sit on the floor. Traditionally in Indian kitchens, they sit on it and they eat, you know, from a thali. And she'll put this there and she'll be rigorously rubbing an oil iron. For us, it was torture.
So it's more like the torture chair. You know?
But we would come out shining, you know.
Bless you. It's lovely. That's
Such
great. Oh, I see
warm
Sharon
memories.
here.
I see Sharon.
Thank you. Hi, Sharon.
And Mr. Kumar is just sharing on our future events. So if we just scroll down, we have next week on Sunday, the 1st of May, our yoga and meditation event for your mind, for your body, and for your soul. The perfect session to attend to have that spring in your step. What do you say?
Awesome. We'll be there.
We will be there, indeed. And we see a very special lady, Kiran.
Yes, Dr. Sharon Rose. Welcome. Namaste.
Namaste, Dr.
Namaste.
Sharon.
It's a pleasure to see you both. And what a wonderful program.
Oh, thank you. It's so awesome to have you here. Sharon, I have the privilege and the honor of introducing you today for the first time, if I may do so. Dr. Sharon Rose, winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on, now help me here,
Qigong, Tai Chi.
Tai Chi, TCM, Taoism and Natural Healing, is the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series, Quantum Key, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was actually consultant to the National Endowment of the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. And she is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Amazing. Welcome.
Thank you.
Amazing.
As always, it's a pleasure. And I'd like to also start by saying that for our audience, I also always have to acknowledge my Guruji, Sitara Devi, who I lived with on fellowships from the American Institute of Indian Studies and a Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship. And on this note of the earth and gardening, when I lived with her and we were living on Nepean Road in Mumbai, I really encouraged her to eat more, eat better. And so I had her, we were growing lettuce and other plants on her balcony and eating that. So I was really encouraging her even at that point, to work on her nutrition and things like that. So there was a balcony full of lettuce and other greens.
Yeah, how delightful. So fortunate to be around those surroundings, right? And to experience nature that way. And it leaves such lovely fond memories in your life forever, right? Yeah.
Well, as you probably know, we have a greenhouse and a big garden. And so we're here in Colorado where it's still kind of cool, but we just planted a whole lot of tomato plants. And then we're eating our lettuce already. And let's see what's coming up. Snow peas and onions and catnip. And then I planted I've done a lot of starts right now of all kinds of vegetables and some tulsi. And I'm hoping that by the next show, I got this new container that anyone in an apartment could use. And I'm going to start putting it together and show you on the next show and planting in that, because then you can have lettuce and spinach and other herbs, basil. That's coming up. We have so much basil. Basil, we still have pesto from 2 years ago. We grow that much. So.
Lovely urban lettuce box. Did I hear you say you have several kinds of chards?
We haven't put, I have seeds. We'll wait now till the fall for that.
Yeah,
but
I was just learning how many different kinds of charts there are.
Oh, yes, there's many. And so I have, we have boxes that are covered. Next time I'll show all this. And so that's making it able for, making it such that I can start sowing these seeds in the little containers.
Absolutely.
For planting outside.
Absolutely.
And I think this year is this year we added 4 more large boxes, raised beds. So this year is going to be abundant.
I love it. It's amazing. The one thing that has been mentioned by all of us hosting today is the fact that next time I'm going to bring this, and next time I'm going to bring that. There seems to be a common thread. It's been a very exciting segment today where we've really literally talked about Earth, and here we are so excited that we want to share more.
Oh, yes. And today, actually, at the end, I have a special treat. My grandnephew, who's 8 years old, brilliant, is coming on to share with us what he is doing, what they're doing, and his knowledge of mushrooms.
Oh, bless his heart. I love it. I love it. I'll be sure to look at the recording afterwards. I love that.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Sharon. It seems.
Thank you. Yes, Sharon, you spoke about your tulsis and the varieties of tulsis you're growing. You're so aware you've got all the different tulsis, right?
Let's see. I have Rama, Krishna, and Amrit.
Excellent. Excellent. Fantastic. Do send us photographs of how they blossom. I'm sure they're going to blossom beautifully.
I'll be giving updates.
Well,
so I would. Yes.
We're going to hand the session over to you now.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
On behalf of Kiran and myself, we say a very warm global namaste. And thank you all very, very much. It's been a wonderful session, Kiran.
It has. The pleasure has been all mine. Thank you very much.
And for all our viewers, don't leave us. There's a lot more to come.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good afternoon.
But I'd like to introduce our guest, frequent guest, my dear friend, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee. We're going to be speaking about culinary exploration in Ecuador. Dame Reverend Dr. Wai-Ching Lee is a holistic health counselor and culinary consultant in holistic nutrition. She has adapted many recipes for her clients with cancer and other health concerns with applied kinesiology testing to ascertain the most suitable and non-inflammatory foods for optimal health. She has had a gastronomic career in the culinary arts in San Francisco as an event planner and caterer, after a career as a flight attendant where she had many opportunities to explore food anthropology. She continues researching on food as cellular information, as well as being a passionate taste adventurer. She enjoys wild and urban foraging and reverse engineering in the sample dishes. Her love for nature and affinity with plants started when she was 5, running in the fields and farms in Penang, Malaysia, eating the wild herbs and knocking down fruit from trees. She joined the Nature Society early in Singapore and has been in organic permaculture and biodynamic movements in all the places she has lived in, growing and buying locally and experimenting with local recipes. She emphasizes the ecology of self to the planet as a restorative eco-spiritual journey. And this week we celebrated Earth Day, and I know a lot of people all around the world were really opening their hearts to the planet and to healing our Earth, as we do every week here on Healing Our Earth. Global namaste to you, Wai-Ching.
Namaste. A global namaste, Sharon, and also to Kiran and Seema, Neil, Nishit, and everybody who's on. And I'd like to quickly introduce you, not quickly, but before I read what she represents here, this is Kati.
Namaste. Global namaste to you. It's so nice to have you on.
And this is the kitchen of Warmi Kuna, which means mujeres, women. Right? In Quechua. And Quechua is a dialect here in Ecuador. And what's really lovely is that this is part of the divine feminine that we talk about, coming through the body and through the culinary arts. And so I was so impressed when I was just walking, right? But, night on the way back to my hotel here. And I saw this and I said, a culinary school, a gold mine in learning about the culinary arts in Ecuador. So I came in here and Kati was making a preserve, a pickle out of a cactus flower, which is not in season at the moment. So, and this is something that I bought in the market, and I was looking like, what can I do with this? I made a soup with it, but they also make the cactus pickle in a particular time. It was Carnaval time. That's right, in February. So she was making this, and then the next thing I saw was, it was big, nice, a part of it, and then the next thing I saw was these little pies, and they're called topte, made of topte. Yeah. So anyway, they're launching into it, and so there were these two questions I had to ask some chef, right, from the market, and here was this woman who had these answers for me. So we'll delve into the products and the food, and the pie just came out. It's like a pecan pie, just came out from the oven just like 2 minutes ago, and it just smells incredible. So if you imagine the freshly baked pastry and the pecan pie and the beautiful caramel glaze on top, that's what this kitchen smells like right now. So it's like, ooh, I can see like Sharon going like, ooh, it's amazing. So allow me to read this. And this is what's also so impressive, is that when I came here and I saw the menu, so she has here, the kitchen is one of the key areas in the house. Creator of the cultures of towns, Warmicuna Cocina Talle, understands eating for the most essential needs of the body and senses, of the spirit and emotions. recognizes the importance of sensorial experiences in the transformation of food to be turned into specialized products destined to nourish us from the deepest principles in the cosmovision in our towns, closely linked to the periods of sowing and harvesting, along with its most extraordinary flavors and knowledge, as well as the myths and social rituals established around the food and its preparation. Our food proposal takes elements from our traditional feeding system and carries them into the dish. That, along with contemporary techniques, create a balance to feed the body and give transcendence. You know, that's one of my favorite words, to our cultural roots and our most ancestral culinary memory. Lovely.
Very lovely. Very lovely.
So Kathy here. So she is the diva of this
Oh,
kitchen. And I've been enjoying food here, you know, so many days. And I just would like to present, Kathy, tell us a little bit of how you started. She's become an amazing friend, of course. You know.
But my English is not good. No?
Yeah, so look at her. A red chef's jacket. How cool is that? Sometimes she wears a denim jacket as well, you know? So just really a one cool lady. Yeah. So please tell us where you want to start. And
Sylvie, okay, this is the chicha.
Chicha.
Wine for Incas. Yeah.
Can you hear? So
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Chicha for wine. It's a wine from the Incas and.
Es de corn brotes, ¿cómo se dice? Los brotes.
Corn.
La cona es de brotes. ¿Cómo se dice?
The seeds, yeah, the corn kernels.
Yeah.
Kernels.
For the chicha.
Yeah.
The process is very long, for 7 days.
7 days to ferment.
Yes.
And you know, look at the colors of this corn. This is heritage corn. It's not your GMO corn. This is heritage and beautiful colors, right?
Yes. Yes. Lovely.
Yeah, it's lovely. So the chicha is a corn drink. It's fermented in different stages, and it starts just fermenting at 7 days. But before that, it is more like a sweet drink, right? Until before it turns alcohol. ¿Brotes?
Sí, esto tienes que mojar y sale vida aquí.
So we take this, like the pepinos?
Seeds.
The seeds.
Yeah.
We take like that, no?
Yes.
And we take it out, and then?
And then you put malasa.
Molasses.
En el, ¿cómo se llama? El cántaro. The pot.
In a pot. Oh yes, it is a special clay
3
pot.
days.
And you have it here, I believe, the clay pot. It's down there. Shall we show it?
¿Puedes traer el panchito? No, yo no. Está en la puerta. Venga. Y lo servimos en este poto, que es una calabaza.
So this is made from calabaza. And you know, it's a gourd. It's a water gourd. You've seen that.
La chicha tiene probióticos.
It's a probiotic.
Para el estómago.
For the stomach, right? You know, the probiotics to balance the flora in the gut.
Flora.
Yes. And because it's fermented also.
Similar to the kombucha.
Similar to kombucha. There we are. So this is their traditional probiotics.
Sí.
This is lovely with a
the pot, yeah. I service in it.
This is how we would drink it. And this is from the
Inca y Cañari, sí.
And so how old do you think this practice, this tradition?
Milenaria, I don't know.
Yes. Long time. And actually all the ancient village reproductions that I've been to, and also the villages, they have always these pots, this clay pot in the corner. So in every home, there's the fermentation of this corn into chicha everywhere. And there are different degrees of fermentation. So it can be very alcoholic too.
Yeah,
What
for drunk.
But to get drunk. So it's ceremonies as
A
well.
ceremony. No, but I service in the menu.
Yes, that's right.
Ceremony is not.
Life is a ceremony, right? And then it's like every meal is a ceremony. That's how we do it. We have a lot of fun here. So you have a question, Sharon?
Yes, Seema actually sent in a question.
We're both talking at the same time. Very, very much like women who are excited about food. So
That's
here,
right. So
Yeah.
Seema had a question. Do they make chichi with quinoa or kiwicha?
Say that again.
Do they make chichi with quinoa or kiwicha?
Chicha.
Chicha. Chicha. It's not chichi. Chicha from quinoa.
With the corn.
You
The
made from
quinoa,
See?
this is the Amazonic fruit. The name is, what's the Amazon?
Let me show this. It's an Amazon.
Chonta. The name is chonta.
It's an Amazon fruit. It's fruit from the Amazon, and it's called.
También es chicha. Chicha de chonta.
Chonta. It's called chonta.
It's
Get
different.
the right cadence. Chonta. Oh.
Es una palmera.
It's from a palm. Yes, it is from a palm. You know, this is like what we make toddy.
I don't know.
Yeah. So can we open one to take a look?
No, this is very, very dark.
It's very hard. Oh, it is very hard. It's like
it's not fresh.
I see. It's not fresh. Okay. Maybe
when
the next one you'll try.
You
we'll
put,
make it.
Eat.
You can eat it, and it's
this moment not when it's fruit.
I see. Is it jelly like? Is
no.
it like a jelly?
No, no jelly. ¿Cómo es la
I'm
consistencia?
curious. A little bit wet, so it's a little bit. So Seema, do you see this choncha?
Chonta.
Chonta. It's a chonta. I feel
Chonta,
like
chonta.
Chonta.
What I want to ask her is when I visited Southern America, the chicha that was presented to the whole team that was there was made with either quinoa or kiwicha. Kiwicha is amaranth. So
in Bolivia. Bolivia,
no,
Peru.
No, Bolivia, in Peru.
In Peru.
Sí.
And what is it?
Kiwicha. Kiwicha.
What is kiwicha?
What is kiwicha? It's amaranth. It's amaranth. It's amaranth.
Amaranth. Ah, see.
Kiwicha is amaranth.
Amaranto. They call it amaranto.
So, can you make chicha with quinoa or kiwicha?
You make chicha with quinoa?
The quinoa, not yet.
But can you?
Can you? See.
Sí. Okay. So they had. So I'll tell you what chicha is. It's a sacred brew. It's a sacred brew. It's very potent. It's fermented. It's very rich and high in probiotics. Okay. And it can in Kenya we have something very similar, which the locals make, called we compare it to something very similar, which the locals make, which we call changa. It's a roadside drink, and it's a home brew, and it's very, very potent. It'll keep you very happy singing your way.
That's a good probiotic to have in the morning.
I haven't had it, but I know about it. But of course, when we were in Southern America, in South America, we were a group of us, and somebody did say, you know, this is really good stuff. It's chicha. You got to try it. It's muy bueno.
In in Kenya,
in America, in Africa,
in Kenya, they have a sacred brew, a roadside brew, or the villagers brew. It's called changa. I don't know how they make it. Changa. Yeah, and I believe in Latin America, and the Amazonians make chicha.
Hay chicha de un maguey.
Maguey.
Maguey, ¿cómo es el penco de maguey? El penco.
Come, Sylvia. It's okay.
Silvia es mi traductora. Chicha de avena,
Chicha de avena, they make it with oats and cactus as well. Oat.
But not quinoa or kiwicha?
El cactus se hace también alcohol.
Yeah, and mishki. It's a mishki. It's called mishki, and it becomes alcohol.
It becomes alcohol, and it's very potent.
De cebada también.
Good. And now the alcoholics have a
De cebada
they have a
también.
reason that it's probiotics, right?
Not a good idea.
So
Este es el pote.
this is heavy. I tried carrying it just now. It's like the chicha is in there. It's good workout. Sylvia, you carried it. Oh, thank you. Are we allowed to eat into it? You moved it. Okay. So we're going to drink the chicha.
Okay, voy a prepararte.
It's prepared.
Luego te preparo, ¿ya?
You're going to prepare now.
Sí, because there are more malasa.
Oh,
it's not
more
yet.
molasses. Okay, let's show them so that they can
Right.
try.
It's not.
Do we have to do it like with ceremonial?
Salud.
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 Ooh.
Está para drunk.
You can get drunk with that.
Already you're tipsy.
It's very
You can really taste that it is highly fermented.
This moment, sí.
This moment,
Yeah.
How many days has it been fermenting?
1 month.
It's been fermenting for a month, and so they
It's
usually
necessary transform it.
it's necessary to transform it.
Yeah.
Just, necessary
Not
to transform me. Okay. Transcendence, Sharon.
Transcendence.
Okay,
This
pues,
one.
aquí no todos, porque está.
This is a strong one.
Yeah.
It's not this strong, right? For children, for.
Sí, but it's more like drink is more. Small.
This is the one that's ceremonial. Yes. Definitely. Ooh, it's getting there. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Tell me about the ceremony. That this is for.
Ceremony, because I haven't been to a ceremony yet with the chicha.
Matrimonios,
Marriage, weddings.
bautizos de los niños.
Oh, the baptism of children.
Yeah. And that, cuando se mueren las personas, se mueren. That,
Oh yes, funerals.
funerales.
But in a ceremony or just serving with the food, like
No.
a bebida or actual ceremony, like a ritual.
No.
In the past, maybe.
Yes.
In the past. Yes, actually, because I've been to Pumapungo and also to Ingapreka, these are ancient ruins, and they're definitely we were shown the amphoras, right? Like these, that had all, then every guide would say that this is for the chicha. So they'll always make reference to the chicha. So it comes from ancient times that's used in ceremonies. And the ceremonies I've seen, it's very similar to actually Bali. Because they put holidays, I know all these holidays like Easter right now and Carnival. So they always have flowers and fruit and vegetables and candles and also aguardiente, no?
Es de caña, pero. What's de caña?
Cane.
Con caña, ¿cómo se dice?
Cane sugar, cane. And then they'll pour the aguardiente. It's an alcohol made from
Canelazo.
yes. One of my favorite drinks here. So yeah, we can even talk about canelazo. It's also made from aguardiente. That's the non-alcoholic version, which is made with naranjilla. I have not seen a fresh naranjilla yet. So it's a special fruit that's found here. It's quite endemic. They say endemic here. And then it's naranjilla, cinnamon and sugar, panela, a little bit.
No,
panela, sugar, white sugar. And cane sugar, and then it's hot. It's served hot, and then it can be with this aguardiente, which is a sugarcane alcohol. Since we're talking about alcohol drinks, and so this is canelazo, and I've tried like 5 different kinds, like some very thick with the naranjilla pulp, some very light, and so some a little pink even.
Or maybe lemon.
Lemon, yes, lemon. And it's really tart. It's really nice. Imagine like a hot lemon tea, right? Like that. And then it's really delicious with a little bit of the fruitiness from the naranjilla and the lemon and the aguardiente. So they also serve that. And like in ancient ruins, as I mentioned, there were all these beautiful amphoras like this, clay. It's all indigenous. It's made from the land, and there's a lot of beautiful terracotta pottery here as well, right? And they have this little pottery like that with a grill, and that's where they grill some meat or vegetables on top, and corn. The grilled corn on the streets is excellent. Yeah, and they have a lot of corn products. So, moving on, you want to talk about corn, the tamal?
Yeah, tamale.
The tamale.
And achira.
Yeah, let's see. And see?
And another preparations.
And other preparations. So this is
Sustitute the maize corn.
Maize, the corn.
You made potatoes.
Potatoes.
Carrots. Squash.
And squash in there.
And another preparation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to open one? And then the leaves. They say this is what I love, the leaf cooking and wrapping. And this is a special leaf. And the name of this leaf is?
Achira.
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 It smells so good.
Yo tampoco encontré.
Taste it.
Huele rico.
Rico. So rico is like delicious. Muy rico. And it's steamed.
Yeah,
right?
All these things.
This corn you have to prepare by crushing it.
No.
In the
machine.
Don't say it's in the machine processor.
Yes.
Pestle and mortar. Let's take a look. The more. And this belongs to her mother. So we did. Yes.
Esta es la hoja de achira.
Achira, the fresh achira.
And such a lovely way to make food.
What's that?
Such a lovely way to make food.
I know. I always love leaf packaging, like we do in Southeast Asia as well. And this is really convenient. It does give a wonderful fragrance to the food. And they do use banana leaves. So sometimes it's this one. Yes. Similar. Yes. Okay, so let's
Thank you.
Okay.
It's bad.
So this is, there we are. This pestle and mortar belongs to her mother. So this is like so.
Aquí hago el ají. I made the chili here.
She makes a chili sauce. Oh, a chili
sauce.
sauce.
Tell us about the chili sauce.
A chili sauce like this one. I bought. And you know that Sima, we need our sambals, right? So the food, this is excellent on tamales and so
all food.
Everything. And it's made with, it's really smoky. It's smoked chili.
Yeah. And this is the grill.
And what is it called?
The grill.
And on the grill. So they smoked it on the grill.
With onions.
Garlic.
Tomato. Sal en vinagre.
And vinegar.
Eso sí lo hago acá. Una vez lo hacemos, lo ponemos acá.
Yes. And then on the pestle and mortar. And that's when she... And it's a piedra de
Piedra de moler.
Moler. Piedra de moler.
Esto es por aquí.
I know, I have it. I take it with me and I put it on everything. It's the closest thing to our Asian sambal, with the...
Well, I would love to have the recipe.
We're
about to plant some jalapenos and cayenne and other peppers.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Oh, and you know what she calls it? Ají de machos, like the macho. Ají for machos,
And this is sweet chili.
This was also delicious. The sweet chili sauce, they call it the marmalade. Marmalade de ají. Yeah, delicious. And this is really reminiscent of some of the Thai sweet sauces. So I've combined this with lime juice
with
and also with
cheese.
coriander and I make it into a nice Thai style. And so you eat it with cheese, did you say, with queso?
Yeah, it's nice.
Very nice also.
Or meat, but you don't eat meat.
Yeah, this is not a meat-based show. So very nice.
Okay.
It's like a really sweet consistency, right? And the garlic, I think you can put garlic into it because it's a base. It's a really nice base, but the consistency is really important because I've tried some marmalade, the ahi. You know, it's whether it's the consistency that the sugar that's cooked in it, it's not
And
quite
vinegar.
like in the vinegar, it's not quite gelling at that
No.
stage. But this one, the consistency is so nice, so that it's a good base
Marmalade.
for everything. Yes.
Okay.
And now we come to the top day.
The top day is out is over. Yeah. Aquí dentro. ¿Quieres que lo abra?
Can you see?
Voy a partirlo.
Everything
It's
is
a nut.
heavy and hearty here, including this wooden.
The wooden bowls and stone
Yes.
pottery.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, she's gone down on the floor to break the top tape. It's difficult to break, and see how much they've done it by hand. And
Okay,
so,
aquí está.
Kati,
Into
can you
the.
show them?
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
See?
And so what is that called? It looks kind of like a walnut to me.
Yes,
Ah.
similar.
Yes, it's similar. I wonder if it's like black walnuts, really, because the
Take. Pero
Is it-
necesitamos miles para hacer esto. 1,000.
I wonder if it's good for parasites, black walnut hull.
Mm.
Very good for parasites.
Yes, I was wondering about that, and I asked if they actually make tea, an infusion rather, an infusion or concoction or decoction from the husk. And they said they do, but they use it for as a natural dye for clothes like this. Also, like this is it's a macana, they call it, and it's made from natural. It's from the cochineal, which is used in cooking. Cochineal is used in cooking. So it's beetle.
Chalina.
See? So this is made from that. Isn't that lovely?
So this is the same, this is the beetle wings that you're talking about, the cochineal?
Yep.
That used to be, I don't know if they're still doing, but I was reading about how in China this was, they would embroider with them and make these gorgeous dresses.
They do that. And I remember growing up with my mom, when she would make, the angku kueh, they call it it's a glutinous rice cake with mung bean paste inside, and it is steamed, and the red color was originally made with cochineal. So I remember her just taking out a little powder and mixing it into the dough. And I find that, of course, here they're making this and food as well. So this is made into a natural dye. Beautiful. We'll do a weaving segment.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
Very much lot.
Yes, we need a lot of tokte just to extract a little bit of the seed, right? A little bit of the kernels. How much do you need? Let's say for one.
This? 2,000.
2,000 of this. And how much is it in the market? You were saying to me that it's,
100 is maybe $3 or $4.
100 of these is $3 or $4.
Yeah.
I know you have to make a lot. And we actually did open some the other day. And with this, and it was time consuming. You had to do one at a time. And also angled it a certain way because it has to come down. The force has to come down on the top so that it cracks open, not from the side. So,
Okay,
show us. Oh yes, the pie.
Oh, this.
Okay, we can start with that.
The name is Nogada.
Nogada, and you're going to show it. So it's like a nougat. It's think I'll end up eating this like this. Can you see that? It's a nougat, and it's made with panela, and panela is the raw sugar from sugarcane. It's very similar to our palm sugar in Southeast Asia, in the jaggery. It actually tastes like jaggery. So,
oh, delicious then.
Hmm?
Then it's delicious.
When we were knocking the tokte, when we were just breaking it up, Kati brought out a slab of panela, and so we just was eating and the panela with the tokte, but on the zone is also nice. Look at that, it just came out from them.
O sea, similar to pecan pie.
Look, that's like this.
Oh,
so,
that looks gorgeous. It looks so delicious.
and the whole place is just filled with this aroma.
Thank you so much, Mike.
It is so good.
O cómete uno. ¿Cuál comete? Este o ambos dos. You eat.
Let's try one. Come on. It's always a good excuse, isn't it, when you have these culinary shows?
Oh, they always make me so hungry.
I wish you could taste this. Really. You know, the creaminess of the panela, and panela is actually served everywhere as raw sugar. So people put it in coffee, they mix it with ginger and turmeric. What do you call it in Spanish?
Yeah?
Turmeric, the yellow ginger.
The yellow ginger.
Yellow ginger here.
No.
No, you don't know. The yellow.
¿Cuál es the yellow ginger? Jengibre. Jengibre.
Jengibre is the yellow
Ginger.
one, the
Yes.
yellow, but it's orange. It's orange.
El otro chiquito. No, jengibre. No.
Waiching, in Spanish, it is called cucurma.
Yes, curcuma.
Curcuma.
Curcuma, that's right. I was like, thanks.
Thank you.
That's Neil, that's our dearest, beloved producer. Curcuma, exactly. They call it curcuma. So here, can you, it's nice glaze. It's a close up.
Very nice.
Yes, and it was served warmed with vanilla ice cream.
Oh.
Yes. So here.
Yo se les envío.
Eat your heart out, Sharon. It's still warm. Great. Very sweet. Thank you. Gracias. Now I need some chicha.
No chicha. You take the wheel.
No chicha, she said.
Waiching, is this made just on special occasion, or this is like a daily domestic sweets?
I made this. I discovered. ¿Cómo se dice? Discovered.
She created this.
I changed the.
Oh, wow.
Nuts.
Yeah, she changed the nuts from pecans to tokte.
Yes, it's nice. It's got nuts and sweet, so it's not too sugary, and yet you get the good flavor of the nuts as well.
Mm-hmm. You are just imagining it, right? And it's
so my mouth is watering.
Hmm?
My mouth is watering as Sharon's is.
Yes. Yes.
His mouth is watering.
Okay.
He's salivating, you know. Yeah, it is really delicious. You know, I don't eat a lot of sweet stuff, but this, we just kept going, right? I just kept eating and going, and it's like the butteriness and the pastry was just perfect. The textures, different textures, and the butteriness of the pastry was just right, and the texture of the pastry was fluffy, and it's very short. It's short pastry, short crust pastry, right? So it's just perfect.
Tell Catalina it's delicioso.
Delicioso. Delicioso.
Sharon, what do you think of it so far?
Oh, I'm so hungry. And, you know, every time Wai Ching comes on, I get, well, everybody, Sima, Kiran, everybody, this show, I'm always like right away when I leave, I'm ready to go eat.
And earlier we went to Morocco. Kiran came with a Morocco experience. She had full presentation. And I can see Wai Ching is holding some pink aphrodisiac drink or something.
Look at this one. It is so beautiful.
What is the contents on that, Wai Ching?
Ati?
¿Condense?
What is the contents? What do you have in
Ah,
here?
contiene
Contiene.
babaco.
Babarco. So we have to show the babarco. So I've seen the babarco here. Remember I showed it once?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe a star fruit, pero
It looks like star fruit. Yeah, but it's not.
It's carambola, right?
Carambola.
Yes, it's different. This one actually, it's a little bit spongy. It would, I would say, almost like a angled loofah, like a melon, almost like a melon. Yes, but spongier. And I'll take a spoon and show them. I think I'll just hold it because it's a bit precarious on the.
What's creating the pink color?
That's what I want to know.
It's anato, yes.
It's familiar to the amaranto.
Yes, it's a family of the amaranth. It's anato.
Then
they call it anato.
No, the name is ataco.
Ataco, that's right. Ataco. It's the amaranth.
Sangoracha in Quechua.
Sangoracha. Ataco, sangoracha.
Only for color, yeah?
Yeah, but it's beautiful. It's like little. It's an amaranth, you know, like little feathery. It's very feathery, almost like a dill, but it's beautiful, dark burgundy flowers. And so it's just for the color. There's no flavor to it. I believe it's the amaranth.
Amaranthos, familia del amaranth.
Family of the amaranth, right? The sima. So there's these little bits here, you can see, the jelly-like, and that's the babaco. That's the
babaco, naranjilla, piña.
And it has the naranjilla and pineapple.
And use the cinnamon. Yeah. La piña, you know.
Piña. Sí. Bueno. Look.
This is the ataco.
It's
beautiful.
Es como un rabo de mono. ¿Cómo se dice rabo de monkey?
Monkey.
Una cola de monkey.
It's like a monkey's tail, she says. I was like, she said monkey. I said, where did that come in? So this, I'm just going to move it around. There we are. That's much clearer. Lovely. And this is so beautiful in a garden because it just comes down like a wisteria. You know, it's just so gorgeous. And this is the amaranth, right?
No,
this is
it's ataco.
Ataco.
Ataco or sangoracha. This is similar. The leaves of this.
So these are the leaves, and you use the leaves.
Yes.
And you just soak it in hot water.
Yeah.
Soak it in hot water or hot water. Yes. So they extract the infusion, the coloring of it. So beautiful.
Yes.
Feels
it's
nice.
a beautiful color it's gone.
Yes, beautiful, very deep red. And so that's where the pink color comes from, Neil, just to answer your question. And then we have a little bit, okay, this is the manzanilla.
Yeah.
Manzanilla here.
What is manzanilla?
It's suddenly
it's a fruit or a flower?
Chamomile.
Chamomile, okay.
Chamomile.
I just planted some.
And then we have the geranium leaves. And
it's all healthy and natural. Wai Ching, you are muted, so if you unmute yourself, please. Sharon, we got a young child watching here, Kalia, but yeah, he seems to be so excited. Look, he's paying attention to Wai Ching.
Oh, of course. Finn is very, very intelligent.
Yeah, this kid over here. Hello.
Hi, Finn.
Hello, Finn.
Sharon, you want to introduce Finn because Patrick's asking who is he?
Okay.
Hola.
Finn, can you turn on your sound?
Hi.
Hello. This is my grandnephew. He's the Finn. He's my brother Brian, his grandson. and he's very, very interested in plants. He's kind of, and there's Brian, my brother. He's the, how many of Brian's mugs? Brian is a potter.
Grandpa, can you go get a plant?
A plant? You want to see a plant? What plant?
Yeah, I think he wants to show you his plants as well.
Oh, you want to show us your plant? Go ahead.
Yes.
I have a ton.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can bring it over here. Hey, 1 second.
Now, Finn and Brian and Kayla and
yeah.
brother and Jeff, they're all taking our advice and growing lots of plants.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
And then also lots of food. I just sent them some eggplant seeds and snow pea seeds. So they're growing inside and outside.
Lemon.
Yes,
Oh,
they're higher lemon.
Lemon. They're growing well, Finn. They're taking good care of your plants. Are you singing?
We're going to visit this later, aren't we, Sharon?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I think you can carry on.
We carry on. Finn,
Yes.
take a look at this. What about this one? Look, what about this one?
Bromelia. No,
Bromelia?
Uh-huh.
No, not bromelia.
I don't
No,
know. how
bromelia
to
is
say.
those cactus thing. It's and then this one.
The name is cabello. Cabello de ángel. A ver, este es.
Cabello?
Cola de caballo se llama. Cola de
It's
caballo.
horsetail.
Yeah.
It's horsetail. So if we make an infusion, it's actually very good for the hair, like nettle and horsetail.
Nettle, we've got lots of nettle around here.
Sweet.
Yeah, and also you can
Similar with your hair.
similar with my hair. It's just thanks, Kati. So it's a really
This is
lovely
Andean
plant from the.
plant.
She just came back from the market. You see, that's why.
Es por infusion.
What is this? I haven't
Esto
seen
se
this.
llama gañal.
Gañal.
The nombre es gañal. Es andina. Oh, yeah.
Andina. And what do you do with this?
Gañal.
Infusion.
Infusion.
All
is in
these,
infusion.
all these, by the way, is yes, herbs and floral infusions. And also you have some dried one, the cedron. Your
Yeah.
cedron, the dried one.
Yes.
As well. So cedron is lemon verbena, which is one of my favorite when I was living in France. So that's always. So she's gonna bring some. Over. You can just bring that up. So she has it all ready for the restaurant. This restaurant is so cute, really, and she has pictures of her parents here, and it's upstairs, and that's outdoor courtyard as well. And it is that's a case of all these lovely confiture and all the preserves right there.
Todos sí son naturales. I try to natural tips. The
So
flowers.
she has dehydrated some flowers
For tea.
for tea. And this is the one that is valerian.
Valerian.
Valerian. So you know valeriana, which is for calming the nerve.
Yes, I just planted some actually.
Did you? So now you can just dehydrate some as well. But I don't have the pea flower, the bugatala, the blue pea flower.
Oh, yes, yes. I also just planted some nasturtium, which are
Flowers. Tea.
It's like rosebuds.
Rosa, yeah.
Rosebuds, yes, a little.
Té de rosas. Tea.
Té de rosas.
Rosas tea.
Yes. And they combine the rosas with jamaica. It's also nice. Jamaica is hibiscus, which is the rosella. So
yes, I'm about to plant that too. I'm about to plant some.
Right. I processed quite a lot of the rosella. I made a lot of rosella jam when I was in Malaysia.
I remember.
So great, good vitamin C source. So
Yes.
that is really nice. The rose with the rosella in a jam or preserved confiture. So delicious.
I'll have to send some of those seeds, hibiscus. They're edible hibiscus. I'll send some to you. because I bet you'll grow them
Well,
very well there.
right? And I'm not a Rolling Stone, and so
The Rolling Stone.
the Rolling Stones.
It's refresh.
Yes, he said, you take this. It's refreshing. I have to. You know, I can't help it. I always feel like dancing when I drink those
I
things.
know, I know.
Terrible in a restaurant, you know, you just like have to remain very
Serious.
I know, serious,
Serious, no.
well behaved, you know. So I know we just love this little.
David is más
Well, I like Italian restaurants and where they come around and play music for you.
Oh
The
yeah.
music.
And like I've been to Moroccan restaurants where they have belly dancers come out, and so it's nice when it's fun like that.
Yeah, well, last night I had dinner at the El Jardin. They call it El Jardin. That's how it's pronounced. Jardin, not Jardin. El Jardin.
Jardín.
Jardin.
Jardín in Spanish. Oh.
El Jardin in the Hotel Victoria, and there was a tango performance as well. Right.
Nice.
Yeah, it was nice. It was like, yes. Of course, you know, you can't eat anything. You just riveted to the moves. So this is really refreshing. So nice. And there was something else I tried, right? And we are going to show Morocho. Yeah, another dish another drink, bebida, a beverage that this place actually presents some of the best flavors. It's really good. So pineapple juice, the amaretto, and then it has the naranjilla, which is a little bit tart. So it's super refreshing. And this little babaro, naranja, lemon. What do you call this? Amaranth? Ataco. Excuse me, ataco. And the little barbaco, little pieces of barbaco in there.
Pineapple.
Yes, and pineapple. You can imagine that, the little chunks of pineapple in the barbaco, which is very gelatinous. So, you know, those of you who are in Asia or like Asian desserts, right? And the Thai dessert, it is the most reminiscent of that. So it's a little bit of jelly. This looks good, Finn. Your Finn's eyes are wide open. Yes.
Wait. Is the into the leaves? The name is achira, you know?
See, achira.
And then tuberculo into the, es una raíz. How do you say raíz?
The rhizome.
Yes. With a similar to potatoes.
Similar to potatoes. Okay.
And then
tuber, it's a
I
rhizome.
made the flowers into the, you know? Look.
Yes, please. Look, yes, and let's learn. And she was just inspired to tell us about the achira. And she just made a flower out of the tuber. So they make everything from scratch here. I'm just wondering, does anyone recognize what this leaf might be? Plant, or what the tuber might be? It's not the cassava. It's
Cassava is a tuber family, but this plant looks very familiar. Can you ask her, do they skin the middle vein? Ask her if they skin it off, the middle vein.
Say that
the
again?
vein in the middle. Yes.
Yeah, you want to feel it.
Yeah. Do they skin it off before they use it for cooking?
Do you cut it? No, they don't. You put hot water to and then you fold it.
Maybe in the fire or the water boiling.
Boiling water, scald it a little bit.
For flexibility.
For flexibility, right? Just the same way we do for banana. Okay. And then sometimes on the fire. No?
And then
and that's the flower, achira flower.
Yes.
Can you see? I don't think they can. Lift it up. Yeah.
Similar for as a ¿cómo se dice? Starch?
Tapioca? Starch.
Yes, starch.
Tapioca. It's not tapioca.
Not tapioca. Achira starch.
Achira starch. I have to research a little bit
for
more
the
on this.
Consistency.
Right.
It's not only the fruit.
It's not only the fruit. but it's consistency. She creates the consistency of the starchiness, the stickiness with this achira flour.
Starch.
Yeah, starch. You
The
see that?
starch.
Yeah.
Jelly.
There we go. Jelly. So it's a little jelly-like. This is like, it really appeals to my Asian taste. I really love this. So that's why the connection with this achira leaf, and then the tuber, and then the flower. Might grow some of this, Sharon, and just wrap your food with it. Marvelous. What's next?
The next.
Enjoying this exploration, everyone?
Oh,
Yes, we are enjoying it. Sharon is, and even our young Ben is. Look, he gives thumbs up. Look.
Hey, thumbs up, Finn. Finn is giving us a thumbs up.
Hola.
Yeah. Okay, morocho?
Morocho, pero es solo para only the show.
Yes.
Because no,
You
know, it's corn into the.
You come back.
Hola. This is morocho.
Morocho.
Corn.
Corn, again, made from corn. You know that the corn is a sacred plant here, right? There are a lot of ceremony and of honoring, as we all should honor food, everything. So corn again with milk,
and spices, and raisins.
So Wai Ching, it says it's a very nice thick drink, and it's it's made with milk, cinnamon, sugar, and raisins.
Right, and then spices.
And spices, yes.
Cinnamon, clove.
It is very Ecuadorian.
Spices.
Yes, this is all mentioned.
The name is.
This is a very interesting one.
See,
it's a flower of the. Of course, this is the cinnamon. You think of the name, and then there's the juniper berries, right?
The name is
juniper berries. Yeah,
clove and all spice.
Clove flowers.
The name is Ishpingo.
Ishpingo.
Ishpingo is the flowers for the cinnamon.
It's the flower of the cinnamon plant.
I've never seen that before.
Yes, I know. Neither have I.
Es igual a un sombrero.
It's like a sombrero.
So name is Ishpingo.
Ishpingo. Okay, Ishpingo. So this one, little pepper or
allspice.
Allspice. So we have allspice,
cloves, and cinnamon. No.
Cinnamon, and this one.
No, it's not a hero.
It got in there.
When I service the squash sweet, you know?
Yes.
With this.
Yes. And I haven't tried it yet. Your squash. So the morocho, yes, these are pumpkin seeds.
Pumpkin seeds, maybe.
And you put pumpkin seeds in morocho?
No.
Okay. So we stay with the morocho. I will just tell you, everything is super heavy here. Look at this terracotta. So, but it's so nice. You know, everything has weight and.
Para la sopa de fanesca.
Fanesca. Let's talk about fanesca later. But I tried the morocho. It's hot drink. It's hot, no morocho.
Yeah, hot.
It's hot drink, and it's a hot beverage, and it's very comforting because of the corn and then the milk and the spices. So imagine that. Right, very, very nice. And raisins in there and little bits of corn.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ground.
In a machine?
Yes. So yeah, but it's coarse, right? So there's some consistency, some substance there. So it's very, very comforting.
The morocho se come con esto. You eat with that.
And morocho, you eat with this.
With chumales, tamales, or.
Looks beautiful, delicious.
Looking. It's right up at my nose. So it's like. It's like that.
The name is quesadilla. Quesadilla.
Quesadilla.
Sí. Tiene queso.
Queso. So it's called a quesadilla because there's queso in there. There's cheese in there. So anything that has cheese.
Parta uno.
Parta uno.
You know this. No, there's
not that one. Oh. Okay, so
parta.
Break it. Ooh. And what's on top, Katy?
Es queso.
Queso. Can you see
Bueno,
that?
quesillo que hacemos acá.
Yes?
Yes, it looks beautiful. It looks like it's got the cassava flour in it.
Cassava?
Cassava, no.
No cassava.
No?
Cheese.
Cheese. Only cheese,
Okay.
eggs, and maybe this.
Cheese. And it's eaten with the morocho. So imagine this hot pastry warmed up with a hot morocho.
I need this shirt.
The
Achira shirt.
The achira? Achira
No
starch?
flowers is this.
Okay, there's no flour in this. Oh, it's gluten-free.
Yeah.
Gluten-free.
Gluten-free.
With a flour.
Oh, that has flour. But this one inside, no.
No. It's only cheese with this.
I think Catalina seems to be very good, authentic cook of Ecuador.
This is her cooking school.
Yes, she looks very authentic.
Thank you so much.
100%. And the tokte, like I said, I couldn't find anyone to tell me how to make those cactus flowers. What's the name of it? Agaripas?
Alcaparras.
Alcaparras. You know, not many people knew about alcaparras. And Sharon,
Sharon, do you find this cuisine ethnic to you as well, or do you think?
Oh, of course. I spent some time in Peru.
Yeah, lots of Peruvian influence.
And so it's very similar.
It's amazing.
Very similar. And there's a spice in there.
Yeah, and anise.
Anise.
That will be very aromatic. The scent is very aromatic.
You know, that's why it's so good. I mean, like, I can't stop, you know, like if it's flat pastry, after a few bites, I can leave it. But this one, I just want to keep going. I was like, what is it that's uplifting me? Anise.
It's different, yeah.
Anise. And so the anise you use...
cheese, fresh cheese.
Fresh cheese.
Pero prensamos en agua 3 días, in water.
Yes.
Cheese in water.
Yes.
And then you
compress
it.
Yes, compress. You compress it to dry the cheese.
Yes.
To extract the water.
Exactly. No
so
water.
That's why it's very dry and flaky. Anise now, is it from the seed or from oil?
Seed.
From the seed. And then you crush it?
Yes.
And with the water. Crush it in that pestle mortar.
Yes.
Of her mother. That's for everything. I want to take one home. Actually, there's so many of that. How do I carry it?
Yes,
Extra baggage.
Hungry.
Yeah, she's getting hungry too. What else do you have? Nice little culinary surprises. Finn is eating. He can't help it.
This is like a cornucopia.
And maybe can come back and do
yeah,
other dishes.
When you visit me.
Oh, this place is so cute. I don't know, it's so cute. It's Sunday, so she's closed.
Wait.
You want to show? Yeah. Yes, go show. But you have to look to make sure that they see it properly. I'm going to have a drink for you.
This moment is closed, no?
Okay. Are we going into the restaurant?
Yeah.
We're going to the kitchen.
Monday for Thursday, Saturday.
Aha. And Sunday it is closed.
Yes, closed.
Oh, there we are.
Okay.
Watching, what is the restaurant called? Please plug the restaurant, please.
The restaurant is called Warmi Kuna. Cocina Talle. And it's also off the main street, Cayelaga, but this is called Hermano Miguel.
Hermano Miguel Street, yeah.
Hermano Miguel
10
Street.
years. I have
10 years. She's been here 10 years. And your mama and your papa?
My father's.
The photo of her parents.
Yes, we can see that.
And they love to cook also,
yes.
Right? That's where.
They must be very proud of Catalina.
Se parece. You come back here with me.
Yes, I come. And then they open. And in the courtyard was where I had that tokte, right, pie.
Yeah.
And the
Did
ice
you-
cream, and it was like, you know, it was a sensorial experience, is what was said. So, of course, it's Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the weather like today?
Oh, it's fabulous, huh? The weather, it's so sunny. It's
It looks
basically
bright.
t-shirt and shorts weather today. In fact,
She has also got outdoor sittings.
yes, this is so nice. You hold that. And you live here?
Yeah.
Kathy, she lives here. There's another kitchen and upstairs. You see? Look,
Wow.
there's
It's my house.
spiral staircase.
It's beautiful. It's so authentic, so South American. Karen, what do you think?
I would like to be there, I'll tell you.
We should all visit there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be wonderful.
Ready? You know,
And
anyone
to-
would like to come, I'd love to bring a group here. So got it all set up, you know.
Maybe
food,
one day.
ancient ruins, shopping, macanas. Oh, this
Friends.
earrings from Saraguro.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Yes, they're beads, and all these beautiful women. They make these amazing creations. Maybe we'll visit them one day.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, do that. You want to show your?
Yeah,
She
no
has another
problem.
kitchen.
There's another kitchen, the production. With
That's
a
good.
restaurant.
So you make also for other restaurants or for shops?
For the restaurant, yeah.
Okay.
She caters as well.
Yeah, it looks like it because she has got, she said this is for larger productions.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that the outside kitchen is for, of course, a show kitchen. And
Yes.
it's also a teaching kitchen. So this is where. I want to show you something. Yeah. You make anything with it?
Excusa.
We're going back in the kitchen because I want to show you something. A cactus.
Yes. So Sharon, Ben is still hooked on it and he's still following everything.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Jin is a very intelligent young man.
Indeed, he
Yes,
is.
yeah, nice. Look, this is called San Pedro.
Oh,
Amalia takes all day San Pedro.
No, that's why I'm always so happy. And do you have
No.
make a special recipe, secret recipe?
My sisters.
Your
No.
sisters know how to? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, San Pedro is a sacred plant. Okay, we call it grandfather, no?
For
grandfather.
ceremonies.
For ceremony. So it's a sacred plant, even though we are just kidding about it. And the cactus is, it creates an infusion. You dry it and then you make it into powder, pulverize it. And the people take it for ceremony to connect with the other realms that you
Yes.
mentioned. So it's a, it's a
Sanación.
hallucinogenic, yes.
For sanación.
For
Sanar. Sí.
Sanación.
Sí, sanación.
Sanación. It's for sanación. So they really do a lot of ceremonies, right, to connect with the divine. And what I found here in Ecuador, that it's so nice and easy for me to be here because everybody's really intuitive. It's just the nature of the people here. And, you know, you can just go to a shop and it seems that everything just flows like that. And even when you're in a restaurant, you know, like just send a thought form and it happens. Like people just pick up at what you need, you know, like, do you need this? And so it's a very a little refreshing, but and then all of us are fairly sensitive here. But almost everybody is just like I feel really much at home here in Ecuador. Huh? And she's nodding and CCC. And we hardly need to speak really. So do we have anything else to show us today, or we do it another time? Probably. Would you like her to come back on, everyone?
Yes. We want to bring her back again on another kitchen show.
And show us how to make one of, the recipe show us the whole recipe and how to make it so that we can make it ourselves. That would be incredible.
¿Cuál?
Whichever recipe you like to share. Maybe the next time we can show.
What do you make?
Yes, whatever you like, whatever you think about it. Let's talk about
Okay.
it. Any special requests out there?
Whatever she's doing is beautiful, Sharon. What do you think? Her choice was good, beautiful.
Maybe one of the drinks, the fermented one.
Oh, the chicha?
And a dessert, and let's see, just
okay,
many things.
Right, we'll definitely think of something. We are on to the next restaurant, and it's just next door, and it's called Cafeteria Zadita, and we'll also make something there. So we'll say goodbye to Kati here, and again, you want to say Wami Kuna, and it's on via let's Sima. Sima is our really deeply entrenched gastronomic sister. Her cooking,
yeah.
Indian, the recipes are amazing. She's like you, that's
nice.
Yeah, Sima, you're muted. You're muted.
I'd like to say muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
And I don't want to say adios. Because I hope we hope to see you again at Healing Our Earth and impart all your wisdom and that lovely recipe of not so good in the context that it gets you high, but that's not a bad idea either. But the fermented probiotic rich chicha. Amazing, fantastic. So I'm going to say hasta luego and do come back and share your wisdom with us again. We'd love that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Right.
And thank you, Wai Jing.
And we'll go on to the next one. Sharon, I'll let you know when set up. Okay?
All right. All right.
We'll pick you back up again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Catalina.
Thank you too.
Bon provecho.
Se dice buen apetito.
Buen apetito. Exactly.
Bon
Thank you.
See you in the next few minutes.
Thank you too.
So let's bring Finn on for a bit. Hi, Finn.
He's so cute.
So can we hear you? You are. Well, what would you like to speak about? I know that you're very interested in mushrooms. So tell us about that.
So he's setting himself up, Sharon. Meanwhile, you can talk with Seema while he's
Sharon,
setting.
he's
There he is.
so
He's ready.
Oh.
So what are your favorite ones? Are you growing some now?
No, I finished growing mine.
Which ones
Let me
did you grow?
I grew oyster mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to find. Grandpa, can you find oyster mushrooms? Please, it's so hard.
Uh-huh. And what are you growing? What else are you growing at now? I know you're growing some eggplant.
You meditate, you breathe.
I'm growing tomatoes.
All the daily prescriptions that we have forgotten over the years.
Yeah, okay. And the tomatoes, they haven't grown. I haven't got an actual tomato yet, but they're flowering. And I have my lemon tree. None of the lemon. I've gotten one lemon, and it was so sour. I was like,
Well, we're making, Jay is making lemon meringue pie these days because we have lots of eggs, and that's good for lemon meringue pie.
and then I have snap peas and sugar peas, and they're both next to each other. And they're both next to each other, and I don't know which one is which. I don't know which one is snap peas, which one is sugar peas, because they're like two pots at the same, and they look the same. And they're going on these tomato things we made.
So what kind of tomato? We just planted like big beef tomatoes. We planted like black cherry tomatoes. We planted, let's see what else. Brandywine tomatoes. So you have different kinds?
We have cherry tomatoes, and then the big ones that I don't know what their name is, and bleeding hearts. They're
Bleeding
these
heart.
flowers that are turned upside down, and they look like hearts that are bleeding.
Don't you have some like insect eating plants?
Yes, Venus flytraps, but they're all dead. I have a pitcher plant, which is this plant that grows these things on the side that look like pitchers, and things go into them and get stuck and drown, and it eats them. And I have a sundew, which is it's not really pretty, and then it takes and it has like pollen on it, and the bugs like to go down on it to try and eat some, and it curls up like this and then eats the bug. And then also flowers.
What kinds of flowers are you growing?
Orchids, bleeding hearts. I have a fancy aloe. Rising redbud. Lilies. Daffodils. What else?
Did I send you nasturtiums? Did I
What?
send you some nasturtium seeds?
I don't
think
know.
I think I might have. Yeah, nasturtiums are beautiful. They're beautiful and they are edible, so you eat them in your salads. I just planted some.
Me and my friend Celine, me and my friend Celine planted some sunflowers.
Nice, nice. What I love is, oh, here we go. Let's see. What are you planting? That looks like squash.
Read it.
So, grass, birdhouse gourds, summer squash, birdhouse gourds. I'm not growing all of these, but these are some of the
Growing the
I have.
gourds? Wow, I didn't know about that.
Hollyhocks, zucchini,
Nice.
snap peas,
Peas, yes.
broccoli,
Broccoli. I planted some broccoli too.
sugar pea, corn,
Wow, all of these things?
cherry giant, radishes. And then a lot of the seeds got stuck in this bag. And then this lid for hollyhocks.
Nice. Did you celebrate Earth Day?
Yes, I planted flowers at my school.
Oh, that's nice.
How old are you, man?
8.
Wow, just 8 years old, and you remember all these plants and vegetables. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and I have a rising redbud tree. It's not that big yet, but it's like not small. And it flowers, pink flowers, and it has, and its leaves. It hasn't grown a lot. It doesn't have big leaves yet, but it has big tiny ones, and they're orange and yellow.
And Aiden, your brother, he can name the plants now too, right?
Yeah.
How old is he now?
One.
Is he 3 yet?
Yes, he's been 3 for a while.
So this is what, for all of you out there, I've been speaking for weeks about having your children learn about the plants and grow the plants and make that connection. And here is a wonderful example.
Book about trees.
Finn and the whole family getting
See that?
involved, growing.
Falling. And it has It's about has pictures of trees and stuff. And it shows stuff about trees.
Talk to each other.
Nice. Well, you're in Baltimore. You're outside of Baltimore, right? And so you get a nice rainfall and much more than here. Here we have to really, we're in high desert. So it's different.
And right now I'm eating apples.
Oh, good, good. Well, thank you, Finn. It's been a joy to be with you. I have a video that I want to show. We had a seed exchange here in our valley, in the San Luis Valley, where all people came and showed and brought their seeds and learned about different things in the valley, growing food in the valley. And so I have two videos. One, I'll begin with this one. Let's see, video. So where is it? Video, share. Here we go. All righty, San Luis Valley Seed Exchange, part 1.
My name is Liza Marin, and I'm the steward of the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition. And we're here today with two of our primary projects. One of them is the Valley Reeds Food Hub, and one is the Rio Grande Farm Park, which is a farm incubator for about 10 incubator farmers. And then we have about 17 families growing food for sustenance there. And it's a beautiful park where the Rio Grande running through it, right where it bends to go to New Mexico on Highway 17. The Valley Reeds Food Hub is an aggregation and distribution service to about 93 producers. Most of them have our RSF designation, which means they're regenerative soil farmers, and we really encourage folks that we work with to move along that continuum to building soil health and creating foods rich with nutrients that we distribute to the 6 counties of the San Luis Valley, the Front Range, down into New Mexico, and over to Durango.
How do you feel about the fact that the work that you're doing has become essential with the food shortages and the supply chains?
COVID was a wake-up call for us. We had about 90% wholesale accounts with the Valley Reeds Food Hub, and within 2 weeks we went to 90% families who wanted us to come up, a dirt dusty road to deliver food to them. And so we put another delivery cycle. We hired more people. It was a game changer for the food hub, and people are just paying attention to their local food system. They saw their, the big, long, fragile value chain or long supply chains that were being disrupted, and how our short connections with our farmers right here on the land, we never ran out of anything because there was no disruption. It was all food from the land available to the people. And so the other piece is the Rio Grande Farm Park. We have all these farmers growing wonderful food, healthy, fresh fruits and vegetables, mainly vegetables. And we had gotten a grant from the Colorado Health Foundation pre-COVID to grow for the food bank system. And then COVID hit, and the food bank system was like, quadrupled the number of people that were coming to them. And here we're coming with boxes and baskets full of fresh vegetables. And it was such a beautiful thing. And so both of those things we're trying to keep going. We're trying to retain all those families now that people are coming out of kind of the COVID, but they still realize how important and essential their local food system is, as well as the food banks realizing that food pantries can't just be a depository for day-old, cakes and stuff. They need to be real, beautiful food, and food is medicine, as we all know. So, yeah.
Hello, I'm Brian Pike with High Ground Gardens, and we grow altitude-adapted seed in the San Luis Valley, Colorado, and we really love what we do, provide food for our family and our communities, and this is the work we do.
My name is Haley Chamberry. I am a certified regenerative health specialist and iridologist. I work with people to basically, in a 1 month or 12-week protocol, to open up their elimination pathways. This is the kidneys, the bowels, the skin, the lungs, and we do this all through incorporating nutrient-dense foods, diet, and herbs. And we have some of the nutrient-dense foods here today. They're all grown on regenerative soils, which is a huge component of our health that we're missing. Soil health is human health, is gut health. Gut really regulates our entire body. 9 signals go up to your brain, 1 comes down. So it's really crucial, really important. And so getting people on these protocols, I would actually say it's a 4-month protocol. I do month 0. Month 0 is incorporating these superfoods. And again, all grown on regenerative soils, all whole foods based. They are completely wind and solar dehydrated, and they are vine ripened. So whenever you're eating food, it is literally fresh food. It is the best multivitamin on the planet, the green shake is. And I would not recommend any other product to my clients. I have done countless hours of research, and this by far speeds up the healing process and adds in those gaps that we have with our diet.
I'm with Infinity Farm. I do about a 1/4 acre of small-scale herb farming, focusing on specific medicinal herbs for tea blends, so non-caffeinated tea blends, like for instance the Breathe Easy. We have anise, hyssop, mallow, calendula, and plantain, and it's really really good to take local herbs because the ones in your environment are going to be more healing for your body, and also for sinuses and allergies. And a lot of the herbs I grow are perennial, so they come back every year. But I also do a 1/4 acre of the annuals. So yeah, some of my favorite, the plantain kind of grows wild, and I actually dig it up and put it in my rows and cultivate it. So like the yarrow, which is usually wild harvested, I cultivate just because then I get higher yields, I get bigger leaves, and then I am more sure of what I'm growing, because if I'm going to sell it, I want to make sure I have 500% sure about the plant if I'm going to sell it, so or have people ingest it. And some of my teas are more casual drinking, like the Relaxing Remedy, and Insomnia 8 is more bitter, more for medicinal. So you have like hops, orange peel is really healing for the brain while you're sleeping, and then the valerian and the hops helps you fall asleep, and then the mallow improves your sleep while you're sleeping. So a lot of people enjoy that one for the medicinal value, not so much the taste. The Breathe Easy is really tasty. So some of them you get a little bit of both. You get the good taste along with like the Belly Brew. This one's really tasty for like a summer drink. Mint, lilac, fennel, basil, lemon, verbena, and alfalfa. So that one has like the lemon, verbena, and mint are really tasty, and the fennel too. So you get kind of 2 in 1.
And you also use Tulsi.
Tulsi, yep. Holy basil is one of my favorite plants. It smells amazing. She has such a good energy, and I've been growing holy basil for about 4 years now, on like a larger scale on the farm. And I like how versatile it is in tea. It's really sweet tasting. It's an adaptogenic, so it can either give you energy or calm you down, and it's very intuitive as to what you need. So a lot of people who have like hormonal problems, it's really good because it'll balance your hormones, and it just being around it makes my mood better because it smells good. It doesn't produce like the leaves, kind of smaller, like more bushy. It has a lot of stem, so that's why I really do have to grow it at a larger scale to really. Even like I'll harvest a whole bunch, and in the end I just get a couple jars after I de-stem everything. So I actually try to cut up the stems and use those too, just because after you get the leaves, like there's so little left, and I try to use as much of the plant as I can. So like I'll use sometimes I'll use the stems, and I feel like that's more holistic, like having more parts of the plant, and I really try to keep things really whole. Because I feel like a lot of times when you're getting a tea bag from the store, it's very ground up, it's very processed. It's probably been sitting for a long time in a warehouse. It doesn't have the same medicinal value. It's not bad for you, but it's not going to have the potency that something that's not as processed is going to have, and something local. So, and I get a really good response from people. People email me all the time how not only good tasting the tea was, but how much it benefited them and their health. So that's why I keep doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's our beautiful valley and some of the people who came to the seed exchange. And Seema, it would be wonderful to bring some of them on personally or go to their farms and have you discuss with them all the things they are growing. We need your sound.
That I would love. I would absolutely love that, Sharon. It would be a blessing and a privilege for me. I love the concept the lady had of the whole tea leaves.
Yes, me too. Me too. And the beautiful presentation she had.
Beautiful, very, very lovely. And I do my own teas, pranayam teas. And one of the first things we did was we said we're not going to use the scrap waste. When she spoke about tea bags, normally tea bags have scrap waste in them. So we actually put the whole leaves into our tea bags and into our teas. And when they open up, when you infuse the teas, you can see that the leaves really literally open up. They're so big. So, it's wonderful that she's doing that. I would love to go to all these places, travel I love traveling the world, and I think the medium of technology has brought us all together as a community online, and we can do so much.
Yes, that's the beauty of Healing Our Earth. It's been just so wonderful and continues to grow as we.
Oh, there.
Look at this.
Mr. Neil Kumar has brought up my teas. That's Bliss. That's our Tulsi breath tea. And as we scroll, this one is masala tea. It's a Serenity masala tea. And we get our black tea from Assam. And we use Indian whole spices. And, I love to draw from ancient wisdom and celebrate diversity through food. So we infuse Latin American red peppercorns into our masala chai. Makes it quite delicious, gives it a certain pepperiness.
I want some right now.
We'll get some to you, Sharon. I can get some to you.
Thank you. And Wai Ching is back.
Oh, she's on the phone.
Here she comes.
There she comes. She needs to unmute. I love what she's wearing.
I know. Always beautiful.
Amazing.
It's from Walaseo.
Is that an alpaca shawl?
It's gorgeous.
Is it alpaca?
No. This is cotton.
Okay.
And it's a makana, and it's like our ikat, you know.
It's
And
like
this is it's from
very
Juan.
much like ikat.
Yes.
I love it. And you look so good in it.
Thank you so much. I feel good in it. It feels so nice. And I love the weaver and his wife. His name is Juan and Anna. And so they're just beautiful. And so, you know, that's how it is with handmade, you know, food, and as well as all this beautiful clothing. It's that it has magic to it. And so it just feels so nice, you know, when you eat good food here. So I'm here now next door, one of my other favorite restaurants. I eat very often at Kati's place as well as here. And this is called Cafeteria Zardita. And this is Gabby here, and this is Zardita. You see, they just naturally came. Yeah, and everybody say hi. Yeah. Hola, hola. So you, Gabby, you want to have a little? Oh yeah. And this is also a lovely little place. So maybe you. And this is Gabby.
Global namaste to you all.
Now, we're going to show you around this place, and it's the cutest little place. I found it, and Gabby was here, and we've been redecorating.
Yes, so I will.
Yes, we're going to show you. And
okay,
go,
Ama.
Okay.
Go, Ama.
Okay, you want to? So, want to show us around?
Yes. Okay. I will make a little.
Oh, did we lose them? Oh, they're back. Oh, that's beautiful. It's so
Sharon, we are having a problem with the internet speed, so you may carry on, and when they come on, you will see their light flashing, okay?
Okay. Who's here? Mita, would you like to come? Come on. Hello. Global namaste to you. Nice to see you as always.
We have the money and vegetables that you buy, and
very beautiful.
Margarita. You, Sharon. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it has. Yes, she's shy.
Margarita.
Oh. Oh.
He just lived in New York for 20 years.
Here we are.
Now for that. You understand people exchange?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we are regulars here. And other regulars, we need to just show them around.
Yes, yes.
Other regulars, like to introduce.
Yes.
Papa, mommy.
Miguelito and his beautiful wife, Lucila. They are a family that they eat every day here.
They eat here every day, almost.
Four people. Four people every
their
day.
daughters and the son too, no?
Yes,
Pao,
yes.
and Andrea. So
I can move that close because I can lose sign now. That's why I don't go that far.
the signal.
Signal is just here, around here. Yes, but if you want to show somewhere else,
Margarita is calling me.
Oh.
Let's go.
Grandma. Where is Singapore located? Singapore is an island between Malaysia and Indonesia. It's Southeast Asia. Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, before China. And so it's all in that Southeast Philippines, then moving this way to Asia. Is it Asia? Yes,
Yes.
it's in Asia. Yeah. What kind of sheep? A sheep.
El mar
So
is-
that's Strait of Lahore, and then there's the South China Sea. Black Sea.
No.
The Black Sea is the regular way.
Yeah.
Yes, far away, but you can come and visit me, okay?
Mama, would you like to show this?
And then, of course, this is can talk about the fabric. I
Yes,
think
for
the
sure.
signal. It's a signal of
Yes.
female. This is the little pot, and this is the corn husk. You see the corn husk that we are going to that they make tamal also, right?
And humitas.
And humitas. So there are different kinds of tamales. And now we talked about
with corn. This is with corn.
Corn, yes. And everybody's like jumping in. That's great. I love this place. I eat it regulars every time I'm here. They're here. When they're here, I'm here too. So this is the corn, the leaves also that we make the humitas.
Humitas.
And let's
Yeah.
talk about the difference between humitas, tamales.
Yes, sure.
All
Sure,
the
sure, sure,
differences.
sure.
And also we are making this with the leaves. Remember what's achira?
Achira.
No. So we are going to make.
¿Cuál es la diferencia entre cómo se hace el tamal y la humita?
La humita es hecha de maíz tierno.
Okay. The humita is made with baby corn, which is made in a machine. So it's ground in a machine. ¿Y cuál sería la diferencia con el tamal? Pero, okay. The difference, humita and tamal, is that the tamal is made with dry corn harina flour.
Raw.
Yes, crudo, raw.
Made with
The
cheese.
yes. Pollo. Tamales come with meat, vegetables. This is salty, salado. Esto es como. This is both.
Okay, then we come to Zaida. It's going to show us how to make.
Tamal is the singular. Tamales, the plural. So tamal.
It's a little.
Yes, like Saida. But with love, Saidita there. Yes.
So it is like that.
Delicious food. Thank you. She recommends for vegetarian the food.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. I'm out. Just let me turn off the music. I think it's too loud.
Remember the people are getting dizzy, but we're moving so fast.
Okay,
so you would like to show us how to make tamal. One tamal, many tamal.
¿Cómo hacer un tamal, Saidita? Usted le va a mostrar cómo hacer un tamal. Yeah, yes. Okay. Yes. Yes, sure. Okay.
See, and then it's nice.
Yeah. Just let me ask if the signal is okay.
Yes,
Is signal good?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Perfect.
Yes.
We have a little connection.
So you let me see how it looks. Yeah, so you get your wish, everyone. We're doing a recipe, right? Of tamal.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Okay. Alce la voz Heidi para poderle. So this is a vegan tamal. She doesn't use any milk, any eggs. It's made with all natural. She doesn't use fat, like as she buys these achira leaves.
Oh, no.
in the popular markets to local women own their own to the direct woman.
Yeah. Again, the achira. So we're going to show the plant like that.
Yeah.
And they also have a tuber of rice, a potato, and you make a flour from achira.
También ahí se hace una harina. Sí se hace harina, de hecho. Yes. To make. In the past, they used to iron to make stronger this part of the yes.
We used to do it too. My grandmother, we would just.
Ella también hacía lo mismo.
And then the agua, and then you take, and then we put like and then we iron.
Wow.
I used to.
Wow.
Mixing myself. I used to do that with my grandma. Okay, back to that. How much is this more? How much?
¿Cuánto cuesta aceitita esto?
$2, las 20.
When it's cheap, when it's in the season. Sometimes when it's the season, 150, and when it's out of season.
Well, I must say, very beautiful.
Okay. 20 liters.
Something.
Okay. The signal is fine. Are you listening?
It's okay now. It's been coming in and out.
Yeah, that's quite normal. So we can hear now. What is the seasoning in there? What
Okay,
kind of,
¿cómo sazonas, Aidita?
Le sazono solamente con ajo,
Garlic,
ajo, cebolla,
onion.
y no pongo muchos condimentos, no menos condimentos.
No artificial seasoning. To find the natural flavor. So very simple.
Menos sal, no sal.
Not too much salt. Garlic on the most. Porque dice que continuemos haciendo.
Yeah, it's only
And she does like hands. A ver.
Yep. We should apologize for using a utensil. So real cooks and chefs, we don't have to. Maybe you can make it loud.
Okay.
No.
This is the louder we
And
have.
what is this?
Yes.
What do you call cranberries?
Arándanos. Arándanos. Mushroom. Baby, ¿dónde está el volumen? Ya le subí todo.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I will move this way.
This is the secret sauce.
Argentina.
It's a lot of garlic.
Garlic, olive oil, and oregano. How do you say? Oregano. Olive oil. Más.
This is looking very delicious.
Okay. It is delicious. Okay.
Yeah. Ahora hágale la envoltura. It's very important. The wrapping.
Oh, the wrap. Yes.
So that's ready to be boiled. Sorry.
Oh, here. Now?
Hervido. I don't know.
We're just opening one. Here it is.
Absolutely looking very delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very yummy. And then
You can taste your wine.
with my hands or with the cuchara? And
Chili.
this is a different. Yeah, usually it's pink. So what's the difference?
This is made with treat tomato.
Yeah.
This is a local fruit, so it has.
Madeira.
Yeah.
So you.
Ama, there is a comment here. Let me read for you. It reminds me of an Indian dish, panki. It's a traditional Gujarati recipe which is prepared using banana leaves. A batter consisting of rice flour and spices is spread between 2 banana leaves and is then cooked on a tawa. This is a very healthy and light food to have. The recipe is very simple and easy to prepare.
Isn't it lovely that we make all these connections and correspondences for cultures and then so this one. Thank you.
This is spicy.
Oh yeah.
This
Let's
is
try this. I have to ask.
Va a
It's
preguntar.
made with tomate, is it chamarillo?
Treat tomato.
Treat tomato.
Treat tomato and chili. Strong chili that it's in Spanish rocoto. Ají rocoto. It's very strong.
Let's take a look at that. So just like how.
Yes. This one.
I'm non-friendly. And now I'm going to try it with the ají rocoto. See?
Para que le muestre que es licuado con los dos.
También natural es
You blend this with this, and then you get that local chili. Ají.
The
Salsa de ají.
So this is blended together, and I've featured this treat tomato before, which we have in Bali and in Malaysia too. But I was here that I learned this recipe to make it into a savory sauce rather than a preserve. Or sometimes we have it with ice cream. We have it.
Dice que en Bali, en su país, sí hay eso, pero que ella no sabía que se hace esta receta de ají. Que en su país hacen helado, ice cream.
Yeah.
Helado con esto. Also here,
Yeah.
Treat tomato ice cream.
Could you cut it open so I can show them?
Si le puede cortar.
For those who have not seen it
Yes.
before.
Venga, corte la casa y corte la casa.
I continue. I just want to get some cranberry. What do you call cranberry? Or here, what do you call it in Spanish?
This one?
Yeah, Spanish.
Arándano.
Arándano. Okay, gonna cut open.
Aquí se ve la cámara.
Very well. Yeah. You enjoy your meal, Grandma.
Have you tried to taste of Singapore? Are they there?
Yes, I'm going back there sometime.
You're going to these days. The place that the camera is in Singapore.
Oh, see, if you're gonna prepare this in Singapore.
Yes, and my friends are going to prepare in Hong Kong, in Kenya, yeah, in UK, in Luxembourg, in Colorado.
Yes.
Todo el mundo.
The whole
The whole world. The whole world. That's the man.
Más alto, Sarita, no se le escucha mucho. Solo alce la voz cuando le entrevista.
So,
I would love to bring in Meeta, because she says that what you're making reminds her of an Indian dish. So
yes.
Tell us about that.
Right. So yes, we heard about that, but bring in Meeta.
Yeah, so I was saying, it reminds me of Indian Gujarati dish. Gujarat is the western state of India where I originate from, and quite a few other people like I think Neil over here and who else? But anyway, so yeah, so this is one of the dishes which is very healthy. It's prepared between putting the stuffing between two banana leaves, and it's called panki, and it's very healthy because you don't use any greasy things like deep fried or any oil or so, but it's so yummy. I really what you're prepared and what you're holding in your hand, Wai Ching, is that uh, yeah, is that a fruit?
Es una fruta. It's a fruit.
Yes, this is a tree tomato, or tamarillo we call it, and called the tomat belanda, right? They call it the Dutch tomato in Indonesia, but it's a tree tomato. It's grown like this. It's really beautiful. And usually what we do is like we take out the pulp like this, and I like it on ice cream.
I can relate it to, like, call it Sharon fruit. The fruit which is
vegan ice cream that is
over here. So it looks like that. So it's very pulpy. It also looks like passion fruit. So it's very yummy. It looks very yummy. So yeah, this panki dish it's very similar, and you can make it out of rice and spices, and putting two banana leaves on a tawa. Tawa is like a pan, a flat pan, like a pancake pan, and you can make it on that, and it's a specialty and of Gujarati cuisine. Similarly, if other people might remember, we make also patra, which is made out of leaves, in which I think Neil was talking before about skinning the nerves of the leaves. So we take the nerves off so it becomes soft, and Lakshmiji will know more about it as well, because patra is very common. Even Seemaji will know. So it's steam cooked, and a layer of chickpea flour paste is put on that, and then the leaf is rolled, and then it is steam cooked, and then they're cut into round slices, and you can stir fry them with sesame seeds and mustard seeds, or you can make it like a gravy version of that as well. Perhaps I would ask Lakshmiji's opinion about panki and patra both. She might have heard about that.
Patra is made with that patra leaves. You directly apply the paste on the patra leaf and then steam it. While panki and many other items are made with the banana leaves, we don't put it in the tawa. In South India, we put it in steam, like idli, how you steam the idli. That's the way we do. And we make so many sweets, savories. And of course, banana leaves are also regularly used for eating. They don't use it people don't eat it in plate, but they eat it in the banana leaves, which is more healthy, and it's eco-friendly as well.
And there are other things, as Lakshmi ji said, ecologically friendly. We have in olden times, not even olden times, in my times as well, when I was in India a couple of decades ago, we have like dry, biodegradable, disposable plates made out of leaves, and they are stitched together.
Yeah.
And that was what was offered at weddings or any places where the large gathering and many people will be served food. So then you dispose of. There's no washing required. And they are biodegradable. You get bowls and plates both. They are flat. And
I wish we bring this back. It'll be so much environment friendly, and there is you don't need to wash the utensils, use soap and water, etc., etc. Just collect the leaves after eating, and then put it in a corner, and the animals or the birds, everybody can eat, whatever is left over or anything like that. So this is the way, the Indians, their system worked, the earlier generation worked. And the current generation has become ultra modern, eating with spoons and forks and knife, etc., etc. I mean, we didn't see all that when we were brought up as youngsters. We always ate with hands. And they say that the touch of the fingers into the mouth, that activates the saliva, and it's the digestion is made much more easy that way. So these are some of the stories that were told to all of us, and I'm sure there is some sense in it. Thank you.
We also used to say, Lakshmiji, that there are in top of 5 fingers, gods reside.
Yes. I didn't say that. Yeah, correct.
Yes,
it's so beautiful.
We would like to hear more about this wonderful Ecuador dish, please. So going back to.
But I enjoyed what Wai Ching was saying, and what she prepared as something out of the mind, which I've never seen anything like that. I don't know whether I mean, they looked delicious. They looked so colorful, and they were vegetarian more than anything.
That's right. And these days, because there's a fertilizer shortage, to take all of these leaves and put them in the compost. We are making our own fertilizer right now, and anyone can do it. So it's good to, all these scraps of food, and you're making compost, and then,
Yes.
we're adding like chicken manure and horse manure and other things. So I think it's very, very important these days with what's going on in the world to come back to these traditional ways of eating. And I love, Lakshmiji, what you were saying about the eating with the hands. I know when I went to live in India, that was, one of the first things I learned. And it's very sensual experience, very different from, a fork.
Sharon?
Yes.
Sharon,
Yes.
we have here the beverage which Saita prepared for us. It's made with the rosella we talked about earlier. Rosella. Can you come closer to the rosella? So she combined this time rosella and mint.
It looks delicious.
Yeah, it is so refreshing.
I just want to add, Sharon, forget about eating with hands or whatever, but when you want to eat with the fork and spoon, etc., in some of the areas, we have to pay for each fork one euro, so if there are 100 forks we take or knives we take, each one cost one euro. So I mean, what is the point? So much of money you just waste just to eat with fork and spoon. You pay for that. So in the parliament, when we go, everything has a price. So a fork is 1 euro, a knife is 1 euro, a spoon is 1 euro, a plate is 1 euro, like that. So a fork, knife, spoon, that itself comes to 4 euros plus the food extra. So, this is the way they also make a lot of money in restaurants.
Wow, I haven't heard about that. We were having an issue with straws for a while.
When we have our programs, I have paid, to the parliament, all this money. So it pinches me, so I'm talking to you.
Wai Ching, are you back? Can we hear you?
Sharon, Felicia also organized for us a salad here. Can you see the salad?
I think we've lost you. It looks like we've lost you.
Yeah, we lost no signal. No signal.
There is no signal?
There you are. But we can't.
Okay, Mama, you can come here with the salad. Yeah, it's better. It's better. Sarita, venga que le explique de qué está.
Here.
Say thanks. Yeah, okay.
Can you see? We have to stay in the corner here. The signal.
Okay, Sarita.
So she prepared a salad with these gooseberries. They're
called
called
one of my favorites.
Yeah,
gooseberries.
And chocho, the white beans that supposedly
is for people who are sensitive to beans. It seems that you can eat it. And there's another restaurant, they make cheese from chocho. So we'll feature that either now or later time. And very nice. So it's supposed to be, not it doesn't make one gaseous or have flatulence. So that's chocho, right? Remember that because they use a lot of that.
And it's
in cooking.
it's an ancestral food.
Ancestral food.
Ancestral food.
Ancestral heritage food. So she's just made a nice little salad, green salad.
Is the gooseberry sharp in taste, or is it?
Yes, it's quite sharp. It's quite sharp, and they dry it too. And what else do you make with the gooseberries?
¿Qué más hacemos con la humilla? ¿Qué más se hace con la humilla? Juice.
Juice. They make it also.
I really we grow gooseberries here. And Seema gave me a recipe for gooseberry chutney that was incredible. Incredible. And actually, we're going to plant some more now.
Yes.
Okay, let's share that. Maybe we'll make it here, and then your Seema, your recipe is going to be
I'll
here.
send it to you. It was so delicious.
Nos va a mandar la receta de aquí de humilla. Yes. Thank you.
So this cafeteria.
Lost her again. Yeah, it reminds me, Sharon, about gooseberry.
And
gooseberry, call it amla.
Amla, yes.
And we make something called chyawanprash, which is made out of gooseberry and various different spices like clove, cinnamon, black pepper, and it is used throughout the year. It's said that it enhances your youth no matter how old you become. So
we'll take that. Please send me the recipe.
I will definitely. I make it at home, and it is also a good source of anti-inflammatory, qualities Indian gooseberry has got. So it increases your immunity as well. So I have it like every single day because I make it at home. And Lakshmi ji might be knowing more about that as well, because we get it over the counter as well in any local shops, but you can also make it at home.
It's totally Ayurvedic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can also make juice out of it. And chutney, as you know, Seema had given you, Seema ji had given you the recipe. You can make chutney. I think quite a few South Indian recipes has got amla as part and parcel of regular diet, isn't it, Lakshmi ji?
Yes.
Because
please send me all recipes because they grow here.
Cut the this amla, and just put salt and a little bit of chili powder, and you can just chew it around,
We also pickle it. We pickle it because you don't.
You can pickle it also.
So we pickle it just in salty water, and it stays all throughout the year. And you can also make juice, amla juice out of it, which is very sharp in taste, very sharp, but very healthy, very tasty, very good.
Amla is very good for health. Very good.
Immunity, yeah.
Yes. When I made the chutney, we had a party. We had samosas with this gooseberry chutney. People were just wanting more and more and more.
And what Seema ji was talking before about trifala, the three, things put together, it's amla, herde, and belda. So three fal means fruits. And it's taken by many people daily as a tonic to just increase immunity. Trifala, we get it online as well. I think we got Wai Ching back again.
Is that?
You're back?
Oh, we're back. Yes. Hi. So we just want to say goodbye to Zardita here, and she's on Hermano Miguel as well, and just off Cayalaga for people in Ecuador. This is Cuenca. This town is a beautiful historic town, and I'm in the historic area. So we wanted to say goodbye to her and then go to Priscilla. And if you want to bring, say goodbye to Zardita.
Adiós.
Bye.
Muchas gracias.
En español.
Gracias, les agradezco bastante y a Ama por
Por los consejos.
Again gone.
All right, so I have another video to show from the seed exchange. So why don't I do that while she's going to her other place? So here we go.
Hot spring spa.
Hey everybody, we're at the San Luis Valley Seed Exchange up at Joyful Journey. I've got the Q-Tonic, DTX10, and the original that's helping us stay well. It's made from the pinyon pine. And as we're learning to steward the pinyon forest, we're also learning how to support the trees to develop their mycorrhizal network. And that in turn helps the trees be healthier and give nuts more often than the 7-year average. We're getting pinyon trees that produce nuts every few years now. And it's really adding to our food sustainability in revealing the orchard that's already here. We just don't know how to tend it. So we got that going on. And we also have what's called identification of the mother tree. And when you want to learn how to feed the forest, the idea now is to get to know the mother trees, feed them, and they in turn then will feed the rest of the forest. So we're right on the land and soil. We're doing the best we can. And as we are learning their gifts, especially like the pinyon oil and the hydrosol, as we learn to take care of the forest takes care of us in return.
How do people find you?
You can find me at windhorsealchemy.com. This is the main address. We also do work with nonprofits.
Well, take a look at this corn. This is some of the most important corn on the planet because it contains all the biodiversity of every Native American corn that was ever grown. And it's foods like these that equal food security and resilience to farmers and to families alike, because these are open pollinated, you can seed save, and you can regrow it year after year. And the multinational corporations don't want you to have this ability anymore. About a decade ago, a corporation called Monsanto, with the help of international conglomerates like Syngenta and Bayer, started buying up all the seed genetics and then genetically modifying them to create products that are proprietary, that no other human can own but these companies. So they've literally sold out the seed, which is life. And humans like us, if we have the wrong seed in our possession that has the wrong genetics in it, we can go to jail. They can take our land, and they can take our farm. So that clearly is not a sustainable system of food production. And not only that, these genetically modified seeds are created to withstand huge amounts of pesticides being washed over them time and time again. In fact, they're glyphosate intolerant plants. Now, this affects the quality of the food, it destroys the quality of the soil, and it destroys the quality of human health. And I'm not making this up. You can research everything I said, and I'm telling 100% truth. The only way to avoid that is to grow your own food and to save your own seeds that start from heirloom, open pollinated organic seeds. And then once you get started, you create your own land race of seed on your location. By seed saving year after year, you're going to get a better and a better crop that's more resilient. Here's a perfect example. You might start a painted mountain corn on your property and only get an ear that's 4 or 5 inches long. Now, this is a success in its own right. But if you continue to seed save this open pollinated corn, in a few years, you'll get an 11-inch ear, which is a little bit more productive than the first year. And all you need to do is select the best ears every year and replant them. And so that's just one of the ways that we can save the biodiversity of our plants and our food and the sovereignty of the seed. And A lot of people in India know about the sovereign seed. Without humans' ability to seed save and to grow their own open pollinated organic plants, it gives all the control to the multinational corporations, which at any moment could starve us out within a month. The food production would be cut off, the supply chain would be cut, and humanity would be left in the dark because in 1910, 90% of all families in North America knew how to provide and grow their own food in 1910. Today, less than 10% of families in North America even know what a garden is. And 50% of those people and young people don't know where eggs and meat come from, or even corn. They think it comes from an aisle in the store. And they have no idea about Indian corn or genetics because no one is learning about this. We're learning about processed food. 95% of all the food in a current box store or supermarket is super processed, genetically modified food that's meant for farm animals. And it's not even that quality for farm animals. The amount of pesticide and fungicide residue on all our foods, including those that are quote unquote organic or certified organic, that's the biggest misnomer. Certified organic means that you can use these 86 chemicals as opposed to conventional where you can use these 34 chemicals. There are more certified organic chemicals than conventional farming. And so where does that leave us? You can believe that the organic food you have is better than the conventional, but it's still grown in the same nutrient depleted fields, being sprayed with the same fungicides, even though they're organic, or other chemicals that are not natural. It does not help the biome. So the only way to get by that is to grow soil. And I've been saying this as a permaculturalist for a decade. You don't grow plants, you grow your soil. And by building that soil year after year, the plants will grow themselves. Just like the corn went from 3 inches to 5 inches. It was because I was seed saving, but it was also because I was returning all of the debris back into the soil, and it's called sheet mulching. So you're adding nutrients year after year. You're not taking anything away. And by doing that, then we have a path to sustainability on the earth where we can restore all the soils, all the farms, back to organic, biodynamic, permaculture environments where there's no need for monocropping. Whoever just ate one thing. So what you want is large farms that are split with fruit trees and nuts to allow to bring deep roots and mycorrhiza into the fruit and vegetable growing areas. And this, in the last 2 decades, there is so much permaculture work that has gone on since the keying of the term back in the 70s by Bill Mollison and others, that there's free permaculture courses online. Matt Powers does one, the permaculture student.org, I believe. So go check those out. Learn how to restore the land, learn how to restore the soil, and learn one thing, that I haven't been to a doctor in a decade. And it's not because I get sick. I get sick, but I don't get ill because my immune system is so powerful. I'll be like, I have a chill. I wonder if I'm sick. And then I eat some nutrient-dense food and it goes away. And that's the way the human body is supposed to work. And multinational corporations, again, big ag and big pharma work in concert. We wouldn't have all these inflammatory diseases, all these diabetics, if the food we ate wasn't as ultra processed as it is. In any place you bring this ultra processed food from the dollar store that's made with palm oil, you're going to get the 3 main factors in death is going to be obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. And that comes from improper nutrition. So the number one thing you can do for your family and your health and your wealth is to learn how to grow your own food by learning how to grow your soil first. And it's a process. It takes a long time, but we got a lot to live, and it can only get better.
Tell me, how do people find you?
You can find us on YouTube at the Oppenheimer Ranch Project. And our website is 3canyons.org, where you can learn a little bit about our project.
You have a YouTube show, right?
Yeah, Oppenheimer Ranch Project.
Great. Okay.
Check it out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Diamond, who was just with us, is really a well-known YouTube host and continuously has shows about what he's doing on his farm and what we can do in general to, save our soil, save our seeds, and keep our health. And so now, here we are. We're back with Priscilla, correct? Global namaste to you.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon in all over the world.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to me to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, yes. And what do you have for us today? Looks delicious.
Well, I'm very happy that Ama has been doing all this research in Ecuador, and they were talking, Catalina especially, they were talking about different plants that people grows in Ecuador. I think there's Ama there, and like I said, they were talking about different plants that we grow in Ecuador. And I'm going to talk especially about tea because I know Asia has an ancient history about growing tea. Here in Ecuador, believe it or not, we grow tea. And I'm here to present you guys the tea that we have in Ecuador.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Well, when can I start? Let's talk about a little bit about the tea plant. This plant that I have here is a Chinese plant. The tea plant is Camellia sinensis. The only infusion that comes from Camellia sinensis can be called tea, and it was discovered like 5,000 years ago in China. And this is a tea plant from China. You can see how small it is, and you can compare them then later. Well, years after, UK start to grow tea in India. So this is an Indian tea plant. It's called Camellia sinensis assamica because you can see it's bigger and the edges are different. And this is what becomes black tea usually because Europe prefers black tea. So with sinensis assamica, they used to elaborate black teas. But what I have here, and I want to show you guys, this is an Ecuadorian tea plant. This is what we grow in Ecuador. The grower told us that this variety is called Camellia sinensis assamica amazonica because he thinks the plant have adapted to Ecuadorian soil, and this plant grows in the jungle, in the Amazonic zone of the Ecuador, in the jungle. And as you can see, it's very beautiful, very, very beautiful. And from this plant, we grow tea in Ecuador. We don't have a big story, a long story about Ecuador and tea. It started in 1960s when the jungle side of the Ecuador was not with people. It was abandoned because jungle can be very harsh. So it was abandoned, and there was like trouble with limits between Peru and Colombia and the countries around. There was no limits defined. So some Englands went to Ecuador and say, okay, we want to grow tea in your land. And the Ecuadorian government said, okay, we will let you grow tea with one condition. You can only hire local people, not even Ecuadorian, local people. The place is called Palora. It's in Morona, Santiago province, in the jungle, Ecuadorian jungle. So the whole town, Palora town, grow around tea plantation. Now it's a small city. They have hospitals, stores, supermarket, schools, and everything that people needs. And most of the people lives around growing tea. And this kind of tea leaf becomes this kind of tea. Tell me if you can see it.
Yes.
As you can see, it's a very small tea. The leaves are processed to be very small, black tea, and like very, very rolled. Why is that? Because let's remember, people from England went to Ecuador and they prefer black tea. In Europe, people prefers black tea. And so when they start to grow tea, they wanted to generate black tea, very similar that it was generated in India in one moment. So the tea estate that we have in Ecuador has been there for almost 50 years. And for the last 20 years, 25 years, probably has become Ecuadorian only. It does not belong anymore to England. So being there is an amazing experience. You can smell the tea plant. The place generates an energy that is wonderful, and being there is feeling the life that the plants have, and it's an amazing place to be. If you guys have the chance to go to a tea plantation, do it totally, because you can understand where tea has been. I always say that tea tell us where it has been, and it is called terroir because it talks about the soil, the weather, humidity, sun, rain, when it was picked, how it was treated, and it's such a flavor experience.
Beautiful. I'm sure that Lakshmi and Mita and Wai Ching will have some questions for you. Or
If
some
you
comments.
have questions, please, you are more than welcome.
So Priscilla, during our classes, you mentioned that the tea from Ecuador is traditionally drunk with a kind of a citrus, a special kind of lemon, and usually iced. So would you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, I prepare some tea, Ecuadorian tea, so you can see it. You can see the color of the liquor. It's very dark, very strong, and it's a strong flavor. So like I said, like Amma said, when I discovered this tea, the way of drinking this tea in the jungle, it's very hot and the humidity is very high. So they drink tea all day long, all the time. And the way that they prepare tea is in this way. They boil these very small little tea leaves, and they boil with water, and then they add sugar, and then they are a lemon, a citric that grows especially in the jungle. So it's very tasty, very refreshing. It's a unique flavor. Even if you go to Europe and you have your tea with sugar and lemon, it will be totally different from the tea in the jungle, because even the fruit is different. Even the lemon is different. It's very refreshing.
Yes, I love to try this particular citrus. I'll see if I can get it, right? And if you can get
I
that,
hope you can.
And also what I think of this tea profile, I would say it's so similar to pu'er. That's how my taste buds detect it.
Yes, I think you've because I'm putting this in context. Amma and I met a couple weeks ago at in a museum in Cuenca when where I was invited to talk about tea and ceramics. So when we were trying different teas, all the whole week, and the final day we were talking about American continent and Ecuador, And that's when she tasted that tea. And I was a little bit worried because I know Ama is Asian and she's an expert in tea, of course. And I think this tea might taste like puer to you because it's very earthy. It's very earthy. It's because of the terroir of the jungle.
The earth
It's
of the
not
jungle.
fermented. It's not fermented like a real puer, but it's very earthy. The flavor is very strong, and this is because the size of the tea leaves. This kind of leaves are called CTC, means cut, tear, and curl. That's what CTC means. This is not tea for tea bag. I'm going to show you the big bag. This is the big bag. And
Yes, that's the brand, the famous brand there, isn't it?
Yes, and this is the famous brand and the name of the farm. The name is Shanghai because the farm grows around this volcano called Shanghai volcano. So the whole plantation is called Shanghai. And that's where tea grows in Ecuador. It's the only tea plantation that we have. We have been having it for 50 years. But even in 50 years, we have a tea history. I remember tea in my grandmother's house, tea in my aunt's house, everywhere. It's not such a traditional thing like in Asia. We don't have tea ceremonies, we have tea service. We can share tea with the sweets and the meals that Ama was showing. You know, the quesadilla and some stuff like that. We share tea with those meals, but we don't have a ceremony per se like you guys do in Asia.
And that's a beautiful teacup that's made in Cuenca. That's a ceramic.
Yes, I wanted to show you some things that we use for drinking tea in Cuenca. This is very traditional, very, very traditional. As you can see, it's a huge teacup because remember, American continent used to be a colony of Europe. So what happened in Europe, it was kind of an heritage for American continent. And so we have big clay. This is clay and ceramic cups with a saucer, of course. And this is made in Cuenca in the city. That's where we drink tea. And people likes to add lemon and they add milk, but I prefer it plain.
Great. And then we'll definitely have her back and then maybe cook with some tea as well. And I see Seema mentioned yerba mate. So
yes, yerba mate does not grow in Ecuador. It grows in the south of South America, in Argentina, and Uruguay, and Paraguay, but it does not grow in America, in Ecuador.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a different plant. Yerba mate, it's not Camellia sinensis. It's a different plant.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I was filming in Peru, and every hotel had coca tea.
Of course. Of course, we have coca leaves. It belongs to the time of the Incas because chewing coca leaves helps you with very high altitude. We are talking about Andes mountains, and the empire of the Incas was very big, most like almost all South America used to belong to Incas. And when the Inca needs to send mail to another person, they use people called chasquis. Chasqui is like the mailman. And they walk to a place to another, and then another chasqui walks to a place to another, and they need to run. And for running and the altitude and the speed, they used to chew coca leaves. This is very energetic. When I went to Bolivia, I chew actually coca leaves, and half of my face was numb. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. But
it was very helpful. I live at that point, I was living at about 9,000 feet. Now I'm at about 8,500. And I found it was delightful. You know, it wasn't, you didn't get high or anything. It was just like a nice little stimulant that helped with the altitude.
Yes, it helps with the altitude. And if you go to a market in Bolivia, you can find very different, like probably 15 different kinds of coca leaves. I want to make clear something. Mate and coca and other plants, technically they are not tea. Like I said, tea only comes from Camellia sinensis. But when Europeans came to American continent, they saw that indigenous people was boiling plants and preparing infusions, and they say, oh, okay, that's tea. And that's when it started to call tea everything. So chamomile is not tea, is really an infusion. We have amazing plants here. Like I said, Ama was sharing with Catalina, and chamomile and cedron and valeriana and other stuff that we have in Ecuador. They're amazing. Coca leaves, and actually I have something here. We have guayusa too.
Yes.
They grow in Amazonia in the jungle too, and this is also very energetic.
That's the first infusion I tried from the Amazon, the guayusa. It's very energetic, but it's very gentle also.
Yes.
A little bit more like green tea. I think I have some here.
Okay. You won't get high with coca leaves, and you won't get high with guayusa, but probably you will have a hard time for sleeping. You won't be like nervous, but you probably won't sleep that well. And coca leaves and guayusa leaves, they don't mix with sugar, neither milk. Not any milk. Almond milk will be not a good taste.
Yeah, I have a little bit fragment here. Priscilla, just 2 days ago, I attended a medicinal plant presentation by a Shua woman. And so they gave us some of the fresh guayusa.
It's very difficult from us in the cities to find guayusa leaves, because they grow in the Amazonia and they keep it. It's like this tea, like Shanghai tea. We cannot find it in the city. You can only find it in the jungle, in the city that produces. What we have here in the cities, we have tea bags. I'm not very fan of tea bags. So I'm very happy to get this from the farm, from the tea farm.
Right. Actually, speaking of tea bags, we want to signal that a lot of tea bags are in the bags that are bleached. So if we're not drinking organic tea in non-bleach bags, we are basically drinking bleach. So we have to signal that for our health. It's not so healthy. Most of the
it's
tea
not healthy
brands,
at all.
Not at all.
They have in bleach, and they have microplastics, so it won't be that healthy. And when people harvest tea leaves or other kind of leaves, they do not select the youngest plants. You can even find bugs when they grow, when they harvest, because they don't select. The special thing of hand-picked tea is that you can select the youngest tea leaves. It's like this is small, first leaf, and second and third. This is an Ecuadorian plant, and you can appreciate it better in the Chinese plant. Is the first, second, and third. Those are the tea leaves that are used for high quality tea, and for high quality tea, I meant healthy tea, not necessarily expensive tea, but healthy tea, real healthy tea.
That's medicinal, and definitely don't drink the pyramid ones with the microplastics coming in.
Yes.
So it's chic and it's modern, but it's not healthy. So
it's not healthy.
No, and so we're really there's so much to talk about. We'd love to invite you back here another time to talk about teas and to maybe cook something with the tea. So that would be lovely.
I have some ideas for cooking. I need to think in something with Ecuadorian tea, because I used to prepare some salads and some fresh food with Japanese teas. We can try if you guys want, and I will think something about with black Ecuadorian tea.
That'd be superb. And also maybe invite you back for the wellness segment, because everybody, Priscilla is actually a psychiatrist as well in trauma.
Yes, Amma was very nice, and she told me, how do I introduce yourself? And I was like, I don't want to sound arrogant, but I'm just a tea lover. Yes, I'm a doctor, I'm a psychiatrist, a mental health specialist, and I have been in the world of tea for 10 years. So it's like an art for me. It's a different way of healing. And actually this week, one of my patients asked me how to prepare matcha. And I was very happy to show him how to prepare matcha with a very nice brand that this is Hey Matcha. It's matcha imported, and you can find it in Cuenca, Ecuador.
Okay, well that's for another time. We have so much to discuss, and it took us 5 days of your presentation, and we all wanted more. I mean, you can tell everyone that Priscilla is so really knowledgeable about all of that.
Thank you.
And Mita had a lot to say as well. So we don't know. Sharon, over to you if you like to close or continue. You, I don't know. You can hear me? Yes? I'm not sure. You can hear me, Priscilla?
Yes, I can hear you.
So what happened to Sharon? Or Mita, if you want to come on. Mita, you have a few questions.
Wai Ching, it's okay. Sharon had to shoot off, so Seema will be closing. Priscilla, that was a wonderful presentation. Wai Ching, thank you for bringing Priscilla. Priscilla, you can talk to our tea expert, Seema, over here. She will chat with you, okay? Over.
Priscilla, that was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I visited Latin America a couple of years ago, and I didn't have the great opportunity to visit Cuenca, but I was in Ecuador. I went to Quito and to Cusco, and we did the Galapagos, of course. And you brought up cocoa tea. So you spoke about the high altitude.
Yes.
So when we were traveling up to Machu Picchu, I got a headache, in fact. And that's when they gave us the cocoa tea, and they said, have this and you feel really good. We felt really good. We didn't feel high, but our energy level, it took our energy level to a whole new level. And when you go up to Machu Picchu, it's quite a climb. It's quite a climb.
Yes, it is at Andes mountain, so it can be really, really high. It is not very easy to live there. The people, the locals, they are used to, but we not that much. I live in Cuenca is a city that is in the Andes mountains, but it's not that high. So when I went to Bolivia, I was like very dizzy because of the height. And I chewed the tea leaf, the coca leaf, and it helped a lot. It has an alkaloid that tea leaf does not have. So that is the difference. That is why it's so energetic, because of the alkaloid. Like mate leaves, they have alkaloid too.
Right, right. There's a lot of mate in South America. As you know, I asked you about yerba mate. I just wanted to touch on your beautiful country while we're speaking. The South American culture is so warm. I think Dr. Waiching will agree with me that the culture, the people, you know, the colors of South America, everywhere I went, from Chile to Ecuador to Lima in Peru and to Machu Picchu, there was so much warmth, and your celebration of food, your celebration of color. You know, it's such a beautiful country. For all our viewers who are watching, if you haven't been to Latin America, you got to visit the place. It's beautiful. It really is. Ecuador was, what was it? Quito was fabulous because it's on the equator.
Yes.
Right? Yes,
Yes.
it was very interesting. We went to this place where they showed us the water. They said, you're right on the equator right now. Now, I'm from Kenya, Nairobi, and not far from us is the equator. And they showed us how the water would go clockwise in one area and anti-clockwise in another area. And it was really, really, really a very beautiful experience. And if there is one country on my revisit list, it has to be South America, really. And Ecuador will be a part of it, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy that you had a great experience in South America. I'm happy you felt like you did, because it's what we try to do. We try to show how the whole difference, the whole variety that we have in South America, but the togetherness that we have too. I always say that there's an advantage that we have in South America. We have history, like all countries in the world, but we also have folklore. And this is what made us special, what made South America special, because we have history, but we also have folklore. And this is a beautiful mix in our culture.
And you say it with so much passion. I actually wish my co-host Kiran was here right now, because I wanted to touch on the art of hospitality. She has authored this wonderful book called Seva, the Art of Hospitality. The hospitality, Dr. Waiching, you will agree with me, in South America is, you know, I'm from Kenya, which is in Africa, and I say this with great pride, that we pride ourselves in hospitality. We are a country that relies very heavily on coffee, you know, and of course some tea and tourism. So it works in our benefit to be absolutely hospitable. But South America takes the cake of all. It was just the most beautiful experience I had, the best trip of my life.
Thank you. I'm happy you feel welcome, because you are.
It's such a beautiful country from each and every place, you know, from, I'd say, Chile to Ecuador to Lima. You know, culturally, everyone is so warm, welcoming. The food, oh my God. Dr. Waiching, you have to agree with me. I fell in love with...
I already mentioned it earlier that, you know, I find here that people are so intuitive, there's not much need to be so obvious in the way that we speak, you know, people just get it right away.
They get
it.
And I fell in love with the ají amarillo.
Oh, that's what we talked
yes,
about.
we have different kinds of ají. Right.
Ají amarillo is the yellow chili, and it's fragrant. It's fragrant. It's not it's not a death by spice chili, but it's a very flavorful, beautiful yellow chili. And I loved the way this memory, you bring back so many memories right now. I love the way I had this dish in Chile, in fact. It was ají amarillo infused with maraguya, with
Oh,
passion fruit.
Right.
It was a sauce on a dish. It was so unique. You had all these different elements dancing on your taste buds, you know. Amazing food. And a lot of your produce is very close to what we have in my own country of birth, which is Africa, like yuca, for example, cassava.
Yuca, right.
Oh,
We call it logo. We call it,
I'm
then
sure you
a-
have yuca over there, Mama.
I'm having the soup with yuca.
Oh, yum,
And then soup
yum.
with yuca and choco.
Oh, nice.
That's nice.
Nice.
It's very tasty. Interesting.
have-
The
Yeah, it's
texture
very
is very
warm.
interesting.
Textures, flavors, colors, history, hospitality, tea, you know,
Everything. Dancing, the
everything.
music, Seema, the
Everything.
music.
The music, oh, yes. And the Peruvian flute players as well.
We have flutes in Ecuador too,
Yes.
especially in Andes Mountains, and there are many rituals around plants like San Pedro. You were
San
trying,
Pedro, yes,
Ama.
yes.
Like they have rituals around it, around guayusa, around coca leaves, and now around tea. Tea is more like a city drinking, but we have kind of rituals. Another special ritual that we have in Ecuador and also in Mexico. I used to live in Mexico for 8 years. It's around like this. This is just the cover.
What is it?
What is
yes,
that?
this is cacao.
Cacao. Okay. Yeah.
So,
Yes, the cacao ceremony. Oh my goodness, the cacao ceremonies. They're having it's big in Asia too, Dr. Waiching. As you know, there's several cacao ceremonies that take place in Asia. I wanted to
Yes,
touch on
I have done 2 of them. I've actually done 2 of them, actually.
Wow,
The
very
cacao ceremony,
powerful.
with aesthetic dance. Yeah.
Indeed, with the drumming
it's
and
amazing. We in Ecuador we have one of the best cacao in the world, but sadly they send it to Europe and they prepare amazing chocolate, but it was our cacao. So it was like a cultural exchange, I would like to think. But here in Ecuador, we are growing amazing cacao, and there are national enterprises, small enterprises that are making chocolate.
great chocolate. Great chocolate. I bought some.
Yes.
So I know it's great chocolate. It's fantastic. Speaking of ceremony, you mentioned a few ceremonies. How about ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca is a different ceremony. It is guided by a shaman.
Right.
A shaman is kind of a priest of Asian cultures, and this is something to drink. And it's an alkaloid too. It can cause hallucinations too, but not in a dangerous way. What used to happen is that tourists came and they know about ayahuasca and they don't follow usually the rules and they get intoxicated. So if somebody does ayahuasca, they need to follow the instructions of the shaman.
Absolutely, and you have to really do it under the supervision of a shaman, right?
Of course, not alone, with a shaman.
Yes,
with the shaman. It's different to cocoa, right?
Totally different. Totally
different. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because a lot of people speak about. So I have a friend back home in Hong Kong, and he did an ayahuasca ceremony, and he said it really. He went so deep within himself that he was actually able to witness elements within himself. And he said, when you can see those elements within yourself, you're able to, Dr. Waiching, correct me if I'm wrong here. He said, I was able to witness And when I can witness and identify with it, it is only then that I can release it.
Yes, beautiful.
Very
Beautiful.
powerful. He had a
Yeah.
very
It
profound
is very
experience.
powerful because ayahuasca removes the barrier of your unconscious. So many things are released because like I say, the barrier of your unconscious, it's removed. So it needs to be guided by someone because it can be dangerous if it's not done correctly.
Yes, agreed. And I have a personal experience. I've done two journeys already. And so it's really a very beautiful, profound journey. And it also is a catharsis, right, Priscilla? That sometimes,
Yes, it's catharsis.
a retching. Yes, you have to purify. They call it also a part of limpia, the purification process. That you just have to, like, some people actually throw up, a vomit, or go to the toilet. But it's an amazing gift by the plant that is supporting humans to understand ourselves more, and also the planet, and the gifts of the plants. It's really powerful medicine, and it aligns us.
What is the difference between San Pedro and ayahuasca? How do they differ?
I have not tried San Pedro, so maybe Priscilla, you would like to.
I recommend you don't. I really recommend you don't. Those plants are very strong, and like I said, I'm talking probably like a mental health doctor here, but it removes the barrier of your unconscious, and it can be very strong. This is a thing that needs to be done step by step. Looking into yourself and seeing your unconscious needs to be guided, and doing little by little, because if you do it like once in a very strong way, can be dangerous for your mental health. The difference between ayahuasca and San Pedro, it's the one is like a cactus. San Peter is like a cactus, and they drink the milk inside. And ayahuasca is prepared in a different way, but those can produce hallucinations, and if they are not guided, they can be even scary. So that's not the idea. The idea is having a nice experience. So that's why I do not recommend do it by yourself, but guide with somebody that knows about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I so agree with Priscilla, because so many people just do it as a recreation, they just want the experience, and that's not the right intention. One has to come with the right intention for healing and for a purpose, and it takes one deeply, deeply into the shadows. And that, if not properly integrated in a mental health way, and emotionally as well, and physically, I think it can be very detrimental. I've seen a lot of it happen. They don't think that they are, but there is a descent into the personality. But most times it is really an ascension. But there are people who are traumatized, who have a lot of wounding and problems, and they definitely, actually, all of them have to be guided. If you're taking this, everybody has to be guided. And I have done actually some of the guidance. Even after. So, this would be a great conversation in our wellness group too, talking about plant medicine and mental health.
Great.
I'm glad that we went into this wave, Tima. You opened some portals there.
It's been very intriguing for me. I mean, I'm having this friend back home in Hong Kong who actually tried ayahuasca and came back and said, I'm feeling so great. And of course, the Latin American culture, I always say that I must have been a Latin American in my past birth, that it's always fascinated me. And then I was reading up on San Pedro, and it's actually medicinal, but also very considered very sacred, as you said, if implemented correctly. You know.
Right.
Yes, and this is a wisdom that belongs to shamans. Even
Shamanic
if
wisdom.
if we have the same nationality, we are all Ecuadorians, but we have to respect the wisdom that they have. So I cannot say I'm Ecuadorian, I can guide you to ayahuasca ceremony. No, because this is an ancient wisdom that belongs to tribal people, and we need to respect that.
Right. Right. Very, very powerful indeed. Dr. Wai Ching, when you visit the UK, we should have you walk us through a cacao ceremony.
My pleasure. It'd be my pleasure. Come and say goodbye. So little grandma is coming to say
I see
it's
Meeta
here now
ji
to
over
say
here,
goodbye.
looking pretty in pink. Meeta ji.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I was trying to draw parallels between, have you heard about acacia milk and acacia tea, which is also used for, stress and calming and anxiety. And similarly, there is a flower, plant called the datura. Datura is,
Oh, yes.
yeah.
The
So,
datura.
yes, datura, yeah.
Oh my goodness, the floripondia.
Yeah.
You know,
So
there is so much we can talk about this. Meeta ji, datura, there's ayahuasca, there's San Pedro, there's the cacao ceremony. We could go on for a whole new session,
Let's do that. Let's plan on
session.
that, Seema.
I think we should plan on that, and on our wellness session. And on that note, I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you very much, Priscilla, for everything. Global Namaste. Dr. Wai Ching, a very warm global namaste.
And tea is such a big subject, Seemaji, because here in UK, to start any conversation, you would say, let's have a cup of tea. So tea is you can't have a UK culture without tea.
Absolutely,
You can't have that.
Right.
So
you can't.
Tea is the key. Tea is the
Tea is the
beginning.
key, and you can't have a Sunday without healing our earth. So on that note, I'd like us all just to have a lot of gratitude for today's session. I'd like to thank everyone on board, the whole team at Healing Our Earth, our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, and everyone who's come on board and given their time, and to all our viewers out there. If it wasn't for all of you, we wouldn't be. So we'll be closing this session with a small prayer. And I'd like to wish you all a very beautiful, blessed onward week. Let's take a long, deep breath in and breathe out. You can close with any intention or affirmation that you have within your heart. I will be closing with a Gayatri mantra and one Loka Samasta. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om